Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day. I am excited to play Palworld today. I may or may not have had my game up a little bit before stream, running idly while I went throughout my morning routine. We have lots of good on the horizon.
We're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Das, buongiorno, Leon, ni hao. Another day, another Leon first in chat. We got resetting in here, Leon, with a 545. Goodness gracious, weather crazy up here. Really, it's beautiful up this way. What's going on your way? What the fuck? Like, it's actually like gorgeous over on that Nunu. What up, dog? Hope you've been well. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Starts to go soon immediately. This is I'm excited for Palworld. Okay, hear me out. I have nothing to hide. Those that show up in the first 10 minutes of stream will know I play the Guild Wars 2 right now to bait the people into watching the channel so that way I can play Palworld and have more viewers so there's a chance people come in. I'll have you know, I got 2 new followers last night from Palworld. 2 in one place. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's huge, if I do say so myself. That's like a month of growth over here. I won't even lie, dude. Like, that is literally a month of growth. How were views last night? So, honestly, like, views are seeming pretty consistent. So, we're at what I call the baseline, if I'm being completely honest, where I think no matter what I do at this point during the day, I'm pretty insulated to at least sit above 50, which is not where I'd like to be at, but I mean, that's like the core community at this point, which to me is still incredible. I remember there were times in Ashes, I say this a lot, where I was down to like 20 to 30 viewers at points in time and had 200 subs. And so to think that this is the baseline of, you know, all the hype settled out, this is now 6 months out of Ashes dying, so I no longer have the sympathy Ashes people that are like, oh my god, Dusty, you poor thing. Like, this is the community, right? So the good news about that is honestly that, like, it's getting really consistent, and that's great. The thing we're definitely noticing is y'all go to bed early, like early. So I am trying to get back into the mindset of like get on at 2, get on closer to 2, get on at 2, and trying to get stuff done earlier today. Like today I had to write a letter of recommendation for Carla for a job interview because she technically like works for me, so I can write banger letters of recommendation. So I had some adulting to do today. Other than that, also talked to some game devs, talked to an organization perchance. So really fun stuff happening today. But yeah, so I definitely want to get back towards getting on it too, specifically because viewership we've noticed towards like 11 to 11:30 kind of drops off a cliff regardless. And I think that's just because at that point I'm normally at like 8.5, 9 hours of stream. So that's usually where we, you know, where we sit at. But I will say it's been consistent. And I also think that there is more growth potential. Carla's been telling me to lean into the YouTube side for a while. And like, I mean like 2 years for a while. And I've always kind of struggled to like hone in on what YouTube content I would always want to make in the first place. But like, I'm kind of hatching some ideas as we go. Just kind of hatching some ideas along the way. So, you know, there's, I think, some merit in that. So yeah, good things are happening. Wheels are spinning. I think the good news is with Palworld, I'm genuinely having, we need to do guild missions today, by the way. With Palworld, I am genuinely having so much fun that, you know, I find myself, I was cooking dinner, right? And last night after stream, I was making like a chicken tikka masala. Fucking slapped, by the way. And I would put stuff in the pan, and then I'd run in, and I'd like start some more salads in Palworld. Or I'd like bring some cakes over, and I'd make sure that everything was running smooth. And I was just like AFK at the base, just automating stuff, but it was fun to literally just hang around and vibe out and, you know, make sure the base is running smooth. So now we got a shitload of eggs. Like, we got a lot of eggs to log into. I brought it back up this morning to make sure we get salads and stuff going. So everything's good there. But like, I will say I've been having a lot of fun with Palworld, and I think the fun in Palworld is also starting to inspire like the content side of things again. And I think I almost forgot what it was like to have fun. I'm also getting a lot more comfortable with the idea of optimizing now that I have some idea what to do. I'm a lot less scared of spoilers now. So now that I'm actually into the mid game and have some idea of functionality, I think like my reception to like, you know, things in the future will be met more with excitement instead of like, oh fuck, now it's gonna ruin my game. So yeah, we're in a good spot with Palworld, and I think it's also inspiring a good bit of like my creative side to get back into it. And like one thing that really made me smile a little bit was us just yapping about, you know, our thoughts on what potentially a modded PvP server could look like in the potential for Palworld. I mean, that's just something that we as a community haven't looked at like, oh my god, this could be so cool with this game in so long, because, you know, since Ash has died, it's just been trying to find a game that's not gonna have the bottom fall out of it again. So yo, Chacomos, what up, brother? People still playing Guild Wars 2 even though 3's coming? Oh yeah, 2's got a pretty active community still. I'm not gonna say it's like, you know, World of Warcraft levels of populated with millions and millions of players, but Guild Wars 2 definitely still has a very healthy, sizable community. If you are a PvP specific player, PvP is the smaller player base at this point in time, most definitely. But if you're, you know, casual PvE or just want to do a little bit of everything, Guild Wars 2 is a phenomenal casual community. They also have a lot of horizontal progression. So even players that played like, you know, 10 years in the past and had really good gear, you can come back into that character and, you know, start playing again, and basically phrasing. You can start playing that character again, and then all of your gear is still, you know, viable and powerful in that same spot that it was in the past. So they've got a really cool setup there that makes it great for casual players to, you know, hop in and out as they'd like to. And with Guild Wars 3 coming out, Track, thank you for the follow, dude. With Guild Wars 3 coming out, they also actually said that they have already kind of like a TLDR on it. When they announced Guild Wars 3, they announced that they would be continuing Guild Wars 2 with the same teams that they've had, and that they've basically been working on Guild Wars 3 for years behind the scenes already, and Guild Wars 2 isn't going to change or suffer at all. So Guild Wars 3 is going to be in a completely different engine, completely different gameplay, systems, scale of MMO, progression systems, characters, everything like that. It's still in the same world. It's set like 1,250 years in the past comparatively to this game, but it's going to be a completely different game. So Guild Wars 2 is still going to exist. It's going to receive yearly expansions and regular content updates the same way that it has been. So ArenaNet, the developer, their goal is... I'm going to hit the dip set. I don't win that one. Their goal is just to continue things as normal. And they want people, whenever they quit Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 3, to basically bounce around within the Guild Wars IP as a whole and kind of like protect the player base there. So that's kind of a cool concept. We'll see how it actually goes. It might be empty a bit during the first month of Guild Wars 3. Oh god, yeah. Oh god, yeah. And I think that's the big thing too. They know that there's going to be like an up and a down in terms of the content cycle. Naturally, you drop a new update and, you know, people get excited about it. And then after a few weeks, the excitement kind of fizzles out, wears off a little bit. And they saw the exact same thing with the Guild Wars 3 announcement. A few weeks after, people were just kind of like, okay, I'll check back in when it's actually out. So as soon as they drop Guild Wars 3, Guild Wars 2 will definitely empty out a bit. But as Guild Wars 3, you know, misses with some people naturally, no matter how good of a game it is, or maybe, people will still be unhappy with it a little bit, and that's okay, because Guild Wars 2 is going to be, like I said, that completely different feel. So hopefully with the way that they're doing it, they'll have some opportunity to kind of like trickle players back and forth and provide that, you know, concurrent home, which would be a really cool thing. When's it dropping actually? That's the question. A lot of theories with, you know, some supportive evidence point towards a 1.0 sometime in mid-2028. They announced that the beta would start up at the end of next year, so end of 2027, we'd look to see potential beta testing. But for the time being, it's kind of one of those, like, in the future type beats. And I always say, you know, my experience with games, I played New World and I played Ashes of Creation. And with games, it is so frequent that you can have timetables be incorrect, timetables just not really make sense along the way. And with that, timetables can always change, and I personally think the further out a time frame is, the more likely that time frame is, these lads hit the dip set, the more likely that time frame is to shift and be incorrect along the way. So, you know, a year and a half out until beta, that's a lot of room for issues. If I tell you I'm 6 hours from your house and I'm driving, a lot could go wrong on that 6 hour drive. So, it's one of those where take it with a grain of salt. ArenaNet has a good reputation, but also they haven't shipped a game in years. So they, I mean, Guild Wars Reforged, but I don't necessarily consider that like a brand new ship. Regardless, they haven't like start to finish brand new game from scratch in quite some time. So there could always be complications along the way. Modern day game dev is modern day game dev. But a lot of signs point towards like May of 2028 for their targeted latest. There was a loan that was given to ArenaNet from NCSoft, and basically, that's who answer. What you be yelling about? Huh? I have an idea for subathon. We'll write it on the board. What the hell? Hot Cheeto tier list. Oh god, I'd get cancer. Oh gosh. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's horrendous. You just want to put that on the list, so that way we have a bunch of bags of hot Cheetos that I only eat one of. That's like me saying, Carla, I'd really like it if you rated all of the sativa strains from the dispensary. That would be so sick, by the way. That would be awesome. You should get a little bit of every single one of them to rate. I have a feeling I'm being conned here. I know your wicked ways. I know your wicked ways. Write it on the board. Write it on the board. Anyways, goodness gracious. Before the demons took over. Got freaky in here. The loan from NCSoft to ArenaNet, we don't really know, like, what's up with it. All we know is that ArenaNet has some money from NCSoft, and I believe that loan is set to be settled by May of 2028, as far as we have for information. So that in itself could be like a soft indicator that that's at least their goal in terms of time frame. We don't really know in actuality what their goal is going to be with it, what their time frame's looking like, anything in between. So that's something to keep in mind. But again, development woes can happen, bad things can happen along the way, things can fuck up along the way. It is entirely possible that it does all go kaput at a pretty, you know, pretty solid clip. Oh, this is not good. I'm just following people into like certain death and trying to support them, and we're getting a couple of kills along the way, and then just 100 people gangbuster our shit. And this might be the best way to play. I won't lie, you just run into fights and then hope for the best. Cheetos dipped in beer, 2 things Dusty hates. Oh god. Skewered on olives. Of olives. Stevie, you're Satan. You're Satan. I would rather be locked in a room with 100 Fent-covered hornets than have to eat a jar of olives. Like, I unironically might throw up if I eat an olive, dude. They are so fucking disgusting. Like, I don't know, because of the putridness of an olive, if I could even get myself to swallow it, bro. It's so gross. And I don't even hate foods like that. I'm not even a picky eater, bro. It's literally olives. I can't fucking do olives. I don't get it. There are not many things that I won't eat, bro. Like, I eat the fucking sushi, I eat the mushrooms, I eat ass, I eat pretty much everything. But like, olives just are not the play, man. They're never the fucking play. I have never seen anybody under the age of 62 specifically ask for olives at any point in time. And I'm convinced that olives just teleport into people's fucking fridges and they never even buy them, because why would you spend money on that shit? What the fuck even is an olive? Where the fuck does it come from? And what do they put in the middle of it? What was the middle originally? Is it fucking like a seed and then they just stuff it with some orange bullshit? Like, what's in the middle? Is it a veggie? Is it a fucking cheese? Like, what? Italians are screaming right now. Brother, I swear to God, I will go microwave a bowl of pasta right now. Literally right the fuck now. I will do that shit on stream. I will bring shame to all of them. Fruit trees, they take out the pit. And then what do they put them in? For like a brine. Bro, they're just bad. Even olive oils. Like, not like olive oil is disgusting to the point where if it's cooked with olive oil, I'm gonna be like, ewy. But like, we went to this Greek place, right? And they deadass had like olive oil with like actual olives and stuff in it that they put out with the bread. And I'm used to a more neutral oil with bread and shit like that. And I saw that it had olives in it, but I was like, okay, well, surely it can't be like that olivey, right? Surely it can't be that olive infused. Brother, it was absurdly olivey. One of the most olivey flavored things I have ever fucking had. It was vile, putrid. It was like, oops, all olive. It wasn't even olive oil because there was no feel of anything else. It was just olive everywhere. Yo, Reggie, what up, my goat? Thank you for the raid, brother. I appreciate you. Welcome in, dude. Raiders, what up, guys? Hope you're having a beautiful day. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day, usually starting around 2 p.m. EST. I'm typically a little late. I'm bad at time. But I've streamed over 1,100 days in a row. I am here literally every single day. I go nowhere. I do nothing. We're talking about my current hatred for olives. I cannot stand olives, and I'm pretty sure every single person that enjoys olives is a secret government operative sent in to try to put olives in my cuisine. Because they're fucking horrendous. They're horrendous. So sad. Oh, tell me you don't like olives. Tell me you're not in here spreading that shit. I swear to God. I swear. I'm typically a pretty agreeable person, but bro, olives is all olives. Like, so I was just talking about it, right? If something is cooked in olive oil, like I have olive oil at home, olive oil's fine. But I went to this Greek place, right? And this Greek place starts you out with some bread type shit, right? Thanks, sister. Everybody's a brother. Everybody's a brother here. It's all just general use case. I do appreciate the love regardless, though. Yes, 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 yes. And welcome to everybody. But yeah, we went to this Greek place, right? And they start you out with some wonderful bread. And I'm like, okay, we're gonna get like, you know, kind of an olivey type oil with this. It won't be that bad, right? I expected something relatively neutral. A nice soft bread with a little bit of crust on it. And we got the bread side, right? That was flawless. Only thing is, that was the most olivey olive oil that I have ever fucking had. It was so overwhelmingly, it tasted more like olives than actual olives did. I don't know how they turned the olive flavor up, but it was awful. Awful. My girlfriend loved it. She chowed that shit, thank God. I hated it. I could not get the olivey, like, taste out of my mouth. And I think that's part of it, right? Even with my coffees, I'm kind of particular with my coffee. I like a low acidity coffee, something that goes, like, out of the mouthfeel pretty quickly. And I hate when shit lingers. And olives, I feel like, just linger, man. They're terrible. They literally just don't pay rent. We're looking for those who don't know because there are no girls on the internet. Exactly. Exactly. Every girl on the internet is a 45-year-old man with a beer belly and a misdemeanor until proven otherwise. That is, I think, the fundamental thing that we all must keep in mind, and we must consider every single person on the internet to be in that slot. Every time you interact with somebody on the internet and they say they're going for a bike ride, you must immediately ask, is this for exercise or DUI? Every bike ride serves one of two purposes. It's because you need to go somewhere and you legally can't drive a motor vehicle, or you don't need to go somewhere and you're trying to get a little in shape. Everything must be these simple questions. So I'd be a flesh streamer? Still 45-year-old man. AI is crazy these days. Will Smith eating a bowl of spaghetti? You might be Will Smith. We never fucking know these days. AI is getting actually I might be AI and not even know it. I might just be sentient until someone decides to switch me off. How do we know Hoofsty's not just like funding this whole operation type shit? Been here every day for 1,100 days. Clearly, I don't fucking do anything else. 50 plus beard man? Yes. Yes. Every eye lady is 50 plus year old beard man, lumberjack looking ass. And that is the only thing that I will possibly accept. Possibly accept. It just... Eye lady? Eye ladies. Yes, yes. It's like... It's the classy evolution of the e-girl. The eye ladies come about in a professional manner. Eye lady... I swear to God. Carly, you know... You know I was considering the whole hot Cheeto thing for the subathon until you started yapping. But now, no, I'm not getting you 17 bags of hot Cheetos. Still consider it. No, I'm being played for exorbitant amounts of hot Cheetos. You literally recommended it just so I would buy hot Cheetos. Idea for subathon. Cigarette tier list! Like a man! Dusty, I see 11 cans of ravioli. And one of the ravioli cans is filled with olives instead of traditional ravioli stuffing. And then I die. I might unironically spontaneously combust if I have olives. Dude, I don't like olives. It's like my yearly mod salary. Wait, who the fuck's paying you? The fuck do you mean someone's giving you a yearly mod salary? It's not supposed to be how this goes. Nar. There's so many of them, and there are 2 of us, brave soldiers, just trying to farm before I go play Palworld today. I just want to exist with like 6 brave soldiers to push these brave soldiers back, and there are no brave soldiers. We want to submit the 11 cans of ravioli. So are we talking like 11 cans of ravioli poured out into a larger bowl and then consumed out of the larger bowl, or are we just talking like straight crack 11 cans of ravioli? Because like I could definitely do the hermit special. I would just need to space that out, like hobo style at the can. What if every X amount of subs I have to consume 1 can of ravioli? Possibly cooked over an oil can fire? I could bring the gas can in. Or not the gas can, the trash can. And then put some gas on it. I could make it a gas can. I could put gas on the trash can and then I could burn that in the stream room. And then I could warm the ravioli over that. Potentially. And then like sub goal to throw more stuff on the fire. Could potentially be lit. Every 10 subs I eat a can of ravioli. Every 100 subs I throw a couch on the fire inside and see how it spreads. Spreading all fate is the future cold guild and guilders too, I'm hearing. Oh no, this guild unfortunately is tolerant of olive enjoyers as well. I try to open the guild up to everybody. I don't hold it against people like that. I understand some people make shitty life choices. I stream New World and Ashes of Creation for the equivalent of like 11,000 hours. So that, you know, we all make bad choices. At the end of the day, if some people choose to eat olives, maybe they just haven't been exposed to like actual human food. So they're eating quite literal trash. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? The fumes give it the flavor. I could burn a tire. And then I could take the raviolis out. And then I could set them on the tire. Like the edge of the tire. So that way the raviolis got nice and crispy on us. Yes, we're cooking. We're cooking. Also, no, I'm not eating raviolis during the subathon. Bro, part of the subathon emphasis, right? I think is me actually being here, you know, for and during the subathon type shit. And I feel as though if I eat 11 cans of ravioli, then I'm probably not going to be here for the subathon because I will probably be dying in the bathroom. Like, I will probably be unironically losing every bit of bowel that I once possessed. And everything will be absolutely terrible. Can we secure even one of these kills? I can't, but hopefully Gandalf over here can. I'll just provide Gandalf with all the love. Also, good day, Endo. What up, brother? Which one of us is this? Endo Word. Oh, that makes sense. What up, big dog? What is what time said Jeopardy? Well, no, it's not even that. It's like, you don't get DustyWhy time anyways. But I just don't want to be spending like half of the subathon like in the bathroom dying. And I feel like too much ravioli probably is like the #1 way to end up spending all of my time in the bathroom dying. But I mean, we can work on it. We can work on it. Not everything's gonna be perfect the first iteration. So we'll have to figure it out. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm pretty confident that we got that shit. Sir, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Like you like that music? I like most music. Honestly, I don't really like. Whoops. I ran into something I shouldn't have. I was not paying attention, and I believe I ran into a double reaper there, which is slightly less than ideal. Slightly less than ideal. Brother, there's got to be a banner out here. Oh, it's like 3 reapers. Oh, really? You don't say. No! No! Nobody thought to stick the res. You hate to see that. Whoever's in that golem hates my shit. I'm gonna put it out there. They let their whole team die to try to trade my life for it. Well, we had like 5 people pillaging them. I don't understand world versus worlders sometimes. But I feel like I can't try to. I feel like I can't try. Dude, I want to play Palworld. Palworld is so much more fun than Guild Wars 2. Ah! I miss Ashes. Anyways, is solution webcam in the bathroom? No, no doctor disrespect. Not gonna get behind that one. I cannot lie. I cannot lie. That one seems like a pretty terrible set of circumstances, if I do say so myself. I feel like we learned from the whole streamers bring camera into bathroom attempt of long ago. I think that was the start of a downward spiral and possibly an indicator that a lot of people did not pay enough attention to. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But probably should not follow in those footsteps. No bath podcasts. No tubby time. No anything like that. Only Palworld. I don't even know what I'm gonna play for the subathon, which is the weirdest part of it. I have no idea what I would even end up playing, even to start it off. I mean, I have a feeling that at a certain point we may end up putting time into something, but I also feel like, don't worry, I got you, dog. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We live together, we die together, and everything's fine. But I have like a sneaking suspicion of what I may end up playing at some point. But we're also trying to time out many things along the way. Between like, you know, how long we want the subathon to last, what incentivizations we want to get up, what pacing we want the incentivizations to be at. Oh my god, that wall's devious. Holy shit. If we walk forward at all, I think like 4 of them die off of that wall. Which is kind of sick. That wall just absolutely pillaged their shit. And I am thankful for me on this fine day. Because that was the best thing we've done in any of these fights so far. I'm talking like our entire team. It's been a pretty discouraging fight. Glop, what up, brother? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, dude. What you getting up to today? I am fighting with a few brave soldiers, and by God, I mean a few. We do not have many brave soldiers, and for whatever reason, I am frontlining the charge for these brave soldiers. Everything is bad. Building an inventory app. Like in Guild Wars? Or like work-related stuff? Because a Guild Wars inventory app would go absolutely fucking crazy. For work? Oh, that's lame. Work inventory, way less fun than inventory management in-game. But also Do you feel like, I don't know if you directly do the inventory stuff or if you just do like the code work for the inventory apps and whatnot, but do you feel like playing video games has allowed you to manage inventory better? Because when I was working at Starbucks and was handling a lot of inventory management there, it was quite literally, I thought of it like my in-game inventories type shit. It was a very interesting parallel to how some people thought about it, and some people would get extremely overwhelmed when doing inventory, and I just immediately thought of it as like checking my bank in an MMO, and then it was fun as fuck. I actually used to love doing inventory. I never fucked that shit up, and I would always like double check with my shift supervisors and ask them if they needed anything done, and it would always be inventory, so I'd just fuck off in the back for like 2 hours counting shit unless they needed me. I enjoyed every bit of solace that I could get during that job, because there were not many. There were not many at all. Excuse you, sirs. I'd like y'all to fuck off. Sometimes build the system sort of seems to use, but I'm trying to super-proof entering the correct information. I think you and Hoofsy kind of do like similar stuff. Are you Hoofsy? Glop is Hoofsy. Understood. 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 So, that was Glop. Glopsy. I've never seen Glop and Hoofs in the same place. Actually, I have like 100 times. I have literally, like, I've seen you both in-game at the same time on different characters. But yeah, no, I think you guys do something relatively similar. Because I know he's also in, like, inventory whatnot or something or other somewhere along the lines. I try to keep up with people, but there's too much to keep up with. I understand why parents hate their children. There's just so much information going out all the time that everybody wants, that everybody wants you to understand. And I can't keep up. I got video games to worry about. I got too much on my end. We also got baited into splitting up there, and like half of us walked forward and half didn't. It's kind of a tragedy. At least we're getting kills now. So, are you trying to stupid proof like unimportant things where it's like, let me make sure something doesn't ship to the wrong place? Or are you trying to stupid proof things that will blow up if it's done incorrectly? Are you at liberty to discuss that? It's always, oh, hello, sirs. Providing web development when our current inventory displayed on the website. So you basically are trying to make it so people on their end can input inventory, and then as soon as they refresh the inventory, the site pulls the inventory from whatever they're inputting it from and then just displays picture and inventory count type shit. Like a mobile app that goes directly to the website. So what do you have to do for that? Is it like API pulls? So you basically have the website grab the API that the app puts out after people refresh it and then try to have a refresh rate that would like sync up enough with things. So then everybody can just go in, do inventory on their phone or on whatever like tablet. API pulls from the database. Huh. I always say I'm really stupid, but you guys have taught me a lot. You guys have taught me a lot. I wouldn't know how to set it up, but it all makes sense. Like, very simply makes sense. We kind of had the same thing, but it was on more on the local side. When I was at Starbucks, we had, you know, special handheld, basically a fucking iPad with bonus steps. But we had like handhelds, and we would enter all of our inventory locally there, and then it would update in a database on corporate side. And then when we would do our inventory ordering and management for the week, basically the database on the corporate side gave us a par, which is just like how many we would order. So say it's like, you know, Frappuccino base. If we needed like, you know, if we went through a certain amount, then if our inventory was correct, say we like to keep 6 on hand, and we sold in our, you know, in our store X amount of Frappuccinos, it would account for roughly that much Frappuccino base, and then it would be like, okay, you need this much, that's this many cases, and then it would populate with the recommended amount to order for every store, and then we could go in and edit the order. So say it was like a holiday weekend or something, right? And we knew there was something in town, and it was going to be very kid heavy. We would order up a shitload of Frappuccino base, which, by the way, you should not have a Frappuccino for your kid. There is cream base as well, but a lot of people get the caffeinated Frappuccinos for their kids, so that was a little bit weird. But yeah, so we basically have the API pull on our end. It would send out to the corporate side. Corporate would also have our store sales data, and then it would populate with like a recommended total to order. And then we'd go in, look at inventory, and we'd be like, oh, we normally have 6. It's going to be a busy weekend. Instead of ordering 4, let's order 6 and get up to 8 total, and then we fix that. So, when problems with sell rooms in the database that doesn't allow us to enter the correct information. Switch to the room size, bolt pattern, color, and model in the name variable. Company enters the information the same. Just have the middle link flex that. So the inventory is correct in the database. We can send it on the website. So from an itemized standpoint, the only thing that could go wrong would be people potentially like entering the wrong type of rim. But you could sort it in the database as well, instead of just having it be scroll, 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 scroll. You could do it like a restaurant POS terminal where, you know, if you're doing it on a touchscreen, I don't know how you're like doing the database or whatever, but you could have different brand terminals. So like on restaurant POSs at Applebee's, you'd have like burgers, pastas, steak / chicken, appetizers. And then you could have like your different rim brands, and then they go into each rim brand, and it's like rim brand, bolt pattern, and then you scroll through those and then see which rim brand and bolt pattern it is, and then match it up there, and then add up the inventory so people have the visual reference there as well. I don't know how you plan to do that, but would be nice if I was an idiot, because then even if I'm not like rim expert, I could still see what I'm looking at, and I would have like a visual comp there. Only shitty thing is on your side, you would have to establish like pictures of every single rim and bolt pattern and shit like that. But could be cool. As long as that matches up, everybody could just go through and source shit. And I feel like if I had to look through a bunch of stuff and then just verify off of like non-visuals, I'd probably be cooked. But yeah, that seems very helpful if people have been doing it like pen and paper in the past, or just kind of writing the info up. The series of drop downs and forms, the team fills up. If I found a correctly format and store the information. How do you have the drop down structured? Because I do think like tiers, in a sense, kind of like started out, you know, brand, nut pattern, bolt pattern, whatever, color, shit like that. Go through your defining characteristics a bit more. Does the drop down just generate like? Oh, so it's a form and then they hit the drop down off of that. Interesting. 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 Yeah, I mean, as long as people know their shit or they have visuals, either way, I'd just be worried without visuals, but I'm also thinking as somebody that wouldn't know a singular identifying characteristic of it, I feel like visuals would help somebody that's a complete fucking idiot. But I also just like visuals because I don't read too well. It's a pretty pay to win side of things on my end. No, that's cool though. It sounds like it would be fun to cook up. I'm too stupid for the actual implementation of that. But that's why I always say I would really enjoy like consultation for dev companies, like game dev in particular, where they're like, hey, we're thinking about cooking up this system with our current game. Can you play the game and let us know what you think about the system? And then just providing feedback on that within the rails and within the structure that somebody else established, like problem solving for the problem that they're presenting through game systems. They're really fun. Good World Wars World Link this week. Been fun skirmishing with the Red Roamers. Yeah, I will say, like, this hasn't been the most terrible, especially in terms of like the daytime WoW. I think my one quarrel so far is that we just don't have a lot of tags on the green side, and a lot of the ones that we do have tend to run private. But Still not the worst. It's still not the worst. But yeah, we don't have a lot of tags, and a lot of the tags that we do get are, I think, not the greatest. Like, this guy's just kind of running around with a tag on. And then, I think, like, yelling at people. I don't know, I think he's just like... He told people they don't dodge a second ago, so I don't really know what his whole, like, MO is. And I don't know if his goal is victory. Or just, I don't know, being a dick. But most of our tags have been kind of cooked this week. I don't think I've seen any more than like 2 or 3 actual tags along the way. And by actual tags, I mean like, you know, any open tags with good groups that actually play relatively together. It's been interesting, but definitely hasn't been the worst. There have been splits where we came in, and especially during the daytime, man, because of, you know, Guild Wars 2 being very bad game. Nothing wrong with that, but definitely extremely bad game. But there have been times where during the daytime, like the start of a stream, there's literally nothing happening in World vs. World at all. To the point where it is just, you know, you go in and it's a fucking ghost town, dog. Actual ghost town. So, I am glad that we're seeing some skirmishes at least. That shit's nice along the way. I am happy about that. I just wish we had a little bit more organization every now and then.
I'll be all right.
Like, the skirmishes are fun. But I do also just like having some brain dead main ball versus main ball that I run around with. And then we just start cooking off of that. That is something that does interest me every now and then. Because I can just yap and play that, bro. I don't even really have to pay attention to anything. Just to be good or run power split builds with high mobility. Okay, well, hear me out on this. I play a support luminary. I hit for about 200. I have a support build with relatively low mobility. My MO of this isn't exactly catch people out and then blast their face off. Now, in most games, yes, and also I do still need to experiment a little bit with my hammer loomy side of things. But yeah, I don't exactly think that I am the most intimidating thing for someone to come across in this build. Maybe once I get the hammer. I'm cooking so hard. Oh no. I'll be like naked and selling fucking toe picks by the end of the subathon. I don't even know what to expect here. Literally no clue what to expect, but I'm kind of scared. I feel like I should take away the markers. Just let a barcode scanner on the app too, so we can scan an item and pull up the information on the fly. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Palworld, IRL, or subathon? Probably both. She has a job interview tomorrow, and I wrote her a fucking banger letter of recommendation. Like, absolute fire. Because technically she, like, works for the stream and, you know, the company. So I'm technically, like, I think I'm quid pro quoing her, technically. Regardless, I wrote her a letter of recommendation that absolutely slapped and made it sound like she is the most credentialed executive for the largest content personality in the world. I didn't even inflate anything. I just talked about our travel and stuff and how she planned out all of our travel and we streamed out there. And how she's been working with the stream through large percentage growth. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. It's nice for skirmish, you just see different weapons. Yeah, different weapons, probably a little bit different of an armor set as well. I mean, maybe in terms of full support, there's some validity for this. I mean, I do think there's absolutely validity for support Lumi in terms of roaming and skirmishes. But this, I mean, this doesn't feel bad in terms of a weapon set for roaming either. It's just I have to be very cautious with my positioning, and I don't have the element of like, oh, well, everybody's teleporting out, so I teleport out. I could run something like, I don't know, I could run my little teleporty heal. So that way I can get over to people when they do back out. And I could just have that instant, you know, instant blip over to them to stay with them. Because I do think that when we're roaming is kind of like the largest. Oh, goodness gracious. I think that when we're roaming is one of the largest oh shits, really, is when we start to get split. Scenarios like that. Just need spear and sword shield. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Spear do be pretty solid for small Wolf stuff. I have heard that. I wanna fuck around with a spear a little bit at some point. I wanna spend some time messing around with a hammer Lumi as well. And then just absolutely bonkinating people every now and then. I do have a few things that are kind of on the horizon for builds. But I also, I don't know, it's I don't want to say like discouraging type shit. But it's always unfortunate to see, you know, few opportunities to learn new builds because the content has settled a little bit. Just in terms of like the last couple Wolf splits we've had. But you can roam anytime. But I would like to learn some new builds in group settings every now and then. Wait, Palworld? What is that? How do we get a lightning flyer in this bitch? Boop! Oh, what up? Hope you're having a beautiful day. We're gonna create our leveling group. We get all of the credentials out here. We just start gassing that up. Learn Necro. Hey. I think I'd rather learn Spellbreaker than Necro. I will say, I feel like, you know, as much as I usually say Warrior's one-dimensional in a lot of games, Warrior over here is actually very multi-dimensional. And I do think from a standpoint of like, if I were to level a Warrior, I could always go Spellbreaker for Wovwa, and then I could always have Paragon for SPVP if I did want to go on a full Warrior binge, and then just cook up with that. But I do also feel like Lumi and Guardian as a whole is really fucking strong right now. It just feels so mega useful. But I do think, oh, hello, Blue. Good to see you guys. I do think if I were to run a DPS right now, it'd probably be a strip instead of just something that's blasting exorbitant numbers, but those numbers are not doing anything. I like to feel like I'm having a high impact, and I think in World vs. World sometimes, because of the ability usage, because of the boon balls, the 100 or 0 without a lot of HP or bounce, it can almost feel like your individual contribution is devalued pretty heavily as a DPS in World vs. World. So I do feel like strips are kind of the solution there. You go in, you hit a big strip, everything around you dies as soon as you strip because the spike's right there. And then you feel like you've done something. That's what I like about support. We go into a fight, I see spikes come out from the enemy. I know that I can keep us up through the spikes without getting CC'd or anything. And all of a sudden, we're turning the spike, we're respiking, and then we're killing them, right? It's an immediate feeling of, oh, I've done something. And I think sometimes Guild Wars 2 with the combat system being so, you know, ground targety, boon ball-y, AoE-y, can be a little rough on that side of things in terms of the individual contribution, which is kind of what SPVP is for. But I don't know, it's peculiar. It's peculiar. I think there is absolutely massive value in just playing something that presses big numbers. But Spellbreaker do kind of go crazy. I'm cooking. I'm so scared. I'm unironically so scared. It's a 1vx potential goal too, played for like 30 hours, but if I ever get to the PvP. In World vs. World and stuff, I mean, you do have a little bit, especially if you're roaming. That's the thing about World vs. World, right? So World vs. World really simulates an open world in more ways than one. You can run into Zergs, you can try to play a little more spaced out and shit. And then if you're playing a little bit more spaced out along the way, then you can find opportunities to get picks and a little bit more 1vx stuff and outnumbered stuff. There is also a lot of potential on the Zerg side to outplay larger Zergs and just, you know, play better. But I feel like with World vs. World, a lot of it, especially once you get up into like higher, more concentrated numbers, the time to kill can be like snappy, like very fast, very fast. There are a lot of games where you kind of play in between 70 and 30% HP. This is not one of them. This game you play in between 90 and 100 or dead. That's basically it. You know, so a lot of the time, as you go up in scale and you're not just finding 1v1s, and I mean even a lot of the time in 1v1s, you can find that it's either, you know, HP bar isn't moving at all because of active mitigation, cooldowns, you know, dodge rolling, whatever it may be, or you get caught out once and then you immediately get cooked. And that, I think, is a big adjustment for people. Huge emphasis on buffs and debuffs, invuln windows. My first 2 weeks, I was playing a Willbender, which is more like teleporty assassin-y type beat. And in SPVP, the 5v5s, I kept blinking in on people. I should grab supply. I kept blinking in on people because it's like teleport and telestomp. And people would have invuln windows that I wasn't baiting out. So I would dump an entire weapon combo on an invuln window and then somebody would just turn on me and then kill me. So it does take a lot of getting used to. You will either fight people that feel like demigods or people that feel incredibly squishy. And a lot of the time there's not much in between. But I do still think there's some 1vx potential. A lot of it, I think, comes down to like SPVP versus world as well. I think the 5v5s just naturally prevent, you know, size from coming into it very heavily. But it could still be snappy, depending on the, you know, depending on the classes. Do like longer fights for some counterplay / reset potential. I mean, so that's the thing, right? Really high tier fights are very stally, and are extremely long. But a lot of that isn't because like, oh my god, look at our healer keeping us up at 20% HP, holy shit, wow. It's because you'll go into damage and you'll go into like spike against another large group. And if they have proper buffs up and they have a proper group comp, your damage isn't gonna fucking do anything. Literally not going to do a singular thing to the other group. You'll walk in, you'll spike, and you know, you'll have a strip, you'll have DPS come in, and then out of nowhere it's just like, oh, that tickled them and they're all full HP, what happened? And then they counter spike you and it's like, okay, fuck. And it's such an emphasis. And I literally, I cannot stress enough how much of an emphasis there is in this game over buffs and debuffs and playing those properly. It is more important than anything else, and it's the only reason why I'm playing a support, because buffing and debuffing actually feels like the singular most important thing in this game. So, I mean, there is reset potential, and you're still playing ability economy, and you're still getting that timing of, like, we go in, we collapse with cooldowns, we get out, we play our life. But it's not as much in a sense of, like, okay, we get them down to 40% off the spike, let's dog down this target, right? It's more go in, spike everything around you, get what kills you can, reset, see if you can secure any downs, right, into actual kills, don't get picked off. It's very, very cyclical. But I mean, there is still, again, a ton of fucking potential for outplays. Even in the larger scale side of things, I don't think it's something that's immediately cursed where you never get 1vx. And I also think certain classes do have a lot of reset and a lot of 1vx potential, but it's not similar to ESO and coordinated ball groups, their shields and hots rolling. So unless you times less burst debuff, you'll scratch but the small scale isn't like this at all. Yeah, exactly. I would say quite literally same issue over here. A typical group comp, just for perspective, over here for World vs. World, 5-person group ideally. You have one druid, which is like your primary healer and your primary cleanser, so anytime debuffs go on, your druid's going to be taking those off of you. Then you have a troubadour. Troubadour has a few, you know, a few general support things, stability, whatnot, but also brings in, as I think its most important trait, a 2.75 second group invuln. So you can just make 5 people invuln for the duration of that. It's actually fucking insane. So you have that. Well-timed troop gameplay can be absolutely sticky. And then from there, you typically have a firebrand or a luminary, guardian elite specialization that's specifically putting out stability as its primary, making sure that people don't get CC'd, anything like that. So that's 3 out of your 5 in your group, just straight up supports, trying to ensure that every buff that's available is constantly there. So then you bring in a strip, and you have one like true DPS, because your strip will do some DPS, but then you bring in, you know, your last spot, either a super pumper DPS or a CC or something like that. So there's so much support that comes out in this, and it's kind of the same thing, right? When you have the super large boon ball going, where you're sharing all these buffs, your healing is overflowing to people in the raid. It definitely promotes a lot of that, you know, strip, burst, kill, and then if you don't, it's get out, reset abilities, play pacing. And players can exist in World vs. World 1s. I have only heard tales of a true numbers cap. There is a queue for each individual map for each team. So it's team versus team versus team. I've heard numbers thrown around anywhere from 65 to 100. I lean more towards 100 versus 100 versus 100 side for each team. But I don't have like connections to devs or anything over here to like ask them direct questions and get verified information. I've only heard rumors. So, yo, Diddles, what up, dude? Thank you for the 5 months, brother. I appreciate you. The 5 months is huge. Much love, much love, much love. Thank you, dude. Hope you've been well. But yeah, I lean more towards 100 versus 100 versus 100 side. But a lot of people just run around, chill, do their own thing as well. So, looks like we see in gameplay. Wait, have you seen any news on it, Eddie? Hold on. I was gonna look into some Gamescom stuff today. We're gonna go through the website and see what was happening over there, because they do have stuff from their exhibitors, and we can go through this. German streamer said he got invited to play. Like, they literally have a playable version of the game. Wait. A German streamer said he got invited to play? The fuck do you mean? What, Heliante? Wait. Exhibitors. Oh no. Oh no, what happened? Oh fuck, chat. Not like this. Chat, not like this. No! We can't go back. We can't go back. It has no information. It just says AOC is an exhibitor. There's no information about it. It's not Ashes. Surely it's not Ashes. It would, first things first, hear me out. It would surely be under the Intrepid Studios side of things. Also, it doesn't look like ArenaNet's on this. That is AOC monitors. Well, what if it's AOC the politician? And she's gonna come out and do some like hot girl shit or something. I don't really know what goes on there. ArenaNet's not on this. But yeah, Fubo, that also makes sense. But what if it's Ashes of Creation? Although, is this just like people... Oh, this is just like people that are set up, right? And not necessarily just people that are presenting? Because it looks like... No, I mean, this looks like it would be people that have presentations as well. That's boots. You'd think they'd have a booth set up for Guild Wars 3 if they're inviting people to play it, no? Chat. Where is this? And how much are tickets? Eclipse Glow Games. From 10-cent games? Wait. What? The fuck is Eclipse Glow Games? What is that? Eclipse Glow Games. Eclipse Glow Games is an independent video game development studio based in Chengdu, China, backed by Tencent. The studio is currently developing its debut title, Tides of Annihilation, a high-fidelity fantasy action-adventure game powered by Unreal Engine 5. A single-player, third-person hack-and-slash RPG. Okay, that's tragic. So that'll be Tides of Annihilation. Gamescom is in Germany. Huh. Chat. Anybody know where we can get cheap flights? Germany. Embark. Embark is there. That's kind of large. So where... Games? If we go games, will this show? Oh. Oh, wait. Wait. What is this for? Wait, that says Flight Simulator 2024. This must be previously featured games, huh? This must be previous stuff. Some of these are very old. God fucking damn it, man. This is a goddamn shame. Where winds meet. Wonderful. Wonderful. This is a goddamn shame. So, I guess we gotta watch the Force video. Who's the German streamer that said they got invited to play an actual playtest for journalists and streamers? Like, only at Gamescom? Interesting. Where are the Guild Wars streamers? Where is that, though? Because I feel like a lot of Guild Wars streamers would see that as well, no? Or would be, like, invited to that? I can only assume. This is the footage of the streamer in his video with translation. Is Jano German? Kind of lit. Kind of lit. I want to see... Oh, I have hiccups. Is there anything about it on the Gamescom website? By now, the mini vertical or non-full experience is done for Guild Wars 3. Is around the time you'd have people giving feedback before final larger build out. Yeah, basically have a little like instance worth of gameplay, so to say. Just test out some of the baseline combat. It's not like you're going to be sending people on like a 1-hour demo, but you could literally just put people on a 15-minute instanced combat path. Miracle I didn't die here, by the way. You could put people on like a 15-minute instance combat playthrough where they fight a few mobs that are baseline mob assets with baseline movesets, and then a boss at the end of it. And it doesn't even have to be a dungeon build out. You can just send people on something. There's been reading articles around. The lead devils is that the game will release around the same time their loan matures, which is Q1 2028. It's May, I think, right? Of 2028 for the NCSoft one. So, another thing too, just to look into, right? One thing I've said about this is kind of take it with as many grains of salt as you'd like, but their typical time between games going to beta-ish and then 1.0, from what I saw, was like 3 to 5 months as well. Just in the past. Granted, it's been a little bit of time since that's happened. But basically 3 to 5 months is what it seemed like in terms of what I could deduce and sleuth up. So if their plan truly is end of 2027 for a beta, say they drop the beta in November of 2027, 3 to 5 months would give them, you know, before May for a launch date, potentially. So I mean, that's always possible. And I don't think that it's impossible by any means. I also think with ArenaNet eliminating a lot of the... I don't want to say eliminating a lot of the what-ifs, but minimizing a good amount of the what-ifs. I think that is a very strong thing for them to lean into. And the fact that they have managed their titles for so long, both of them, the fact that their development has been so continuous, right? I think that lends credence to them being able to hold the timeline, but I always give the disclaimer in terms of my thought process that, you know, game dev has treated us poorly as consumers. We get a pretty shitty end of some things sometimes, not as bad as the devs. But there have definitely been a lot of timelines that have been given out where it just ends up being completely bogus, and that timeline is so completely off along the way that it, I don't know, it can be kind of somewhat discouraging to trust timelines after a while. You get your hand burned so many times, and then all of a sudden you stop reaching into the fire. But I mean, I do give ArenaNet a lot of credibility in the their consistency so far. Their financial backing and their financial state is far better than a lot of developers. the experience that they have under their belt, the overall mentality that they solve for community pain points instead of trying to create zeitgeist games, there will be success with Guild Wars 3. I think Guild Wars 3 is absolutely destined to be a successful game. I don't know if it's destined to, like, you know, beat out WoW or anything like that, but I think Guild Wars 3 is going to be comfortably settling into, like, probably the number 2, number 3 spot in MMOs. There's a chance that it could do better, but I don't really see it being any worse than, like, 5th. When it, you know, when it comes out and solidifies itself, unless it absolutely flops. Guild Wars is just consistent. Oh, Guild Wars 3 is a little less horizontal. No, it will be, but I can hope. I don't mind the horizontal as long as horizontal feels like I'm unlocking new things for my character frequently. So one thing that I'm leaning into a lot is my hope that we do get, you know, a heavy lean into the Signet side with this. Have you heard my theory on this, Wood? Have I broken this down for you yet? Or no? Because this is supported with some evidence from previous interactions and articles that they put out. But I'm hoping that based on, you know, all of the information that they give us about these signets and how they're throughout the world and how we're going to be exploring all of the reaches to find them and how they're going to be bought, sold, pillaged, pilfered, stolen, trafficked through black markets, all that stuff, right? If it's horizontal prog, but my horizontal progression is finding and unlocking new signets, new abilities, you know, new power scaling off of that, right? I think that would actually be a cool form of horizontal prog. And with something, you know, this is a theory for classless progression, just to be upfront. And if that's wrong, then a lot of this goes out the window in terms of how it would feel. But if I can just make my character, and then my horizontal progression can be, even when I'm geared, and they do add some form of verticality, right? Even when I'm geared, I could still go to all reaches of the world. I could go to new towns, new regions, new areas, new boss fights, new dungeons, new raids, new this, new that, new achievements, new hidden chests, whatever it may be, to try to uncover recipes to craft these signets. And through the acquisition forms of these signets, you could still have horizontal progression, you know, by definition, where the signets aren't technically making you stronger every time you acquire a signet, but you absolutely have discoverability there. Look at the Guild Wars 1 signet stuff. Quite literally here. Yeah. Yep. Long ago. Long ago. Eddie, you know how deep I go in these theories. So they already tell us that these are going to be slightly different than Guild Wars 1 signets. Guild Wars 1 signets drop from bosses and their magical batteries. The thing about Guild Wars 1 signets that seems to be, you know, allowing them to drop from magical batteries is that by the time Guild Wars 1 has happened, timeline-wise, it's 1,000 years past Guild Wars 3. So this is like the start of signets when signets first existed, basically. So we're at the part where instead of the signets being in possession of like all the bosses and shit like that, there still could be, because we have some indicators that will be like pilfering and stealing them. But basically with these signets, in one of the articles that they dropped, years before the gift of magic would have been given to the mortal species of Tyria, us, the Veil Wardens, us, sanctioned by the human gods in support of their charge, are renowned in this period for their artificing and mastery of signets, small gems containing fixed expressions of magic. And then we cited the Guild Wars 1 wiki because we weren't quite sure at the time, just a little information about the signets themselves, in terms of like the batteries that contained, you know, a limited charge and were dropped from bosses and shit like that, which really cool, interesting note. But also, the thought of a temporary usage signet is terrible when they're talking about respecting players' time and investment so heavily over here, and how a huge pain point of MMOs has historically been that players have to get their character ready so much before they can actually have fun. So I'm trying to think with everything like, how can we stop players from feeling like they have to prep their character before they can play? Classless prog like New World, where you hit the ground running and you can equip any weapon, you can get anything going there, no guides. Much love, thank you for the follow, dude, welcome in. Classless prog, John G, word up, brother. Bless up. God did. Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. Classless prog, where you can start from day one, minute one, make your character what you want it to be, but if you want to change your character, you don't have to make a new character, and you can go into new metas. If your class gets nerfed, or your weapon gets nerfed, or your signet gets nerfed, then you can still take that main character, you can explore on that main character. If you're trying to join a dungeon group, and that dungeon group needs a certain class or a certain role, you can be that class or that role without going on to an alt type shit. John! Much love, brother. Much love. Blessings on blessings today, my goodness gracious. So, this is all a theory, right? None of this is validated. None of this is necessarily true. This is just a theory from a very passionate MMO enjoyer. But when I talk to a lot of my casuals in my community, especially when we're playing new games, what is the bar for a lot of people? Well, I can't have fun until I play the, until I play the game enough to get to endgame. Everybody's going to get to endgame before me, and then I'm going to get left behind. But what if you don't really get left behind because you can just do everything on one character? And even on our high level characters, we're going back to explore parts of the world that you on your low level character also haven't explored. And we can explore together because we have to go back and we have to get signets. We have to do runs. We have to do this. We have to do that. And then we catch you up through a natural catch up mechanic. So a lot of potential in that, right? With that being said, they basically give us, I think, a couple of context clues within the lore articles that they've given us so far. Again, these are context clues, so they are not necessarily right. They're inferences, but effectively, they tell us along the way. A group devoted to the Veil Spirits, those who had become the Order's founding members, met with the human gods hoping to stave off further ruin. They found unexpected allies in the goddesses Melandra and Dwayna, who, moved by the Veil's suffering, offered to sanction the creation of an order that could assure the Veil's protection and perpetuity. To prove their commitment to this cause, Melandra and Dwayna gifted the fledgling guild, us, the Veil Wardens, with the capacity to create and refine signets. Create and refine is a big thing to note here, empowering the order with the strength to fulfill its purpose. Now, if we were only creating the signets, that would lead me to believe that this was just crafting. However, we are creating a the first line was so good. However, we are creating and refining the signets. So with creating and refining the signets, that makes me think that we're going to create these signets through recipes, through different forms, and then also improve and customize these signets. So part of what I've talked about is like fireball signet, right? We farm up a fireball signet. Basic fireball. And then it hits you and you take fire damage and a slight burn or no burn. Through refining the signet, you have your fireball become a fire blast that you throw it at somebody and it blows up in an AoE and sacrifices the damage over time to do all of your damage up front in an AoE. You have it be a fireball that's more based in damage over time. You have it be a fireball that instead of blasting outward, orbits you like an armor, like a little shell. And anytime somebody comes within range of you, then that fireball will detonate and it has a certain amount of charges. So then you can use that as like a battle mage build where you go into melee range and that fireball and then detonates every time it hits somebody while it's spinning, and you can do some AoE damage off of that. Refining the signets could open up a whole nother route of A, balance issues, but also B, customization within builds that would be absolutely fucking stinky. And that keyword of refined signets, that was specifically put in here. If they didn't want that, they would have just said, gifted us with the capacity to create signets. We make a fireball signet, it's a fireball signet. You make a lightning bolt signet, it's a lightning bolt signet, right? We can create and refine signets. So, on top of that, those years drew settlers and fortune seekers from all corners of Tyria, lured by the immense opportunity gathering in ore. So saturated with magic was the land that it crystallized in the soil, condensed in flora, and created all manner of exploitable and valuable resources to be extracted. As more guilds were given access to their manufacture, signets proliferated as the decades passed, and magic became a coveted commodity. Signets were bought and sold. This is an indicator of player to player or player to NPC, NPC to player, buying and selling of baseline signets. Pilfered and stolen. So this is an indicator that we could have combat over signets as well, because keep in mind, more guilds, more opposing guilds that want to take the magic from Tyria, and we want to protect Tyria from that. We fight the other guilds, guild wars. So these guilds get signets, we pilfer and steal the signets the same way that they do. Therefore, we fight the other guilds and have interactions with the other humanoid guilds to try to take control of these signets and get the most. And traffic through black markets reaching across all of Tyria. If you're a traveler from out of town, I'm not going to let you into my black market without knowing where you're from. Why not lock it behind a reputation grind where you have to go to that area and then you have to do a certain amount in that area and then you can access the black market. Now, this I think is a potential because this could also be antithetical to opening the door for casual players. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were no reputation grinds, but I do think it could be a cool grind mechanic that would actually give repeatability anytime you go to a new area and not just have it be like, oh, I go to the area, I dip my toes, I go. So now we know we're going to be able to create and refine signets. We're going to acquire signets through multiple means. Now, what are we going to do with the signets? You and those like you are all that stand between the fading majesty of the Veil and the forces eager to strip it for parts, exploring a world that is only just beginning to understand the revolutionary power it represents. You'll wield an arsenal of magical signets and deepen your relationships with spirits like your Seeker, more on them later, to see your charge fulfilled. Now, again, I think the key words here: wield an arsenal of magical signets. You'll wield an arsenal of magical signets. An arsenal. Now, Merriam-Webster cites an arsenal as a place where weapons and military equipment are made, fixed, or kept, but also a full group or supply of weapons, or a large supply of anything used to win or do a job. Now, me personally, I think it's more likely to be a full group or a supply of weapons. So, you will wield an arsenal of weapons, right? In the form of these magical signets. What will you do with them? Whoops. You'll try to carry out your goal of protecting Tyria. So, in some way, shape, or form, we will find signets, improve and customize signets, put the signets on, and our signets will be our power scaling on our character. Now, I've had a lot of people say, Dusty, classless scaling doesn't make any sense. It's stupid as fuck. That's not going to be a thing. My checkmate atheist is very simply put, ready? Years before the gift of magic would be given to the mortal species of Tyria. Okay? We are the mortal species of Tyria. You know what that means, mage players? That's what that means, mage players. That means you guys go fuck yourself. Unless you want classless progression in this bitch because you don't know magic, you stupid little fucking human bitch. You don't know magic, you dumb little piece of shit. So, when we look at this, they tell us we don't know magic. How are you gonna be a mage? You're not. You're gonna go fireball and nothing's gonna come out because we don't know magic according to the lore of Guild Wars 3. We're gonna spawn in as a normal ass human. We're gonna pick up a weapon and shing shing or slash slash or whatever it may be. And then eventually we're gonna get signets that unlock our magic. The gods give us magic. No, they don't. The gods do not give us magic. We do not possess magic. The only magic that we have is the mastery of signets, which are small gems containing fixed expressions of magic that we wield. The gods don't give us magic. We are magicless humans that have no magic. And they explain that to us multiple times. You'll wield an arsenal of magical signets, right? Signets are small gems containing fixed expressions of power. Per this, we don't have magic, and they also explain that in the Guild Wars 3 articles that we are just humans. And they specifically say, as a big part of it, I'll pull this up as well. They specifically tell us within their lore article about the Veil Wardens, down at the bottom. Yeah. Where is it? Oh no, it's the other one that says you're not remarkable or whatever. The other article literally tells us that we're basically dog shit. I think it might be this one. Stepping into the setting. Our commitment to Tyria. Or but before. Fuck, where's the one where they tell us we're dog shit? They literally tell us at one of them, at the bottom of one of them. Raising the banner. Magic spreads. Oh wait, here, right here. Literally this one. As a Veil Warden. Oh no, that's okay. I just love dropping the bombs. As a Veil Warden, you're not a chosen one, anointed by destiny to save the world. You're last of an order that the world has written off, defending and preserving spirits that few still believe are worth it. So basically, this is where they tell us about wielding the arsenal of magical signets. So we're just humans. Like, they told us in this, right? Specifically word for word, in this mythic era, the Elder Dragon slumbers at its deepest point in their long cycle. Their endless hunger for the magic flowing through Tyrius Island. And still, a season of radiance is blah, 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 blah. So, in Guild Wars 3, players take up the banner of the Veil Wardens, the protectors of this panoply of majestic spirits and the magical wilds of Ore they inhabit. years before the gift of magic would be given to the mortal species of Tyria. So they specify here that we don't have magic. We're the mortal species of Tyria. Like, that's us. We don't have that shit. They haven't given it to us yet. So we can't do that shit. The Veil Wardens, sanctioned by the human gods in support of their charge, are renowned for their artificing and mastery of signets, small gems containing fixed expressions of magic. Equipped with this power, and sharpened by their close bonds with the spirits of the Veil, the Order finds itself teetering over the brink of ruin at Guild Wars 3 start, struggling to keep a foothold in a world that's rapidly and irrevocably changing. So they literally specify to us, we don't have magic. Years before, we literally only have these small gems containing fixed expressions of magic, which a fixed expression of magic equals a spell, is very simply how they could put that. A fixed expression of magic would be to say, this signet is a fireball signet. This signet is an ice bolt signet. That shit is huge, huge. I think that's personally the strongest evidence that we could be classless progression. The fact that they literally tell us, you don't have magic. And I'm shocked that more people aren't freaking out about it, because the context clue is right there. How are we going to make lightning come out of our fingertips if we don't know how to do that? Well, you're going to start out without lightning coming out of your fingertips, and you're going to start out really boring. Maybe you do a quest and they're like, here's your signet of fireball, or you can choose your first signet like you choose a starting Pokemon. But we're about to be boring as fuck. We're not remarkable, which is actually why I'm really excited. I get a lot of New Worldy vibes from this. A lot of New Worldy vibes. And I'm real intrigued by that, because we literally, again, we don't have magic. We literally cannot use magic. We are not magical beings. We are humans. Like, you want to see your Guild Wars 3 character? This is your Guild Wars 3 character. A mildly out of shape 30-year-old man with a hand axe. Maybe your axe looks less cool than this one if you didn't pay for it. But like, this is your Guild Wars 3 character right here, according to the lore. This is the guy she tells you not to worry about. Hello, Mr. Meta. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I just want to say, almost there, you know what I mean? Whatever happens. Not today, though. Good vibes? Not today, though. What the fuck do you mean, not today? The hell, I don't get something good today? You might not be, sir, but a wizard. You're not gonna be a wizard on launch, though. You don't have music. You don't have music. You don't have magic on launch. You can't be a wizard. You're not a wizard, Harry. You can be Harry, but you're not gonna be a wizard. You can't. There's no magic. You have to get the signets. You gotta get the little rocks, bro. We're basically all astrology girlies in Guild Wars 3. That's it. Guild Wars 3's entire concept is that we don't have magic, and that we are just getting magic from astrology crystals that the gods told us have magic in them. We all know one. We all know one. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring my coffee out, switch to water for the night. I'll be right back. Hello and good day. So, we've established that I am an out-of-control nut job with a ton of conspiracies about this game. A lot of conspiracies about this game. I'd say borderline too many conspiracies about this game. But if there is information to discern, you just discover that this no, I just pulled this up because it's been a part of this for a while. No, I've had my Guild Wars 3 vision board since these articles came out. I cover everything the day it comes out, but sometimes I just like to reference more context than what's, you know, exclusively in the vision board over here. But basically, this was the entire theory for classless progression, and the big point of highlighting this specifically is because this sentence alone, I think, almost solidifies classless progression, because you physically cannot be a mage. Your character can't be a mage. You just can't. You're not a mage. You don't have magic. We don't have magic. There can't be mages. Like, this sentence literally just solidifies that it's classless progression for me. I don't see a world where we have 0 magic available, and we have mages and druids and mesmers and warlocks and whatever the fuck else may come about within a game's caster structure. We're gonna be classless, and then we're going to get signets from many forms of content, which we covered here as well. And then from there, we're gonna take those signets. We're probably gonna get gear from multiple forms as well. It's an MMO after all. And then we'll combine signets and gear for total character scaling. No magic, no heals. Signets. You'll get healing signets. So basically, you have skills and magic are different things. No, casting a fireball out of your hand is literal magic. Like, we don't possess magic in the lore. So they iterate years before the gift of magic would be given to the mortal species of Tyria, which is lore-wise what allows elementalists to be elemental, which is what allows necros to be necro. Like, we have magic now. But in the Guild Wars 3 timeline, we don't have magic. The Veil Wardens, sanctioned by the human gods in support of their charge, are renowned in this period for their artificing and mastery of signets, small gems containing fixed expressions of magic. Fixed expressions of magic is the ability for you to use that form of magic. So, signet of, we'll just make up a fucking healing word, the touch of light. Signet of touch of light. Really long signet name. But, heal your target, 1.5 second cast, heal for X amount to X amount, power scaling, whatever it may be. And then, later on, they talk about the refining of these signets. Again, here, to prove their commitment to this cause, Melandru and Dwayne gifted the fledgling guild the capacity to create and refine signets. So this, to me, makes me think that the refining of signets is also going to be another core element and where a lot of the depth and, you know, verticality perceived comes from. Because then you'll be able to take your signet, which is your fixed expression of magic, and then refine that signet to improve that signet or change that signet in some way, shape, or form. One thing that I've used is like the fireball side of things. Signet of fireball, regular fireball, throw a fireball at the target, hit them and burn them for a little bit of damage. Fire blast, throw a fireball at your target that explodes on impact, dealing damage to that target and targets around it. And then from there, you have the third option, which would be like a battle mage thing. Sorry, I was reading that message as it went. I was trying to process both, and my brain shut down for a second, because that was actually a good comp. Guild Wars 3 will have magic, but we don't have the magic. Guild Wars 3 has magic in the form of signets. That's what this entire thing is. Like, Guild Wars 3 will have magic, yes. But we're going to only have magic in the form of these signets. We don't possess it innately like we do in Guild Wars 1 and 2. In Guild Wars 1 and 2 in the timeline, we've been gifted, like, magic internally inside of us. And we possess the magic. And from there, in Guild Wars 3, since it's so far back. And they say in this article, again, we haven't been gifted magic yet. Years before the gift of magic would be given to the mortal species of Tyria. We're the mortal species of Tyria. So, like, our gift of magic only comes in us being able to run the signets. And the signets themselves seem to be all of our power. But, yeah, difference between a Sorkin, a wizard, and a D&D. Sorks are born with magic in their blood, and wizards learn to use magic. Signets and Guild Wars 3. Wither was both, or forms of magic. Guild Wars 3 all have magic. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying there will be no magic in the world of Guild Wars 3. The entire premise of Guild Wars 3 is a battle over magic. But the entire premise of this, and the entire lore of Guild Wars 3, as they've given it to us, is because of these signets, right? As we look down here. I'll even pull it up in the full one. Magic spreads in a rapidly changing ore. So this addresses the magic. The Vale Wardens made their home in the eastern Tura Basin region of Ore, and began the long watch over the Vale, a vigil that would stretch more than 150 years by the time Guild Wars 3 begins. Those years drew settlers and fortune seekers from all corners of Tyria, lured by the immense opportunity gathering in ore. So saturated with magic was the land that it crystallized in the soil, condensed in flora, and created all manner of exploitable and valuable resources to be extracted. As more guilds were given access to their manufacture, signets proliferated as the decades passed, and magic became a coveted commodity. So people don't have magic except for the signets, which are now being given to more guilds, and magic is becoming a coveted commodity because of, again, signets were bought and sold, pilfered and stolen, and trafficked through black markets reaching across all of Tyria. So the magic that we're able to possess, we're extracting it, and then guilds are manufacturing more signets with it, and signets are becoming the main form of strife because signets are what possess magic, signets would allow us to have magic. And from there, we fight over the signets with other guilds within the lore. Meanwhile, against this backdrop of sweeping change, the Vale Warden's mission began to falter. The Vale took wound after grievous wound, among them the deaths of several of its elders and ancients, the greatest and most wondrous of its creatures. Insular by nature and slow to open themselves to the wider world, the Order entered a long decline, their numbers thinning year by year. For their part, the human gods seemed content to leave the affairs of greater ore to the guilds as they dealt with loftier matters in their high city of Ra. Recent events, such as the deposing of the erstwhile god of death, Doom, highlight this to a significant degree. The Gods' High Council sessions, where they meet with the envoys of the empowered guilds of Ore, have become rarer with every passing year. And though Melandra and Dwayna emphatically and enthusiastically, two large words, agree to the formation of the Vale Wardens, the Order's esteem among the Pantheon and recognition of the Vale's importance was far from universal. By the start of Guild Wars 3, the Vale Wardens have been pushed to the margins, seen by ordinary Orions in many of the guilds as aloof zealots clinging to a cause that died decades ago, obstructing the progress that some claim will uplift humanity and every sentient species of Ore into a grand, glorious, and advanced future. Foremost among those rivals are the Mavenrights, a guild of industrialists who hold that magical wilds exist to be exploited, a birthright as I see it of all Tyrians. So our entire thing is just like signets. The entire world is just signets. It's just a bunch of people going like Florida man fucking Fent crazy and eating faces so we can get our hands on signets. We've all gone signet crazy. Is the entire aspect of this. And we are trying to use the signets to defeat the people that want to extract the wilds with and for more signets. And to do that, we need to get the signets ourselves, but we keep getting fucked up over time. And everybody's just a normal human being that wants signets right now. They haven't given us any indicator that magic natively exists or that anything natively exists in any way, shape, or form. We have more indicators that none of that exists and that we're just non-remarkable humans with literally nothing special about us than anything else. Like they just straight up tell us that. So that's really a big thing for me. I can't quite get past that. When I also lean into them talking so much about wanting to protect players' time and wanting to make it so players don't have to spend an insane amount of time getting ready to play before they actually play, don't mind my inventory. I do really look at, the number of times where someone in our community has been like, Dusty, what class do I play? Before starting a game. Right? Because they feel like if they make the wrong choice, then they're going to have to re-level, they're going to have to restart, they're going to lose their time. It's a pain point for them. Leveling off of that, when you're kind of unsure if the thing that you're playing is going to be worthwhile in the long term, that's also a complete question mark. And then as soon as nerfs come in, if you're trying to play something that's meta as a casual player, which I think is kind of a losing game regardless, but a lot of people do. A lot of people don't want to be the casual player that's not allowed in groups or anything like that. So if you're trying to play anything relatively meta as a casual player and then that gets, you know, nerfed, gets cooked, well, then what are you going to do? Re-level a fucking character? I don't think they're going to have paid character boosts day one of Guild Wars 3 to support that. You know, week one of Guild Wars 3, month one of Guild Wars 3. I don't see paid boosts coming in immediately. So I still think there's going to be a large barrier for people. I think classes at this point in time can still be achieved by giving people all of the pieces to create their own classes. You'll still have mages, you'll still have healers, you'll still have warriors, you'll still have people making paladin builds. People will put together everything if you give them the tools to, and they'll hybridize and they'll cook as they want to. It's just kind of cool. You'll see a lot of combinations. Bosbar, what up, brother? Does Guild Wars 3 have any news for World vs. World? Not really. In terms of scale, they've been kind of generic and vague with a lot of the info that they've given out so far. I have a little graphic that may help kind of sloppily explain some of it that we've been able to figure out so far. So I'll explain what all this means. But effectively along the way so far, they've told us a couple things, right? So in terms of ArenaNet's mind, this is the scale, in my mind, of MMOs, right? You have MMOs that are serving as MMO lights on this side, all the way to the left. And then you have your open world and your massive scale MMOs to the right. So the further right you go, the more like, you know, EV, the more Guild Wars 2E, the more shit like that, right? They basically state that Guild Wars 3 will be directly in the middle of their spectrum so far. And when they talk about Guild Wars 2, they label this as a co-op RPG, which in their mind, they were creating something that was new at the time, which to me, the way they describe a co-op RPG is solo primarily, with the ability to pick up more players as you want to, in multiplayer hubs, which are your towns where you'll end up seeing other people along the way. And those multiplayer hubs are basically your, you know, your social interaction. That to me is the modern day MMO light. So they state that it'll be more MMO-y than that, and it will be somewhat of a traditional MMO in that sense. And it will be less emphasizing massive scale world bosses. They've talked about, specifically they cite in this article, which one is it? Our approach to playable species, our Guild Wars philosophy, this one. So they talk about here, and I hate that I know where all of this is. But basically, under number 4, innovating and evolving the MMORPG genre, one of the most important parts of our philosophy, and one that sometimes surprises people, is that we don't aim to make direct sequels. Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 are very different games, and that was intentional. Though they take place in the same world, each one was built to push against the conventions of its time, solve player problems relevant to that era of games, and explore new ideas in the MMO space. The MMO landscape today isn't the same as it was during the development of Guild Wars or Guild Wars 2. Player expectations have changed, technology has evolved, the ways people engage with online worlds are broader and more varied. The lines between an MMO and a live service game have blurred. The amount of time players have to dedicate to a single game has decreased as their library of games has continued to grow. If we approach Guild Wars 3 by simply extending what we've already done, we'd miss the opportunity to move the genre forward, a genre that we've heard so many of you say desperately needs innovation and evolution. So instead of just making a sequel, we're asking the same question we always do. What does the next evolution of an MMO look like right now? Answering that question means Guild Wars 3 will be its own kind of game, distinct from both Guild Wars Reforged and Guild Wars 2. Our two existing games fall on the two furthest ends of the MMORPG spectrum. So this is where I kind of got the visualization here, right? The MMO spectrum, MMO lights, and co-op RPGs as they exist, open world, massive scale as they exist within the Guild Wars IP. So we have some characteristics of those as well that they really break down too. Guild Wars Reforged is, at its core, a game about a small team. A player and their assembled team of henchmen or hero NPCs, or other players they want to bring along with them, overcoming challenges in a predominantly instanced game. Unless you invited them along, you never saw other players except in the game's social hubs. When we released the original Guild Wars, we branded the game as a CORPG, Cooperative Online RPG. However, the branding never stuck, and everyone informed us we'd released an MMORPG. We even won multiple MMO of the Year awards. We gave up on the CORPG angle since it didn't stick with players, and we simply embraced what everyone told us. We'd shipped a unique kind of MMORPG, which, in my mind, they shipped an MMO Lite. I think they shipped the first MMO Lite without even knowing it. And this evolution of the genre, I actually think would fuck for a lot of people today. I think a lot of casual players actually would resonate really well with the Guild Wars if they went back and played it for the first time now. I actually plan to go back and play Guild Wars 1. relatively soon. So, I think they launched an MMO light here, in my personal opinion. Guild Wars 2 is the opposite. At its core, it's a game about giant scale experiences in an expansive open world setting. Giant world boss battles, right? So giant world boss. Map-wide meta events, so they specify map-wide, and PvP on a massive scale are what Guild Wars 2 is most known for, although the game offers a wide array of different experiences. Unlike other large-scale MMO worlds, there are no servers or worlds you join that restrict the players you might meet within that giant setting. Instead, the game is organized into maps using our mega server system, and players are able to play with anyone who chooses the same region of the real world they play the game from. So, we have Guild Wars 2 on the furthest end of this spectrum, where you've got the giant MMO, large-scale bosses, massive-scale PvP, map-wide meta events. And they're not saying that there aren't going to be, you know, interactions on the social side. They're not saying that there aren't going to be events on the map. They're not saying that there won't be world bosses. They're saying that along the line, it seems like Guild Wars 2 is going to be the largest scale that they've ever gone. So according to them, Guild Wars 3 lands near the middle of the MMO spectrum, which supports the goals we have for our movement and combat systems. While it fits the definition of an MMORPG significantly more than Guild Wars Reforged does, it doesn't try to replicate the large-scale gameplay pillars that so uniquely define Guild Wars 2. So, as we go back and look at those large-scale gameplay pillars, what did they literally just tell us they were, right? They told us it was giant boss battles, map-wide meta events, and PvP on a massive scale. And that's what Guild Wars 2 is most known for, aka the pillars of it. So what can we not expect? Giant world boss battles, map-wide meta events, and PvP on a massive scale. What can we expect? Well, we can discern that it's going to be more social than Guild Wars Reforged. So at the very least, it will be more social than just being fully instanced with social hubs. So we can discern that the game will probably pull in social hubs with multiplayer, multiplayer hubs, multiplayer maps, instancing and open world together. Some form of instance PvP likely, whether it's, SPVP, whether there are different battleground sizes. I am not quite certain that we see another attempt at World vs. World with like open world being replicated. Not 1000% certain there. I would almost expect different battleground sizes that people can queue instead of the 24/7 concurrent, always going World vs. World. I think that's always something that's kind of been interesting to look at. Regardless, I wouldn't expect to see giant 24/7 concurrent open world replicative World vs. World structure. Maybe battlegrounds, maybe different sizes of battlegrounds, maybe even a battleground that has team versus team versus team to kind of replicate that. But I don't see the size going past like 20, really, maybe 30. But I don't necessarily think we're going to see, instanced 100 versus 100 versus 100. I don't even know if we're going to have 50-person raids. I think, 50-person raid cap is probably a little bit older and dated. Even in WoW, a lot of shit has gone away from, as we know, 40-person raids from back in the day because it's simply unreasonable to try to manage everybody's schedule like that. It's a huge inconvenience. So I'd almost expect to see the highest number of players shrunk down a little bit. And then they have the side of no servers on Guild Wars 2. I think they might have servers on Guild Wars 3 to try to keep the open world side a little bit more contained. And I would expect to see a lot of layers as well. The question is, if they go servers, then concurrency on the servers can determine how many layers they need. If they go no servers, then they need a shitload of layers, so you won't have social interactions. I would personally prefer, this is my bias, I would prefer servers that break players up and fewer layers. So I come to know players on my server. We have, those run-ins with different guilds, different players. There's actual interaction. A lot of MMOs, I feel like right now, you run by somebody in the open world. There's no difference between that person and an NPC when you run by them. There's no interaction. There's no literal anything around that. So that side also is, I think, something that needs to be very much preserved within the structure of the game that so many MMOs kind of like aren't hitting right now. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Layering guild WoW interaction. Agree with what you're saying. I appreciate that. I'm just kind of spitballing off a lot of stuff, and a lot of this, I will say, like, a lot of people aren't willing to admit that their personal biases get into things. I played New World and Ashes of Creation before they died, and those were my two primary stream games. I came to Guild Wars 2 after Ashes of Creation died, like months after when they announced Guild Wars 3. So all things considered, like, I'm very new to Guild Wars as well. I have on this character a little under 500 hours played, and that's a lot of my time so far. But I also bring in a lot of pain, a lot of emotional baggage, but I bring in a lot of experience from different MMOs along the way that have tried to modernize systems, and some things within those systems have gone extremely well, some things have gone extremely poorly. But the game that we were playing most recently that the community was really active in was Ashes of Creation. It was a seamless one-layer open world. And there were times, and that game had open world PvP as well, so you could end up just fighting other people in the open world. I would not expect that with Guild Wars 3. I wouldn't. I think that leads to conflict and a lot of friction where there doesn't necessarily need to be friction. But one thing about Ashes is that you could run into somebody, and if you like them, it was a pleasant experience. Maybe you group up off that, maybe you just see them and you're like, oh, hey, what are you doing over here? Hey, let's farm together, right? And that can be something that, you know, gets it a little social, or you can just jump and say what up and then go on with your day. Illuminate, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Or you would see somebody that you didn't like. And with Ashes, you could just flag up for PvP and smack somebody. And if they hit you back, they flagged up for PvP as well. So there were times where we'd either see somebody running a caravan, which was something that you'd put, you know, money on basically and try to run it place to place and get more money from it. And we'd smack their caravan, and out of nowhere, we've got 50 people showing up on the other side because it's only one layer. We've got 50 people showing up on our side to match that, and then more people are running by and they get their guilds out. And there were times where just off of that, we had extremely laggy, albeit, but like 100 versus 100 type caravans that just broke out in crazy scenarios. And a lot of that was the, you know, the sporadic open world interactions that aren't necessarily forced interactions, but they happen randomly, they happen organically, and you kind of like let the players dictate the script a little bit in your open world instead of just having everything be soulless run by. And something as simple as, you know, like I mentioned with servers and running fewer layers because you run a server that's a, you know, a concurrent user cap. That, I think, is something that can, again, allow you, I grew up in a very small town, allow you to kind of, at the very least, you know, I'd drive through my small town and I'd see somebody's car, whoops, and I would know whose car it is, and I'd give him a wave if I liked him. And if I didn't like him, I wouldn't wave. Maybe I'd give him a little half wave or a head tilt or something like that, right? And that feel in MMOs is also really cool. You need to have enough people so you're not just seeing the same two people all the time. But if you have some level of familiarity, the, you know, the server and the world that you're in starts to feel very homey. You start to recognize people in guilds along the way, and it can add a lot of incentivization for people to show up. At the end of the day, I think MMOs are a really interesting game because in terms of the genre, right? MMOs themselves, you can slam as many systems as you want to into an MMO. You can give people all the PvP, all the PvE, all the instancing, giant bouncy titties, gotcha for giant bouncier titties. And it might not hit. Why is that? Because despite games being, you know, developed quite well with some of the finest of bosoms, not every game establishes a community in the MMO sense. And what keeps people coming back is the community. And at a certain point in time, when MMOs are able to combine quality content and a sense of repeatable content that comes from establishing communities and playing with people, that social circle presents a lot of your replayability in the first place. And so many MMOs, I think, are just dropping the ball and forgetting very simply player interaction creates friendships. Friendships keep people showing up to the place that they're going, right? If you go to a restaurant and you have a good experience once, you may go back another time, right? If you go to a restaurant and then you're just chilling by yourself and then you end up sparking a conversation with somebody at the table next to you, and then you're also sparking up a conversation with the person that's waiting on you, and, you know, you and the person next to you are like, oh, hey, we'll come back, you know, next Friday or whatever, right? We'll do this shit again. This was fun, dude. I appreciate you. Firmly dap each other up, slap each other on the ass, and then go about your day, and next Friday you immediately come back. It puts something on your agenda. It puts it actively out there when you have somebody else involved in it. And something as simple as, oh, I'm going to run solo dungeons this day. It's kind of non-committal. But when you have even a group of 10 people where it's like, hey, we're going to group up, we're going to go through this dungeon, we're going to go explore this area, we're going to hit this raid, we're going to do these world bosses, that'll get other people to show up just because it's a social element. That's what MMOs are about. Otherwise, without the social element, MMOs are just ARPGs with extra steps. And a lot of those extra steps get boring because ARPGs are more dopamine. They're faster paced. It's the loot train. So You ever tried 14? When I was a wee lad, for like a little bit, I always followed my older brothers to MMOs and basically whatever game they were playing. But 14 for me, phenomenal game, just in general. I will never discredit 14 as a whole. It's an amazing game. I'm just like, I'm a little too story-based. Sorry, I'm a little too like anti-story-based, and that's a little too story-based for me. I like, you know, deviating and doing the things that I like to do, mixing in some PvP here and there, just having a lot of different things. And when all I can do is story, it kind of cooks my mental. Just for perspective, I got like 500 hours almost on this character, and I just finished Hot recently. Like, just finished Hot, and then I did like 5 quests and then got bored the other day. So, I'm not exactly pumping the story out here. 14 would probably, and again, I mean this in like zero disrespect, but I think I would have to play it on the side every now and then, in addition to something else instead of my main game. With how much story there is, I think I'd probably lose my mind just doing that much story back to back to back. Am I having many friends in video games? Hope they keep social aspects. Oh yeah. My girlfriend, we literally met in New World. And like, you know, gaming is an incredible thing. I mean, it's the only reason why I have this platform. It's the only reason so many people are here, right? And I do think that social medium of gaming is truly a phenomenal thing. when I started streaming, was not, you know, I'm still not celebrity known influencer or anything like that, right? I'm just here because people want to socialize and yap about video games. And that's the only reason I'm here, and that's the only reason other people are here. I'm not known, I'm not relevant, anything like that. So for me, it truly is the social element of it, right? I've met so many people that, you know, through stream, through video games, that have been lifelong friends. Some of the people that I met when my older brothers were playing WoW, when I started playing WoW when I was 8, they have watched me grow up, no diddy. And they are still, you know, dear friends to this day that literally saw me mature and, you know, saw me go from playing WoW and shit like that to branching off and playing Dota and learning Dota and then going into my Fortnite and my shooter era, no schools, and then basically, you know, starting the stream journey. And there are people that have been here through every step of that. Like Skibby's known me since I was literally like 10 years old. So it's been a long journey with gaming. And I do think the most special element of gaming, especially in the MMO world, it can't be emphasized enough that it's community. And I think a lot of MMOs, they spend so much time adding tool after tool after tool and system after system after system, but they forget really what makes MMOs so special and what has even preserved a lot of MMOs to this day, some of which may not have the best gameplay systems. It's bringing people together. It's just jamming a bunch of people into one area and saying, hey, have fun with each other, commiserate, dance a little bit, get jiggy with it. And eventually somebody starts dancing, and then somebody else starts dancing, and then the place gets pretty lit. And sometimes you don't even need millions of people for that. Heard Final Fantasy slept on? Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy just as a holistic IP is a really good IP in general. I'm not even gonna lie, like, I'm not even a huge turn-based person at this point in time, but like, I think the entire Final Fantasy IP is phenomenal. Even if you go back and play the older Final Fantasies, it's really fucking fun. Final Fantasy VII is one of the most well-regarded titles of all time. I don't have the appreciation for 7 that my brother does because I was too young when I first played 7, and 10 was literally like peak nostalgia for my young dopamine-based brain. I'm not saying 10 is better than 7, but 10 holds more of a personal place in my heart. My brother would murder me for saying that and call me an absolute shitter. I am. I accept that. But with that in mind, I do think the Final Fantasy franchise as a whole it's really well done. 14 is a good game. If you really like story stuff, there is so much that you can do. If you don't like story stuff, well then get through the story stuff, and then there's still some solid stuff that you can do. If you're a PvE heavy, there's definitely a lot that you can do along the way. Cloud's by far the best main character from Final Fantasy. But also, hear me out. Tifa. And Yuna. Tess was so whiny. Okay, well, in all fairness, I would assume if your dad left and just started murdering entire civilizations, possibly, and you didn't know where he was, it might be quite sad. Like, I do understand. Is he a whiny little bitch sometimes? Yes. Yes, absolutely. But also, aren't we all at certain points in time? I feel like everybody's got a little bit of whiny little bitch in them. And, like, I can't hate Titus for it. In elementary school, y'all are missing the goat, Lulu. Bro, with the top booba. But also, I will one-up you one time for the one time. One time for the one time. Possibly one of the most underrated characters that exists and does not get enough love. It must be Riku. It must be Riku. People just was gonna guess Waka. I think Waka's fucking annoying. Deadass. I think Waka's annoying. Oron, just like, I don't know, it reminds me of my dad too much. Too much. Like, reminds me of my dad in terms of like old version. So I don't know. That's like way too close. I suppose 99% of the game aura farming. He doesn't say much, and when he does, half of it just reminds me of some bullshit my dad would say. But yeah, I will not lie. So there were absolutely times as a kid where I had a jacket on and I would just whip out one of the sleeves like this type shit, right? And then there were absolutely times when I would have, like, y'all remember the early 2000s, like, Tommy Hilfiger, like the zip-off shorts, pants that kind of, like, zipped off at the knee? Dog, I swear to God, I would run around at recess like I was Titus, just, like, slow jumping, running around. And then I would have one pant leg unzipped type shit with the shorts. I was aura farming like fucking crazy. I like 60% ran. So that way I could bounce a little and aura farm. Like I was just Titus running along. It was huge. It was huge. So yeah, I won't lie. I was a fucking nerd from the start, bro. The bullies didn't even know what to say because they didn't get the references. If the bullies knew that it was about a video game, they would have been really on top of that shit. But everybody just thought I was dressing in a peculiar fashion sense. Not even my teachers caught the references. But bro, we were farming from early on. 100% had more than one Riku booster on my wall as a young lad. Did those come down? Or like, what was the dealio there? Also, Blitzball as a standalone game, but in the form of like a Super Mario Strikers. That shit would go so hard. That shit would go so hard. Like special abilities and whatnot. And then they just bring it as a standalone. They could have. They genuinely could have at the peak. But they did not. I was thinking the Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Not like this. Not like this. DOS, tell me you didn't have Lulu posters. Please. Tell me you didn't have Lulu posters. For the love of God. Because I feel bad for the posters. Alright, wait, so what was the actual, not to detract from you guys not into posters, but what was the actual Guild Wars 3 German streamer shit that y'all were talking about earlier? Because I haven't been on YouTube much lately, I will not lie. I don't really go too much on it at all. But someone was saying that apparently there was a German streamer that said he was invited to play Guild Wars 3. And that they, like, brought him in. Look for Jay's video, but couldn't find it. Wait, really? Wait, where's Eddie? Eddie! Calling all bald men. I have theory crafting and build customization and New World back. Eddie will be here in a second. Hold on. Jay Oddity. Jay Oddity. Release date, leak, plus gameplay soon. I'm assuming it's the one from 6 days ago.
I went away for a couple of days.
Oh god. So loud. Eddie said he had a clip of the German streamer saying that he was going to play it. Wait, is this it? Hold on.
RPG.coms and all those kind of things.
Hold on.
And then
it might have been this
I
one.
think he's German, content creator.
Good enough?
Leaked this, but I mean, it is a Twitch clip, so I mean, he leaked it. And in it, he basically says that he's going to Gamescom. He's like, Guild Wars 3 will go hard, he says. He says, did I tell you guys that I'm going to look at Guild Wars 3 at Gamescom? He says he's going to get 1 hour of gameplay at Gamescom. He does say, unfortunately, he can't record or take pictures, but he is going to be allowed to talk about it. So it looks like that's what the...
Interesting. So, according to Jay's translation, I haven't seen the clip or anything, but according to that translation, that guy said that he's going to have 1 hour of access to Guild Wars 3, and he can talk about it, which is weird to me. Because if that's the case, then why have all of the Guild Wars creators not been flown out to look at it? Like, why are they not? I mean, even a couple of the big ones, right? Offer them, you know, ticket coverage, some shit like that. Get your large content creators out there. Maybe they are, but we don't know about it. Seems fishy to me. Yeah, so like, I would also just kind of raise a slight, I don't want to discredit or anything because I don't know that content creator's size. They may be huge. I'm not familiar with that content creator, and again, not in a disrespectful way. And I don't want to seem like I'm discrediting, but I do kind of feel like a controlled, closed, hour-long playtest of Guild Wars 3 at Gamescom a year before it's supposed to go into beta testing would probably be NDA'd to absolute shit. You know what I mean? I feel like it would be NDA'd to fucking oblivion. And I don't know that it would be a, hey, you can't show anything, but you can talk about it. Because at that point, you just narrate every single thing that you did and your entire gameplay system structure is leaked anyways. Should be a Guild Wars 3 backsec room, just for journalists. I think not sure how the German Guild Wars 2 streamer could be. Who's also a journalist. Guilders, maybe not sure. See, that's what I'm thinking, and it makes sense for large titles to have like a playable splice or something. But, I mean, maybe if they're unveiling some gameplay at Gamescom, that would make sense, right? For them to be able to talk about it, and then just not be able to put it out. And I do think if it's true, then gameplay is going to be unveiled at Gamescom. Because otherwise, people are just going to be talking about it, right? So, I almost feel like it's going to be, you know, trailer plays, and then they're like, and welcome from ArenaNet, Colin! And then Colin walks on like this. And Colin's like, yes, hello everybody, I'd like to talk to you today about Guild Wars 3. And then they start talking about Guild Wars 3. I feel like Guild Wars 3 will be enough of a flagship title for them to, or not a flagship title, but enough of like a big name title to actually have its own standalone. And ArenaNet's gonna be there, right? So this is getting a little conspiratorial. But you can go on to the Gamescom website and you can look at the exhibitors alphabetically. And I actually looked at this earlier, but I looked at it the wrong way. ArenaNet's not on here as an exhibitor because they'd be right here, right? If ArenaNet has a room set up where people can play Guild Wars 3 and they're not an exhibitor setting up a booth to show off Guild Wars 3, then that probably infers that they will be showing, you know, a trailer and then also coming out to potentially talk about the trailer as a result. Because I don't think with something this large, again, Guild Wars 3 is going to be massive, that you're just going to show a little trailer and then have no follow-up if they're letting people play for an hour and then let journalists dictate what the gameplay looks like. I think that is primarily a... I don't want to say like a mistake, but I don't think that gaming journalists are nowadays known as the most respectable, well-educated individuals regarding gaming, where a lot of the time you get gaming journalists that are like, I played a game for 32 minutes and let me tell you everything about this game. People are not the most high-integrity individuals nowadays in the gaming journalism scene. So, I think, based on that, right, they're not here as an exhibitor. They're not setting up a booth or anything. They're not going to be taking up floor space. If there's like a back room with a couple of couches to play the game on and see the game, and they're allowing people to talk about it after the fact, then they're probably going to show gameplay within the trailer. Maybe an unveil of combat system. Maybe something along the lines of abilities or something. If it's a cinematic trailer, I don't necessarily think we'll see like the true in-game combat system, but even with that, they could show us actually hitting mobs or something like that within the combat system. I don't know, they could give us some indicator of it, but that's also partly why I think we're gonna get a follow-up to it. I think if they're letting people play it, they've got to control the information that goes out and put out more than that. What is? NC to unveil new unannounced title. Just give me a virus. Oh, here we are. It was just shy. Oh my god. Ah. Holy shit. Jesus, I love articles nowadays. Let's see. NC will debut a previously unannounced title on the eve of Gamescom 2026, revealing its official title through a trailer. Well, that's not Guild Wars 3, because Guild Wars 3 is Guild Wars 3. Right? I think that's just Guild Wars, because Guild Wars 3 is Guild Wars 3. Oh, and at the bottom. Oh. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, Guild Wars 3, a PC and console title, is currently in development at NC's North American studio, ArenaNet, will be featured in the B2B area. Business to business. Guild Wars 3 has been making appearances at global game shows since its initial reveal at Summer Game Fest 2026 this past June. So, did people get to play it at Summer Game Fest, or is this just saying Guild Wars 3 appeared here? What's going on there? What's... Say this was Nick Merckx? It's way too Chad to be Nick Merckx. But yeah, so I mean... This... could also just be saying, like... Guild Wars 3 has been out and about since Summer Game Fest with the initial unveil. Which definitely makes sense. I don't know if we've heard anything about it being a playable product up until now, though. At least in terms of the public. Because normally... you'd hear, like... some bullshit about like, I got my hands on Guild Wars 3 for X amount of time, and I'm certain as soon as they let people play at, you know, at Gamescom, if it is not ironclad NDA, then people are absolutely going to talk about every bit of gameplay that they see. I think it only makes sense to reveal that. This is an ancient info that a similar demo situation occurred for Guild Wars factions. Yeah, I mean, from my knowledge, it's pretty commonplace in I don't want to say like high class, but like AAA gaming, right? Shit on this large of a scale. To host, you know, early looks and private playtests and stuff for reporters and personalities and whatnot. That's nothing foreign. A lot of the time, that only comes after some gameplay has been revealed, though. So that, to me, immediately screams gameplay reveal at Gamescom. If people are actually getting their hands on it, they wouldn't want, I mean, I don't want to speak for them. And I'm kind of speaking for them there. But I don't think that they would want, you know, reporters and some random streamers to try to articulate everything that they saw and convey the information to present the game how they want it to be presented. I feel like the order will go trailer, presentation from Colin about the game, and then after the presentation from Colin about the game, there will be playtesting that's hosted for those individuals where they can be like following up on Guild Wars 3's unveil of their classless progression action combat system, saying Dusty was right at the end of the trailer. I was able to get my hands on the game for 1 hour, and let me tell you, their action combat system feels good, right? That's, I think, what we're gonna see. I don't really like how exclusive they make these demos, TBH. Yeah. I mean, the cool thing is, at least, by what the German dude said, they're gonna allow people to talk about it, which I think is nice. Oh, I have to restart my game. From what the German dude said, they're gonna allow people to talk about it, which is nice, just as a baseline. And presumably other journalists as well as that. So they're not completely ironcladding it down. So, I mean, that's less exclusive, I think, than some, which, you know, I think that's great. But definitely, you know, I think that's why they need to control the flow of information. And I think if it's exclusive, it's locked down in any manner, right? If you bring in some person that's like a gaming journo and they're not an actual gamer, and they write an article about your combat system, that might not reflect the combat system in the way that you want to. So, this is a 300K YouTube video now. Content creation's not really fair in all fairness. Wait until I tell you that the larger you get as a content creator, companies literally send you free shit because you make more money and you can promote their stuff to more people. Like, at the end of the day, if they promoted every Joe Schmo content creator or like invited them all out, it would eat up their marketing budget. And there has to be an efficient spend of the marketing budget to, like, you know, to get stuff out, right? That's why super large content creators get GPUs, get full PCs, get headsets, you know, cameras, mics, fucking everything for their setup, right? There will literally be companies that will just put together a setup and fly somebody out to them to put together their setup, so they can be like, yeah, these guys put together my setup, they took care of everything for me, thank you so much, make sure you guys use them. That's free promotion for people, right? So, I mean, I get that side of it. Does it kind of suck sometimes that, like, most content creators get, you know, here's a Monopoly Go opportunity? Yeah, I mean, that's the world of content creation, though, right? And when you do look at it, it truly is a matter of, like, your influence grows influence, because then, say I have, you know, 100K subscribers and all of my videos bang, right? A company partners with me, and, you know, I make a little sponsored segment about that, and then that company reposts that sponsored segment. That's exposure on both sides that will generate more followers for the already large content creator. The content creator puts out more information regarding the product in the first place. And, like, that's where the return on the investment comes in. That's all, like, customer acquisition costs and shit like that, because they're expecting click-throughs to turn a profit on it. So every sponsorship, it just, like, as you go up in scale, you get more available to you. Once you're a certain point, you could fucking hit up a random company and just be like, hey, I use this product, mine just broke, can you send me another one? And they'll just be like, hell yeah, please let everybody know that we use your product, or that you use our product, blah, blah, blah. And it just, you know, facilitates more. So there's definitely a kingmaker system within content creation, but I also think that's everything, right? You want to expose something to a larger, more, you know, more accessible platform. Throw it in a YouTube video of somebody that gets, you know, 250K views or even 50K views. A lot of the organizations and, like, you know, content management groups that I've spoken to, they really look for at least 50K per YouTube video in terms of consistent views on long form. And that's including, like, streams and stuff. So the fact that I, you know, co-stream on YouTube, like I multi-stream on YouTube, I should say, that kind of cooks me for a lot of that. But yeah, it's a really interesting world. Really interesting world. I have tried my best to get my foot in the door with a lot of larger game devs. And it's kind of funny, right? Because you can almost see, you know, in your guys' experience too, whenever we go into smaller communities, because we are relatively large there, the game devs are like, oh yeah, if you need fucking anything, please hit us up. Let us know. We'll take care of you. We'll get you whatever you need. You need keys for the game. You need anything. We got you. You got any feedback? Please. And then we go into larger games, and that doesn't happen because there are larger fish in the pond, right? Whenever there are larger fish in the pond in the interest route, everything paid just goes to the large fish in the pond because it's more efficient. Fish. But that's just kind of the way she goes. I'm going to fill up my water real quick, and then I shall return and we will theorize more. Because honestly, we got a week until Gamescom. I think it's a week, right? It's like the 26th for opening night type shit. So we'll see what's going on there. Maybe we get a little bit more like hype and lead up before then?
Let's continue.
Maybe? I'm not entirely sure. But we shall see. I'll return. Un momento. Chat. Twitch Prime. Be right back. Also, I just think it's weird, right? That's the only creator that's been like, yeah, I get to play this. What about all the massive, like, what about all the really large Guild Wars 2 content creators? Like, what about all of the other extremely large ones? Where are they talking about it? I mean, it just seems weird to me. But I'll be right back. Excuse me. I'm dying. I miss you all very much. I have returned. So, Dusty, take one up, Job. How you doing, brother? I think you can check out the new Sandbox and Stars Reach. Come out for early access next week. That's a little different genre, but it might be cool. It came out already. I'm pretty sure that came out, well, like yesterday or some bullshit. Hold on. I'm pretty sure Stars Reach came out already. I might be tripping on that. Let me pull up its Steam. But I actually, yeah, I think it did come out. Leon, what up, brother? Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. Hold on. Hey,
Worlds were dying. War, famine,
yeah, I think it actually dropped. Yeah, it dropped yesterday. I'm pretty sure. Because there were people playing it. Yeah, it's out. Literally out right now. Reviews so far are mixed. A lot of people are saying that it's, like, pretty janky, but they have been fixing a little bit of it. Now, I think a lot of what I've heard from people that have been, you know, playing the game, they put a lot of effort on the developer side into this really intricate planetary system and stuff like that, where there's just a ton of variance, right? And they didn't build out enough around the core element of the game and the gameplay feel and like what players would be interacting with for most of their gameplay so far. And I think that's part of what stalled a little bit of it out. Julia was talking yesterday. She's been playing it and she ran into a few bugs, like character related, that were fixed, I think, like same day type shit. And they put out a same day patch for a few things. So, I mean, one thing that I will say, there were a lot of people that were interacting with other people, which was really cool. It did seem like you could genuinely go around and play it as a sandbox MMO. It is a giant single shard, no layers. It's space-based, so kind of cool. See what this review says. Recommended. This is 14.2 hours, by the way. When did Stars Reach expecting a janky early access sci-fi MMO? I was correct. What I wasn't expecting was to discover somebody had apparently hidden an interplanetary civilization simulator underneath it. At first, Stars Reach looks like somebody duct taped together a survival game, an MMO, and several kilograms of concentrated ambition. The combat's rough. The UI occasionally feels like it's withholding information out of spite. The starter pistol has roughly the stopping power of a strongly worded email. Which is a fucking banger, by the way. Then you start digging and digging. And apparently digging is a profession with its own skill trees. Equipment, geological resources, quality statistics, planetary variations, refining chains, and downstream manufacturing economy. My first few hours basically went, okay, I'll do some missions. Wait, I can scan for specific materials. Why does this rock have stats? Why does the planet it came from matter? Wait, there's prospecting. There's refining. Why are there actual lathes? Who put civil engineering in my MMO? Then I found someone's homestead. They had a shop, not an NPC shop. Their shop. Excuse me. Turns out player housing isn't just somewhere to put a decorative couch you'll never sit on. Homesteads can be homes, workshops, farms, factories, and storefronts. So naturally, I started looking into the economy. This was a mistake. There are 40 plus professions, and profession apparently means things like miner, prospector, farmer, forester, chef, doctor, pharmacologist, weaponsmith, machinist, architect, merchant, journalist, animal trainer, politician, yes, politician. Players can become citizens of settlements. Settlements develop infrastructure. Players contribute resources. There are elections. Someone becomes mayor. The government can influence how the colony operates. Apparently, after decades of MMOs preparing us to kill gods, Stars Reach has finally given us the ultimate endgame encounter, municipal government. Then I learned how crafting works. This is where Stars Reach stopped being reasonable. You don't simply walk up to the almighty crafting table and insert 7 space iron to receive +2 space pans. You need the appropriate skills, you need the recipe, you need access to the appropriate equipment, you need the appropriate materials, and the equipment actually corresponds to processes it could reasonably perform. An oven does oven things, a burner does burner things, a lathe does lathe things, a fermenter ferments things. Apparently, nobody informed Raph Coster that press X to craft was an acceptable solution. Cooking alone appears capable of ruining my life. Run! Some recipes accept ingredient categories, so a recipe might call for fermented vegetable, which means different fermented vegetables can potentially satisfy it. Other recipes require specific ingredients. Coconut curry, find a coconut. And because different planets contain different resources, suddenly somebody growing the right ingredient on another planet isn't engaging in meaningless gathering content. They're potentially part of your supply chain. Congratulations, you've invented interplanetary Cisco. Recipes themselves can be discovered and traded. Your skill tree doesn't simply hand you everything. Your recipe knowledge is another dimension of specialization. Your equipment is another, your skills are another, your materials are another. So two players with similar cooking skills might still be completely different chefs because they know different recipes, own different equipment, and have access to different ingredients. It's an absurd amount of depth for a game where I spent my first hour wondering why the local wildlife was beating my ass. Jesus Christ, there's more. What the fuck, brother? They spent 12 hours on this review. And things wear out. Weapons, tools, equipment, crafting stations. Things need maintenance and repair. Eventually, things get replaced. This means the economy has something most MMO economies desperately lack, a reason to keep making stuff. One of the actual recommendations for getting started as a crafter amounts to buy somebody's lightly busted old level 1 crafting station. Stars Reach has barely gotten started, and we're already Craigslisting used industrial equipment. 10 out of 10, no notes. And all of this exists on planets that aren't just static backgrounds. You can dig into them, terraform them, harvest them, burn things, change water flow, affect ecosystems, deplete resources, explore them, and gradually map them. Players can build settlements on them. Those settlements can develop. The economy connects those worlds, and because markets aren't simply one magical universal auction house, location and transportation can actually matter. If something is cheap over here and expensive over there, congratulations, you just discovered a job. The game didn't need an NPC with an exclamation point to tell you. And that's what I'm loving about Stars Reach. It doesn't feel like it's trying to manufacture an endless sequence of content for me to consume. It's trying to build systems that create situations. A planet has a valuable resource. Someone discovers it, extracts it, processes it, needs it for a recipe, transports it, manufactures something, sells it from their homestead, someone buys it. The item wears down, somebody repairs it. Jesus Christ. The settlement needs resources, players contribute them, the settlement grows, someone runs for mayor, someone inevitably gets pissed off at the mayor, emergent MMO content achieved. Is there PvP? Is there PvP? Now, an important warning, Stars Reach is janky as shit. This is an early access. Do not come in expecting Final Fantasy XIV wearing a spacesuit. Combat needs work, animations need work, the UI needs work, some systems aren't finished, some profession branches are work in progress, things occasionally behave like they're powered by 3 raccoons operating a server rack. If your primary concern is graphical polish, cinematic storytelling, or perfectly tuned combat, I'd wait. Seriously, this isn't a secretly finished AAA MMO. It's an unfinished sandbox with some extremely ambitious machinery being assembled underneath it. But if you played Star Wars Galaxies and still haven't emotionally recovered from what happened to Sandbox MMOs, if you like Ultima Online, if Eve's player economy fascinates you, but you prefer to occasionally touch grass, even if that grass happens to be on an alien planet, if you like crafting games where materials actually matter, if you want housing to have a purpose, if you'd rather discover a business opportunity than receive one from a quest giver exclamation point, or you spent the last 20 years wondering why did MMOs stop trying weird shit, you'd probably be paying attention to Stars Reach, because Stars Reach is trying all the weird shit. Possibly simultaneously, possibly irresponsibly. And I absolutely love it. I played prettier MMOs, I played smoother MMOs, I played MMOs with better combat. I've certainly played MMOs that explain themselves better. But it's been a very long time since I played an MMO that made me stop every 20 minutes and say, wait, you can do that too. And that's the magic here. Stars Reach doesn't currently feel like a finished game. It feels like I've been allowed onto the construction side of somebody's ridiculously overambitious attempt to resurrect the virtual world MMO. There are exposed wires everywhere, half the drywall isn't finished, someone left a terraformer in the hallway. The mayor is apparently another player. I've got several tons of suspiciously specific rocks in my inventory. My pistol still sucks, and now I'm shopping for a used industrial lathe on another player's front lawn. I haven't been this excited about the future of an MMO in years. Recommended. No, excuse me, I apparently need to find a coconut. That review is a fucking banger. Jesus, I did not expect that to go that far. Holy shit. Like, that was deep. Holy Kaiser, what up, brother? Dude, my eyes need to readjust. All right, take it from the top. Recommend it. No. Die. In-game. There's gonna be PvP, but it's like real world war coming in later patches and development. Wait. So you're telling me like Space Wars and shit? Do I smell? Chat, is someone... Is that copium? Is someone burning copium in the bathroom? Chat. Which one of you is burning copium in the bathroom? I can still smell that shit. It smells like popcorn. What are you... What are... Someone else just light up some copium? Chat, where did you get all these copium rocks? I thought we were out. Wait. What the... What do you mean? Okay. Okay. You're telling me You're telling me that this is actually an entire sandbox economy in space type shit. The combat keeps me from coping. I mean, I do think combat can get better. Never forget that Ashes of Creation changed its combat system pretty deep into its development. And the combat system change, although the game is the game, right? The combat system change was actually really well regarded. So, I mean, it's not uncommon for something to have an extremely early unfinished combat system. I think it just depends. So, see, what up, brother? Space Force! Oh, God. Could this be the No Man's Sky that No Man's Sky was trying to be? The Star Citizen that Star Citizen wanted to be? Probably not. But could it be a banger? No Man's Sky's pretty good right now. Oh, No Man's Sky slaps. Light No Fire will probably fuck hard. Like, real hard. Oh, God fucking damn it, dude. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Why is there always another one? Chat. Chat. Like. Like, hear me out. Have we spent $30 on worse? Yeah. Spent $30 on way worse. Way fucking worse. And there are no layers. So we can all play together and do shit together. This game is about as ambitious as Star Citizen, but they're going the systems route instead of graphics. Listen, man, it may never work out. And if it doesn't, then whatever. But like, it might just give us enough to do in the meantime. It might. Did that person have a tail? I think they have a bunch of different playable races. So this looks like a human type beat. I think they have tail person, space monkey. I don't know what else they have.
Welcome to Stars Reach.
And like everything is gonna be janky. Like everything is gonna be janky. Is what I've gathered along the way. But like it might be fun. Chat. Chat, do we burn $30? Jub said he's already in. How many people? How many people are somewhat intrigued? Because this is an interesting one. This science fantasy MMORPG, you'll visit strange new worlds. New World! Oh my god, they're buying New World. Wait, what? So, Stars Reach is basically, Carla, sandbox MMO, multi-planetary space exploration, all a single layer, no sharding or anything like that. You build bases and it's entirely player driven. So we were looking at the reviews and this person gave a literal story about how like you go onto a planet, right? They basically say, my fewer hours basically went, I'll do some missions. I can scan for specific materials. Why does this rock have stats? Why does the planet it came from matter? Wait, there's prospecting? There's refining? Why are there actual lathes? Who put civil engineering in the MMO? Then I found someone's homestead. They had a shop, not an NPC shop, their shop. Turns out player housing isn't just somewhere to put a decorative couch. Homesteads can be homes, workshop, farms, factories, and storefronts. So naturally I started looking into the economy. This was a mistake. There are 40 plus professions, and profession apparently means things like miner, prospector, farmer, forester, chef, doctor, pharmacologist, weaponsmith, machinist, architect, merchant, journalist, animal trainer, politician. Yes, politician. Players can become citizens of settlements. Settlements develop infrastructure. We make the settlements, by the way. Players contribute resources. There are elections. Sound familiar? Someone becomes mayor. The government can influence how the colony operates. Apparently, after decades of MMOs preparing us to kill gods, Stars Reach has finally given us the ultimate endgame encounter, municipal government. Then I learned how crafting works. This is where Stars Reach stopped being reasonable. You don't simply walk up to the almighty crafting table and insert 7 space iron to receive +2 space pans. You need the appropriate skills, you need the recipe, you need access to the appropriate equipment, you need the appropriate materials, and the equipment actually corresponds to processes it could actually perform. An oven does oven things, a burner does burner things, a lathe does lathe things, a fermenter does fermenter ferments things. So they talk about like how deep and specific it actually goes, and how the crafting recipes are a mix of sometimes a, you know, an ingredient category like a fermented vegetable, which any fermented vegetable is good. Then there's specificity like a coconut, and you have to have the coconut. And then there's a lot of different progressions along the way. So they talk about because different planets contain different resources, suddenly somebody growing the right ingredient on another planet isn't engaging in meaningless gathering content. They're potentially part of your supply chain. Congratulations, you've invented interplanetary Cisco. Recipes themselves can be discovered and traded. Your skill tree doesn't simply hand you everything. The recipe knowledge is another dimension of specialization. Your equipment is another, your skills are another, your materials are another. So 2 players with similar cooking skills might still be completely different chefs because they know different recipes, own different equipment, and have access to different ingredients. There's an absurd amount of depth for a game where I spent the first hour wondering why the local wildlife was beating my ass. Oh, and things wear out. Weapons, tools, equipment, crafting stations, things need maintenance and repair. You can terraform the land. You can dig into the worlds, harvest things, burn things. You can change and redirect water flow. You can affect ecosystems, deplete resources, explore them, and gradually map them. Players can build settlements. The settlements develop. The economy connects the worlds. Because markets aren't simply one magical universal auction house, location and transportation matter. So if we started a store, it would be like our store, and we would stock that up with all of our goods on like Cats with Abs World. No PvP? No PvP yet. No PvP yet. And if they're truly planning interplanetary like strife and conflict over resources and PvP and shit like that, then when that comes in, hear me out, could slap. Could slap. So this could be thought of as the preparation period before the Great War. We get Cats with Abs established. We recruit under the Cats with Abs banner. We build interplanetary civilization slowly but surely for like a week and see if it's good. And then, if they add PvP later, we pillage with all the best stuff. So, it's trying to build systems that create situations. A planet has a resource, someone discovers it, someone extracts it, processes it, needs it for a recipe, transport it, manufactures something, sells it from their homestead, buys it, item wears down, someone repairs it, settlement needs resources, players contribute them, settlement grows, someone runs for mayor, someone gets mad at the mayor, and they talk about all the jank and stuff with it as well, but they also cite a lot of very sandboxy MMOs that require a lot of player input, which can be kind of cool. I won't lie, 30 bucks, that's a tax write-off. It's janky along the way. Like, it most definitely is. This is gameplay right now. This is literally gameplay. Is it janky? Yeah, it's gonna be janky. But, like, these are other players. All going out and doing shit. And I'm assuming these guys are going to have quite a bit of
As you
stuff
take your first steps into a new galaxy,
at this point in time.
you'll find thousands of living planets waiting for
What am I
you.
hearing? Oh. And it doesn't always look like crazy gameplay. And it's definitely early, right? It's 1,000% early. And I don't think it's the craziest looking thing right now. But I mean, the social systems and structure do seem kind of cool. Or their classes. So the review says specifically, if we go back to the review, back to the review. One thing they talk about that's really interesting is they say here, there are professions 40 plus, and those can be anything from like production shit to anything else. So it seems like your character is like classless prog, and then you can be a different profession along the way where you specialize in certain things. So it goes from, you know, actual crafting shit to, I think Kaiser said soldier and so on. So you can be something that's built more around combat. So not all of our people would end up being soldiers and PvPers. Like, we may have a bunch of farmers and foresters and chefs that our soldiers run up to, and we go escort a bunch of our gatherers on PvE missions to start, right? But then from there, once PvP starts, we're gonna have to protect our people when they go out. So we would be basically sending soldiers out with all of our PvEers along the way, which would be pretty interesting. That's a real sandbox like UO2. Hoofsy, this review specifically says if you like Ultima Online. If you played Star Wars Galaxies and still haven't emotionally recovered from what happened to sandbox MMOs, if you like Ultima Online, if Eve's player economy fascinates you, but you prefer to touch grass, like, they talk about a lot of things that are kind of interesting to a community like ours. And the fact that it's janky. But hear me out. I've seen a lot worse looking things along the way. And I also don't necessarily know that early access is enough to, like, cook us. Now, this is probably the most bland looking part of it all. But this is out in space. I don't really know what the tethers are or anything like that, like the orbits and shit. But you can go to any of these comets, and you can, like, extract those comets' resources and, like, scan them for materials and whatnot. And I think you can also just build shit out and about here. I don't even really know what this is. I'm assuming this is like a teleporter or something. Oh, that perspective change is fucking wild. What the hell? This shit's janky as shit. Jump, give it a 1 to 10 so far. Give it a 1 to 10. I mean, that's kind of cool. There's a literal fucking space station out there. I don't quite know what they've got going on. I don't know if that's like an NPC area or a player area. But that's pretty fucking cool. It looks like that's a teleporter. Keep in mind, this is pre-alpha. Is what they're saying this is. So this isn't even alpha side. Tap target or action combat. It looks like action combat with guns and pew-pews, but I think a lot of the action combat with pew-pews is a little bit janky, people have said. So this, I believe, is a world that has like a player-made base and stuff. Yeah, it looks like this is a teleporter that they took to a player-made area. And they probably have like an underground area or something like that. And again, looks janky. Looks early, right? But if that's a player-made area, and we can also label shit along the way, right? We can also have different buildings set up. We can have everything going here. This seems kind of cool. Is the lighting definitely needing some love? Yup. Absolutely. I don't like that I can't turn my screen with my mouse. Wait, what do you mean you can't turn your screen with your mouse? You can, but it's weird. Wait, what do you mean it's weird? Because that would be a little cooked. Oh, this is strange. You can't click down to turn? Oh, so it's just like an action combat, right? Because all the combat, I'm pretty sure, is action combat-y. So I'm assuming this is like a player-made maze or something? I'm not quite sure what's happening here. But I think they are legitimately in a player-made maze right now. Like a funhouse type shit? Your mouse cursor is out. Press T to switch to free look. Jub, press T to see what happens there. Wait, this is kind of like extensive. What the fuck? This make me feel weird. I'm like claustrophobic, dude. What if I get lost without a minimap? Like, what if I actually just get stuck down here and then never get out? Can I teleport out or no? If I were to get stuck. Because that shit's crazy. That's another person in there. Oh, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. Ay. They're making a lot of mistakes, I think. As a maze doer, they're running around in circles. They got to keep their hand on one wall. Or are they trying to kill this person? Toast. Jesus Christ. Dude, I swear to God if that's toast. I swear to God if that's toast. Someone message Toast and ask if he's playing this right now. The cursor stays out at least, but I can change the direction of my camera without the cursor moving. Interesting. So like before that, your cursor would move and your camera would move? So is it tab target? Or like what's the dealio there? Yeah, that's weird. That's real weird. I'm assuming that's probably going to change to like a mouse hold down. But also, what if you just end up nuking people as a result of that? Bro, I'm like really intrigued by this. What is the purpose of this fucking maze? Like, what is here? It's not top target? Okay, well that's good. That's very good at least. So it's full action combat, but holding right down also lets you move view around. Like move the camera around? Or was the dealio there? This is... Bro, how does he even know if he's making progress? Like, unironically, he doesn't know if he's doing anything. He has no idea if he's even moved. He might just be running in a goddamn circle. Brother, stay on one wall. If you turn left, you go in a circle. Oh my god, he has no sense of direction. Bro, I'm pretty sure I'm watching rage bait content. I'm pretty sure the rage bait content. This is... Uh-oh. They gave up. They legitimately fucking gave up on it. That's crazy. Okay. Good to know. It seems like... First things first, pretty cool that they actually dug that down into the mountain. Which is nice. Are there any other names other than Toast? We must see... No, go back. Go back. You're right. I mean, performance there with multiple players was kind of solid, right? That wasn't the worst. I don't see more people that I would recognize. But I'm also a little intrigued. Like, does this look janky as fuck? Yeah, 1000%. So, what are they doing right now? Just going out and gathering resources and whatnot? And then killing and shit as they go? Where are the mobs? Because it seems like they're scanning for resources here. Nice grapple. Huge grappling plays. Absolutely freaking massive. Is that an infinite use grappling hook? Because that's kind of OP. They have street lights and shit. That's kind of cool. Looks like a solar powered street light. Real grapple confirmed. I bet they took away the trip from it. I bet they yoinked it. Grapple uses the energy bar. That makes sense. So they go out, kill shit, loot shit, You level skills. Are these your skills? Over here? Oh. Oh, somebody just got. Wait, Toast died. RIP Toast, an absolute goddamn tragedy. An absolute tragedy. This is interesting. Like, is this the actual worst thing that I have ever seen? No. No. Like, it's actually not. It's Massive One Unfolded. You know what else is Massive One Unfolded? Stomps, we're looking at a pre-alpha based on the Conway system, which is pretty cool. Conway these nuts with your mouth? Do you play Star Wars Galaxy? I did not, actually. The social sandbox side of MMOs is actually a little bit less my emphasis. It's like a world simulation. Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting that. I'm getting that. And it seems like there are plenty of opportunities for people to post up and try to, like, expand their area. And then PvP, from what I've gathered, is supposed to come in later on. And PvP would mean that there's strife. Like anything I'm seeing? Well, you're also not seeing anything, in all fairness. I think evaluating just gameplay off of like 5 minutes of visual from a pre-alpha without any context of the gameplay is, you know, a tough one to actually get something good out of. One thing that really intrigued me was this review that was written by somebody that is visually rough. I don't fucking care about visuals. I don't care about visuals. Visuals are also the easiest thing to change, in all fairness. But this isn't even alpha, this is pre-alpha. So one thing that kind of got us interested was this review. This person has 14.2 hours on record and it launched yesterday. Like yesterday. So I'll read through this one more time and then I'm gonna pee. And then we'll figure out what we're doing. Because this had me a little interested. So basically, Kaiser said they're scanning and mapping the planet. Yeah, so they're literally going out trying to scan it for resources and then they're mapping it like on their map because it's all undiscovered, right? When you first go to it. Okay, so basically, first things first. Interplanetary, complete sandbox, single layer, so no shards or anything like that. If you're on the world, hello noob, and I'm on the world, we see each other. Single layer. So, this person with 14.2 hours. Keep in mind this is mixed overall. Says recommended. I went into Stars Reach expecting a janky, early access sci-fi MMO. I was correct. What I wasn't expecting was to discover that somebody had apparently hidden an interplanetary civilization simulator underneath it. At first, Stars Reach looks like somebody duct taped together a survival game, an MMO, and several kilograms of concentrated ambition. The combat's rough, the UI occasionally feels like it's withholding information out of spite. The starter pistol has roughly the stopping power of a strongly worded email. Then you start digging. And digging. And apparently digging is a profession with its own skill trees, equipment, geological resources, quality statistics, planetary variations, refining chains, and downstream manufacturing economy. Oh no. My first few hours basically went, okay, I'll do some missions. Wait, I can scan for specific materials. Why does this rock have stats? Why does the planet it came from matter? Wait, there's prospecting? There's refining? Why are there actual lathes? Who put civil engineering in my MMO? Then I found someone's homestead. They had a shop, not an NPC shop, their shop. Turns out player housing isn't just somewhere to put a decorative couch you'll never sit on. Homesteads can be homes, workshops, farms, factories, and storefronts, so naturally I started looking into the economy. This was a mistake. There are 40 plus professions, and profession apparently means things like miner, prospector, farmer, forester, chef, doctor, pharmacologist, weaponsmith, machinist, architect, merchant, journalist, animal trainer, politician, yes, politician. Players can become citizens of settlements. Settlements develop infrastructure. Players contribute resources. There are elections. Someone becomes mayor. The government can influence how the colony operates. Apparently, after decades of MMOs preparing us to kill gods, Stars Reach has finally given us the ultimate endgame encounter, municipal government. This is how I learned how then I learned how crafting works. This is where Stars Reach stopped being reasonable. You don't simply walk up to the almighty crafting table and insert 7 space iron to receive +2 space pans. You need the appropriate skills. You need the recipe. You need access to the appropriate equipment. You need the appropriate materials. And the equipment actually corresponds to processes it could actually perform. An oven does oven things. A burner does burner things. A lathe does lathe things. A fermenter ferments things. Apparently, nobody informed Raf Coster that press X to craft was an acceptable solution. Cooking alone appears capable of ruining my life. Some recipes accept ingredient categories, so a recipe might call for fermented vegetable, which means different fermented vegetables can potentially satisfy it. Other recipes require specific ingredients. Coconut curry, find a damn coconut. And because different planets contain different resources, suddenly somebody growing the right ingredient on another planet isn't engaging in meaningless gathering content. They're potentially part of your supply chain. Congratulations, you've invented interplanetary Cisco. Recipes themselves can be discovered and traded. Your skill tree doesn't simply hand you everything. Your recipe knowledge is another dimension of specialization. Your equipment is another. Your skills are another. Your materials are another. So 2 players with similar cooking skills might still be completely different chefs because they know different recipes, own different equipment, and have access to different ingredients. It's an absurd amount of depth for a game where I spent my first hour wondering why the local wildlife was beating my ass. Oh, and things wear out. Weapons, tools, equipment, crafting stations, things need maintenance and repair. Eventually things get replaced. This means the economy has something most MMO economies desperately lack, a reason to keep making stuff. And one of the actual recommendations for getting started as a crafter amounts to buy somebody's slightly busted old level 1 crafting station. Stars Reach has barely gotten started, and we're already Craigslisting used industrial equipment. 10 out of 10, no notes. And all of this exists on planets that aren't just static backgrounds. You can dig into them, terraform them, harvest them, burn things, change water flow, affect ecosystems, deplete resources, explore them and gradually map them, which is what we saw those players doing. Players can build settlements. Those settlements can develop. The economy connects those worlds. And because markets aren't simply one magical universal auction house, location and transportation can actually matter. If something is cheap over here and expensive over there, congratulations, you just discovered a job. The game didn't need an NPC with an exclamation point to tell you, and that's what I'm loving about Stars Reach. It doesn't feel like it's trying to manufacture an endless sequence of content for me to consume. It's trying to build systems that create situations. A planet has a valuable resource. Someone discovers it, someone extracts it, someone processes it, someone needs it for a recipe, someone transports it, someone manufactures something, someone sells it from their homestead, someone buys it. The item wears down, someone repairs it. The settlement needs resources, players contribute them, the settlement grows. Someone runs for mayor, someone inevitably gets pissed off at the mayor. Emergent MMO content achieved. Now, an important warning. Stars Reach is janky as fuck. This is early access. Do not come in expecting Final Fantasy XIV wearing a spacesuit. Combat needs work. Animation needs work. The UI needs work. Some systems aren't finished. Some profession branches are work in progress. Things occasionally behave like they're powered by 3 raccoons operating a server rack. If your primary concern is graphical polish, cinematic storytelling, or perfectly tuned combat, I'd wait. Seriously. This isn't a secretly... Excuse me. This isn't a secretly finished AAA MMO. It's an unfinished sandbox with some extremely ambitious machinery being assembled underneath it. But if you played Star Wars Galaxy and still haven't emotionally recovered from what happened to sandbox MMOs, if you like Ultima Online, if Eve's player economy fascinates you, but you prefer to occasionally touch grass, even if that grass happens to be on an alien planet, if you like crafting games where materials actually matter, if you want housing to have a purpose, if you'd rather discover a business opportunity than receive one from quest giver exclamation point, or if you spent the last 20 years wondering why did MMOs stop trying weird shit, you should probably be paying attention to Stars Reach. Because Stars Reach is trying all the weird shit. Possibly simultaneously, possibly irresponsibly, and I absolutely love it. I've played prettier MMOs, I've played smoother MMOs, I've played MMOs with better combat. I've certainly played MMOs that explain themselves better. But it has a very long, it's been a very long time since I played an MMO that made me stop every 20 minutes and say, wait, you can do that too. And that's the magic here. Stars Reach doesn't currently feel like a finished game. It feels like I've been allowed onto the construction side of somebody's ridiculously overambitious attempt to resurrect the virtual world MMO. There were exposed wires everywhere, half the drywall isn't installed, someone left a terraformer in the hallway. The mayor is apparently another player. I've got several tons of suspiciously specific rocks in my inventory. My pistol still sucks, and now I'm shopping for a used industrial lathe on another player's front lawn. I haven't been this excited about the future of an MMO in years. Recommended. Now, excuse me, I apparently need to find a coconut. Like, this review is actually a fucking banger of a review. And just for perspective, this was created by... I will just bring this up. Raf. Widely recognized for his work as a lead designer of Ultima Online and the creative director of Star Wars Galaxies. This is his game. It's UO in Star Wars Galaxies. This is him. This is literally his game. This is his creative world. This is Raf's game. If it's SWG, baby, I'm 100% down to try it. UO and SWG. Like, it might just be both. It might give us the actual, and again, no PvP yet. No PvP yet. Combat's gonna be janky as shit. But also, it's a pre-alpha, right? So they have on their Steam page right now. This is a live stream. This isn't like a pre-prepped video. This is literally a live stream where they're out here, I think, scanning the earth or like scanning the world and basically like documenting it and adding it to their map and then terraforming it for materials and stuff. I'm not quite sure what they have going on with it because I don't know all of these things, but I'm pretty sure they're blasting. Says that the governor can set the laws. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it came out yesterday. I don't think there's PvP yet. Somebody in Twitch chat said that there was going to be PvP later on. I'm not entirely sure what the plan is for that. Your game will be AOC 2. Well, I don't think that's a good thing. I don't know if that's a good thing, brother. That might be a scary route to go down. Maybe we change a couple of things from that. AOC made me cry. Gosh dang it.
Here comes the money.
You motherfucker. All right. It's time. Jose, thank you for the 30. Oh, boys. I planned on Palworld tonight, but it might be...
I'm sold. I'm sold.
It might be time to give it a look-see. AOC lasted 5 years if you got in early enough. Yeah, and honestly... Hear me out. Being able to provide feedback on something could be kind of cool. Be cool to use as a supplement to people wanting to survive, craft, etc. So, hear me out. People were asking for Palworld servers and whatnot anyways. What if we actually just have a little Palworld vibe server, except we explore planets never explored before, find things to kill that have never been killed before, and give everybody their role. And then we just chill and do our own thing for a little bit. Keep Guild Wars on as well, of course, because that's an early access that people would probably burn out on if we played every single day. But, like, seems kind of cool. Seems kind of cool. Catverse? We could literally have the Catverse, yes. We could have little farms on other planets where all of our gatherers and whatnot are farming and bringing it in, and then we have a transport system where people are just making shuttle runs all day back and forth. And if any of our shuttles are ever attacked, depending on what the PvP structure is, we just have our soldiers go out and fucking murder them. We take it by force. It's in my Steam cart. We doing this? Hold on. Let me go pee and then think. Let me go pee and think. Because if I'm doing this, I'm hopping in right now. Like, I'm hopping in right now for doing it. Pidinsky, what up, brother? I'll be right back.
Six watch over you.
This area is very popular with the children and those easily excited. Behold, the Lion's Arch fountains. Incidentally, this is also where 80% of all tour-related injuries occur. Please watch your step. Shall we? Is everyone having a great time? I know I am.
All right. Just pick a base, Bob, profession, and do that. Farming goes a lot. You just sit in base most of the time. Yeah, but I feel like sitting in base most of the time might not be ideal because you gotta have people that are doing the farming, and then you also gotta have the people that are breaking out. Blue, what it do? I hope you're having a beautiful day. We're thinking about some bad things. We're thinking about some bad things. We're thinking about a little Stars Reach. It's potentially just janky enough for us to get involved. Let's start with those since they're very busy with not much time. Yes. We could just have the AFK base builders. Yes. Honestly, that's gonna be huge too because we're gonna need like merchants and stuff for our shop so it doesn't get robbed. I don't know how that works in terms of like managing our shop if we don't have 24/7 hours, but like I would assume we'd need somebody there to actually like manually shopkeep. So it's kind of hard to say. Wait, Stars Reach and Stars Reach First Light Founders Pack for $29.99. View. Continue to payment. God damn it. Chad, it's time. Chad, it's actually time. How are girl doing? Oh, phenomenal. She has a job interview tomorrow. She's moving up in the world. And she's currently making some tomato soup. And it made me realize that I didn't do the dishes at the end of stream last night like I said I was going to, so. Slightly feel bad there. Now she's kind of cramped in the kitchen. We've got something terrible on our hands. All right. We're gonna give it a gosh dang shot. We're gonna give it a look. There's only one thing that we can do. And it's potentially play Stars Reach. We're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna check it out. And we're gonna see what's what. Sandbox. MMO. In pre-alpha. Never seen it before. Stars Reach. 106 viewers. Okay. Boys, we're doing it! Early access game sounds neat. It's going to be janky. But it might be actually kind of crazy. News about the phase 3 melanoma skin cancer vaccine today as well. Called up one of my doctor friends and she said it on the path. Things that better be with this within 2 years, the mRNA vaccines will be able to literally cure almost all cancers and for sure all within 5 years. Oh yeah. I mean, it's remarkable because the big thing with this is that they're able to basically test the cancer. They take the cancers and they test it. And then basically they like handcraft the solution off of that specific combination. Is all done with AI. What if the AI kills us? It mutates us into robots. What if they're injecting the microchips? Foop. Did you see the stonks? Anybody that held Moderna for a while? is probably very happy on this fine day. Probably very happy on this fine day. All right, hold on. Let's peep. Where are we at? Oh, is that my portfolio? Oh, good for you. Good for you. They wouldn't use microchips on us. But what if they're microchipping us? No, that's genuinely is such a cool time to be alive. Because A, we're in the time before the robots kill us because they realize they're smarter than us and we're weak and fleshy. Because realistically, right? Once we get to a point of super technology, we're kind of cooked. Like, how do we box with a robot? We don't. If the robot just decides to not let us get its off switch or turn it off remotely, then we're kind of fucked, right? The robot could probably kick the shit out of us. So, you know, you give a robot guns and then it's like a double down. Because, like, we shoot the robot, they're metal. We hit him in the foot, doesn't really matter too much. And then, like, the robot shoots us and it hits us in the foot and then we can't fucking walk anymore. It's like, what are we supposed to do there, brother? We can't win that shit. Combined with AI robot super intelligence. And then I become a clanker? Wait, oh shit. Okay, hold on. We've got like a comic book intro. Wait, this is kind of cool. Wait. There were tribes that came in, some of us blew ourselves up, some unleashed bioengineered plagues. Some destroyed our climates. Or let AI go rogue. Oh no! A dozen different tombs. Oh fuck, what a weird coincidence. Then the servitors came from interstellar space. Raph, what do you know? They told us we were all created by the old ones. And an ancient bargain meant they had to save our species. Oh god, Raph, what do you know? What do you know? I bet Raph has some Moderna. Doesn't he? Oh, goodness gracious me, oh my. Goodness gracious me, oh my. They called us wayfarers. We traveled countless light years, past alien dangers, to a terraformed part of the galaxy. They called it the Garden. Tell me about this garden. We'll never go back home. Are we vibing in the garden? I'm assuming the garden is where we start. Then we orbit an unstable planet called Crucible. A failed Amazon title. We awaken as immigrants on the moon called Haven. We're being given the stars. But something is very wrong. We've got hentai tentacle fuckface of doom. Everything is bad. The waters are polluted. Humans were the problem the entire time. Oh wait, do I have to hit continue? Whoops. I think I have to hit continue here. I think this is where it gets involved. Bro, I was down for the movie. I was about to keep going. Greetings, human. Do not be alarmed by your lack of vision. You were struck by cosmic rays when departing the heliopause from your home system. We apologize, but you melted. Okay, wait, we have like an we have an intro. Think yourself melted. Scream internally in horror. I'll be inquisitive internally. Is it gonna be able to read my mind? How about offer your contemplating or your rebuild of your genetic structure? Can identify which human species most resembles what you look like before you were goo. Okay, word. Okay, we're up. This is an MMO the same way the Dune game was an MMO? No, this is an MMO in like the actual sandbox MMO sense. This is made by the same person that did Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies. So this is like a true to form social sandbox MMO in every single sense of the form, where like it's interplanetary, like multiple planets, single layer, only one layer, no sharding or anything like that. Sharding. Player made and driven societies, civilizations on these planets where recipes for crafting have to be discovered. You have to level specific skills to be able to craft shit. Picture like everything that Ashes was in terms of the socials, but deeper with like degradation of, you know, not only items and whatnot, but you also have degradation over time that needs to be repaired on your crafting benches and shit. So along the way, it seems like there's going to be a shitload of involvement everywhere from every person. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I just started playing it, but it's low on poly, so no issues so far. Yeah, I've heard there are some performance issues maybe in the first starting area, but realistically, we shall see what's up with it. Oh, we have different species over here. Oh, sick. Okay. Okay, we have different species. Bis? Hold on. Hold on, wait. This is kind of sick. This is kind of sick. It will last 6 months at least. After that one last wipe. Oh, dude, I would have to guess that this lasts far more than 6 months. This is a pre-alpha. I mean, I'm down for 6 months, but I'm I'm pretty convinced that, like, somewhere along the line, this, from what I've heard so far, again, I'm just hopping in, but from what I've gathered, this could go past that 6-month threshold as well. Where do we go? Well, there should have still been an internal dev test in our Republic. I don't know why they put it up. Doesn't offend me or anything. I don't know why you're saying that like it's a controversial thing. I don't mind. That's fine for your opinion. I don't fucking care. I'm just gonna check it out. Like, I'm not a game dev. I don't personally get offended. I just see the MMO and I have a community and I'm like, this could be fun for us. And I'm not gonna yuck somebody else's yum. I'm not gonna stop you guys from playing what you want to play. So don't, you know. I don't think it's gotta be like that. Like, we're just having fun with it. I'm playing this game sick. I mean, so this is the thing. I think it's going to be one of those for right now where the people that you play with and the motivation that you have is going to make it a good or bad experience because the systems themselves are going to be janky. I think when we look back at Ashes of Creation, this is going to be less progressed than Ashes of Creation was when we were playing it, especially around Steam, right? And I think at the end of the day, I'm just going into it to A, see what's up with it, and B, see, you know, along the way, like, is there potential in something? Is there something actually here? Do I be a hot demon girl? Yeah, I might be a hot demon bitch. Hold on. Chat, should I be a hot demon girl? Or should I be a hot cat girl? What's the game? Stars Reach. So, it's supposed to be like a spacey, truly sandboxy MMO. Dusty, be a furry. I have to get a good base furry. Hold on. Okay, I guess this is reasonable enough. The eyes are fucking creepy, though. The eyes are really creepy. Oh, wait. We can get wild with this. Once you're in game, roller, pump it max graphic. Game looks nice. But my frames. Okay, wait. If there's ever going to be PvP in hitboxes, I think we need to shrink it all very much. Cheekbones, nose. Oh, they got customization like crazy. Okay, hold on. We gotta do the busty. Jesus Christ. Well, you guys know where I'm going. I've got to do the body customization. Oh, we thick. Okay, wait, where are the boobies? Can I get just titties in here? Jorm, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. She thick? Oh, she always gotta be thick. You knew that. You knew that. You knew that from the goddamn start. What's this? Thinny? Jesus Christ. Skinny? Big shoulders? Big thighs? So, like... Here? What looks natural, chat? Does this look natural? Oh. Oh. Oh, she kinda caked up. Alright, bet. And then we've got to go full. Go to center more, not edges. Wait, but I want the thickness. I think this is good. I think this is good. I think this is perfect. Hair. We need the space buns. Looking like a Goomba out here? Well, hold on. I could make my head larger, if that would satisfy it. Face big, please. Okay, I'll put big head. I'll put big head so you can look at me. I will do that for you. Underwear. You get like an undershirt and stuff? Oh, shit. Wait. Raindrop. Crop top. Okay. We're up tremendous. Almond eyelashes. I don't know what those are, but we'll go with it. Furry eyebrows. I feel like it's only appropriate, if I do say so myself. Legs. Tactical cargo. Wait, that goes kind of hard. What is this? Oh, they're colorways! Oh, that's kind of drippy. Okay, I like this. Okay. Okay. This is nice. This is nice. Chat, ears? I don't think we do the ears. I think we have to be like anthropomorphic furry. More than anything else. Should I? Yes, ears. But the ears conflict with the space buns. and shoes. But why shoes? I think the space buns logically conceal my ears. Why shoes? I'm just gonna take the shoes off later anyways. I'm literally just gonna take the shoes off. Okay, she thick. She thick. Let's get active so we can actually document. Whoops. Don't mind that. I missed. I missed pretty heavily. Continue. Yo, if my name was taken, I swear to God, I was gonna literally come for one of you guys. And I'm not talking like come. I'm talking about like Liam Neeson come. Talking about the other come. Oh wait, I didn't do the smaller head. We got a big head. That's okay though. If we ever PvP, we'll be good. I'll have to drop the head size. I'll remake a character. When you're gear, you lost your mental and physical qualities. But we can fix that. Pretend you're in one of those games. You humans like to play, allocate points. Don't worry, you're still you. Okay. So we have character startup customization. Health determines how much damage your body can absorb before you die. Stamina is used for feats of physical activity such as climbing, sprinting, and jumping. And focus is spent by engaging in mental activity such as using special attacks, crafting, healing, and so on. Oh, fuck. Wait. So you can start as an even split. What's the advanced mode? Oh, shit. There's actually so much class customization. Wait. This is kind of sick. So they let you create your character from the ground up. And you can go into advanced mode and that... Do you guys remember? Hold on. Hold on. Save. Wait, wrong one. Open. I have a good one in here. Open. All right, peep. You know what's crazy about this being a triangle? These are my triangles that I used to talk about Ashes of Creation. And I talked about the allocation of stats in a triangular form with all of the different subcategories of the triangle. This is literally the way that I think of class categorization and allocating that. Wait, that's fucking sick. That's sick. The video one up, brother. Hope you're having a beautiful day. So, Constitution is how fast you recover. So I can drop that a little bit because I'm assuming if healing is a capability, then we're probably going to have relatively solid heals along the way. So, the reverse funnel system, here's a pyramid scheme. I'll funnel you. Toughness is how badly damage hurts you. And then health is just raw HP for how much damage we can take. So, if I want to... God, I guess I have to figure out, like, what I want to do in the first place. Healing could be based off con? Yeah, I mean... I would assume a lot of the con is going to be, like, passive healing. And then if you're looking concentration, then that's probably going to be, like, casting shit, right? Because Serenity is how quickly you recover. And I would assume that's going to be on the magic side. And then Fitness is how quickly you recover. Oh, you guys can't see this. So this is Stamina. Which is your physical capability, fitness, how fast you recover, and strength, cost for physical actions. So the stronger you are, the less your physical actions cost. So let's go not too crazy with things. You drag the circles inside the triangles instead of sliders. Yep. You can just drag it like this as you'd like to as well. So I could be less strong, and I could have more stamina and more fitness. I could pull from both and up just my stamina. I could go less stamina, and I could recover the stamina really quickly for faster bursts. Which, honestly, doesn't seem the worst. I feel like I want to go extremely balanced with this, if I'm being honest. I think I might just keep this balanced for right now. I don't know enough about the stamina system to get the most out of it, so we'll leave it just unbalanced enough to anger people. Never mind, we'll go. There we go. There we go. There we go. We'll leave that relatively balanced along the way. And then focus is your mental capacity. So I can turn that to 0. Serenity is how quickly you recover, and then concentration is cost for mental actions. See, this is an interesting one, because I don't know what the mental capacity is going to be for at this point in time. And I'm assuming we'll scale off of this and get more points for it, and this is our allocation at the start, but... Made bandages from ripping cloth, you spun from thread, you made from wool, you sheared a sheep for. What the fuck? Depends on the type of healing. There's tech healing and regen, then medical. Tech healing, regen, and medical. So there are 3 types. I'm assuming tech healing and medical. Tech seems like abilities, and then medical seems like somebody else healing. That seems like a pretty solid setup there. Okay. Let's call this good. And then we have the health, stamina, focus. Oh, wait. Does this change? Oh, fuck. That changes the sliders. Oh. Oh. So if I want to go something less focus-based, then I have more total points. You can also swing this. And the big circle gives you more points in the... Or the big triangle in the first place gives you more points to put into the smaller ones. So if I want to go less focus-based and more health and stamina-based, then I would be able to do that. So let's swing that a little bit. I guess just a smidge. I don't want to be too dumb, but Kai, what up, brother? Thank you for the raid. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm actually gonna leave this even. I think I don't want to slam it too badly and find myself just being absolutely incapable of anything, like mentally, because I don't know what we're gonna have. We're probably gonna need some geniuses along the way. So we're gonna keep that relatively balanced. We're gonna fuck with it a little bit, but I think more or less we keep it balanced, and then we figure out where we need to go off of that. Because we don't know anything right now. Circumstantial, we're playing this. Literally just started. Literally just started. I was talking about it earlier today. Beat Bulgogi. Bulgogi. Night. Great success. Doing all this before any gameplay doesn't kind of rough. I actually think this is kind of cool, because you can also just slam this out like as you want to, but I do think a little bit of gameplay before this to introduce you to this once they hash out new player experience could be cool. It's like you're spawned in a little flashback, and then you have a combat sequence where you kill a few low-level mobs, and then you go to a boss mob, and then you get kind of cooked. Yeah. I do think that would be cool. A little bit of like an introduction. Now, keep in mind, this isn't your final character scaling. This is just like the baseline of it all. But yeah, I do think a little bit of an introduction before that could be nice. What's this game about? It's an MMO. It's literally an MMO. So we're just in the character creator right now. It is an interplanetary, multi-planet, single-layer MMO in pre-alpha testing. So that's going to be a very, 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 very janky experience as a baseline. But I'm curious about it nonetheless. I'm curious about it. And I'm not expecting a ton, but it's supposed to be an extremely sandboxy MMO where along the way you have entire supply chains. You have, oh, we have a roll. You have entire supply chains. You have so much along the way that's dependent on players. Okay, I like that I can like dodge out of it. Commencement successful. Welcome to Haven. Seems to be in a state of disrepair, which is standard for humanoids. Make your way to the local mayor and get the tools you need to explore the galaxy. Okay, so I do feel like this little tutorial and whatnot could probably be better served. How do I get, oh, this. Climb my stamina, climb W and push forward against, wait. And tap space, climb and consume your stamina. Okay, we're up. Everything is beautiful at this point in time. Boil. Holy teleporting? Yeah, the starting area, people have said, is quite laggy. Wait. The starting area, people have said, is quite laggy. And then once you get actually out past the starting area, that's where a lot of people are saying that it gets solid. And I don't want to say solid as in like a, you know, a good game or anything like that. But, you know, it's in pre-alpha. So we're here to check it out. So in terms of the starting area, this is what a lot of people are saying is the laggiest area. And keep in mind, once we get out of the starting area, everything is going to be player made. So as we go throughout the world, I don't have enough one. As we go throughout the world, we're going to, through other worlds, we're going to be able to see player-driven everything. Like businesses, towns, societies, all of it. It's going to be interesting. No shards and pre-alpha will do that. Yeah, and I don't know exactly how many people they were expecting. I don't think they have a ton, but again, it's also, like Kaiser said, it's no layers. It's everybody on one layer. So anybody that's starting a character, this motherfucker. Anybody that's starting a character can find me, and then we can explore together. So we are definitely going to go out on a little bit of a journey. So this smells like cabbage. Your datapad also has a missions tab. Open that next. Use L or click on the missions tab. Okay, wait. So missions tab is... Hold on. L. Oh, up here. Okay, that makes sense. The missions tab tracks missions you've been assigned as well as educational challenges created by the TPL. And then he gives me the rest of my starting gear. We're up to Menace. Put the new tools in the tool belt. We've acquired new tools. I to open the inventory. And then drag held tools from your backpack to slots 1, 2, 3, and 4 on your tool belt. Some tools like the grapple aren't held but are still equipped. Drag them to the slots on the right. Okay, so those are just like utilities. Press I to close inventory. Press escape to close dialogues. Totally 300 on at the moment. Interesting. Okay, Founder's Flag. A Founder exclusive vertical banner honoring the first pioneers secure the TPL colors. We have an Assault Pew Pew. So we'll grab our Assault Blicky. And then, you want to notice something missing though. Do I not have ammo? Before I give you the Starship key and let you leave Haven, I'm going to ask you to help us rebuild from your encounter with the corruption. Okay. That's a missions in your mission tab. Help these people and then I'll let you into the rest of the galaxy. Bruh, I'm just trying to get equipped right now. Okay, so Harvester. That's going to be one of our tools, I'm assuming. So we'll put that on 3. Pathfinder. The Harvester harvests plants and materials from bushes, mushrooms, flowers, and logs. Hold left click, harvest from target. Tab, open selection palette. And click to select. Q, search for the selected resource. And then it has a durability as well. So we have to be aware of the durability. Pathfinder. Locate survey nodes. To find a survey node, equip the Pathfinder and listen. The tones you hear increase in pitch and frequency as you get closer to them. Once you're within a short range, the node becomes visible. Collect the survey node by clicking it with left click. Is the survey node to chart the world? I'm assuming the survey node is to chart the world. The fuck, man, relax. Trying to get set up here. The terraformer excavates resources. Extraction, B Marooney. Open resource selection for prospecting. Prospecting pulse. So I'm assuming prospecting is once we gather stuff. Those who are doing live. Okay, so they were going out and they were pathfinding basically. So then we have our Grapinski. And then a cam kit. This kit can be placed right click in an inventory into the world. Once placed, it auto-assembles a cam for you to use. This object is consumed by use. A repair kit, and then... Wait. Grapple, go to space? Nope. Okay. Nope, that's fine. Can I put you on space? Oh, that's a utility, and then mobility is space. Okay, that makes sense. Ron, what up, brother? What's the MMO? Stars Reach. Noob! Hello, noob! Ron. So, there was a review that got us really excited about this. And at least, like, checking it out, right? Keep in mind, this is pre-alpha. But this is from the person that basically brought us Ultima Online. And then was a creative director of Star Wars Galaxies. And they are in pre-alpha, just opened up yesterday, right? Go to the store page. And there's a review from somebody that played 14 hours so far. Keep in mind, became available yesterday. It's got mixed reviews right now. But go into reviews, and this one up here. Read more, and it talks about a lot of the depth. And one thing that's going to get you, Ron, and a lot of our people, right? I'll just read you guys the first paragraph because I got to play this shit, right? One of the Stars Reach expecting a janky early access sci-fi MMO. I was correct. What I wasn't expecting was to discover something that somebody had apparently hidden an interplanetary civilization simulator underneath it. At first, Stars Reach looks like somebody duct taped together a survival game, an MMO, and several kilograms of concentrated ambition. The combat is rough. The UI occasionally feels like it's withholding information out of spite. The starter pistol has roughly the stopping power of a strongly worded email. Then you start digging and digging. And apparently digging is a profession with its own skill trees, equipment, geological resources, quality stats, planetary variations, refining chains, and downstream manufacturing economy. My first few hours basically went, okay, I'll do some missions. Wait, I can scan for specific minerals. Why does this rock have stats? Why does the planet it came from matter? Wait, there's prospecting, there's refining. Why are there actual lathes? Who put civil engineering in my MMO? Then I found someone's homestead. They had a shop, not an NPC shop, their shop. Turns out player housing isn't just somewhere to put a decorative couch you'll never sit on. Homesteads can be homes, workshops, farms, factories, and storefronts. There are 40 plus professions, and profession apparently means things like miner, prospector, farmer, forester, chef, doctor. They literally put it back and forth, like right back to back, by the way, Rod. They literally put chef and doctor back to fucking back like they're Jordan 96, 97. Whoa. Pharmacologist, weaponsmith, machinist, architect, merchant, journalist, animal trainer, politician. You can elect mayors of your civilizations. So the government can influence how the colony operates, right? Players can become citizens of settlements. Settlements develop infrastructure. Players contribute resources. There are elections. Someone becomes mayor. The government can influence how the colony operates. Apparently, after decades of MMOs preparing us to kill gods, Stars Reach has finally given us the ultimate endgame encounter, municipal government. Then I learned how crafting works. This is where Stars Reach stopped being reasonable. You don't simply walk up to the almighty crafting table and insert 7 space iron to receive +2 space pants. You need the appropriate skills. You need the recipe. You need access to the appropriate equipment. You need the appropriate materials, and the equipment corresponds to the processes it could be reasonably performed. Cooking alone appears capable of ruining my life. Some recipes accept ingredient categories. So a recipe might call for a fermented vegetable, which means any fermented vegetable could satisfy it. Coconut curry, find a coconut. And because different planets contain different resources, suddenly somebody growing the right ingredient on another planet isn't engaging in meaningless gathering content. They're potentially part of your supply chain. So recipes themselves can be discovered and traded. Your skill tree doesn't hand you everything. Your recipe knowledge is another dimension of specialization. Your equipment is another, your skills are another, your materials are another. So 2 players with similar cooking skills might be completely different chefs because they know different recipes, own different equipment, or have access to different ingredients. It's an absurd amount of depth, and apparently they just go on and on. We've read this twice now. And in terms of shady development history or shady people backing it, this is from Big Raph. Raph is widely recognized for his work as the lead designer of Ultima Online and the creative director behind Star Wars Galaxies. So this is his game. Is him. So, basically, it is an early access. It is an extremely early access. It is pre-alpha, and I would not expect it to be smooth, right? I would not expect it to be extremely smooth. But I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna give it a look-see. And we may just have fun. Just a little bit. I won't lie. It seems like it's got some pretty baseline set up along the way. And a lot of what I've heard so far is that it really leans into, you know, player-driven content. And keep in mind, spatial chat. Hold on. Oh, wait. That's area chat. Never mind. FOV. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Let's see. Audio. We're gonna lower the volume just a little bit. I actually like the music. It's nice. It's got a little bit of good in there. And then we can go show HUD. Is there a HUD scale? Enable camera zoom effects. Show health display, tool belt, reticle size. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Giant reticle incoming, boys. World tremendous. HUD frame scale percentage. Health bar scale. Oh. So we can turn up the health bar scale a little bit if we want to. That's the highest it goes right now. It seems like 134 is the high. Oh. Oh. So we have to scale this down a little bit to have more health bar scale. So we can sit that right now. And then we'll save that. Okay. This looks a little bit better, I will say, in terms of the UI. Movement, immediately, definitely a little slidey. Servers are a little bit servery, right? But we're still immediately in the starting area. So we gotta see what's up. How to get in? It's $30. It's literally playable right now. So it's on Steam, 30 buckaroos. And keep in mind, pre-alpha. Pre-alpha, let me look at the character. The visuals, keep in mind I made my character look a little weird on purpose. But the visuals are, again, pre-alpha visuals. You're gonna want to wait for good visuals. I am furry. This is furry. This is furry. Everybody's... What are you doing back there? Everybody's a furry. Everybody's a furry. Oh my god, you can zoom out so fucking far. Wait, what? This is kind of crazy. They actually give us the distance to zoom. Large-scale PvP, if they get the servers going, may be possible, boys. That's kind of nice. Not bad for an early start of game again. Thanks, AOC. Okay, okay. This one has a way less controversial startup than Ashes. I'm not gonna lie to you and say it's perfect. Excuse me. But this does have a better startup than Ashes, just in a general sense. Equipment on holster your Pathfinder, right? Your Pathfinder beeps while it's out, leading you to hidden survey nodes. In addition, a compass is added to your HUD while using the Pathfinder. It'll show you an approximation of the direction of the closest node when you stand still. When a node appears, use your Pathfinder to collect it. Okay, we've collected it. Now that you've collected a survey node, your map has been updated. Open and view your map, use M or click on the map tab. So that's what people were doing earlier when we were watching. You can use your map to narrow down the position of undiscovered survey nodes, collect a total of 3. So as you exist in different map areas, you basically have to discover these nodes. Timu, No Man's Sky. I have a question. Why do you come in and just like absolutely have a like shitting on something take instead of just like asking a normal question like a human being? Like genuine, not trying to shit on you, but like, why, what possesses you to, instead of just be like, hey Dusty, what are you playing? Come in and instantly throw shade at it. Like, this is an actual MMO. I'm seeing other players. No Man's Sky literally doesn't even, it didn't even give people that on launch. This is fucking Streg. This is a single layer MMO that's in pre-alpha testing, brother. Like, it's gonna look like Timu anything, but is right, the game is trying to scam incoming. Vegeta, I'ma just... Nin, can you give Vegeta a 24-hour? Because otherwise I'ma just perma him for trying to bring weird vibes in. I ain't even about to lie. I ain't even about to lie. That shit's so toxic, bro. Like, I have a question. Why are you here? Like, actual real question, why are you here, Crybaby? Alright, I'm gonna perma you then. Have fun. I hope it was worth it, dude. Like, I hope that was worth for you to try to shit on a pre-alpha game because you don't like the fact that Hosey donated $30 for me to try to play a game. Motherfuckers know nothing about a game or even played it and just talk shit on it. Bro, they come in and they look at like a 5-second snippet where I'm reading a menu and they're like, this is fucking dog shit. And they don't even know what it's about. It's crazy. It's crazy.
So
like,
I'm really trying to retrain.
I don't even get it, man. We're here to test the game a little bit, right? We're here to just give it a little bit of testing time and maybe see what it's about. It says that it's a social sandbox driven game, which again, probably has a ton of issues along the way. But like, it's probably gonna be at least a little fun. Okay, wait, so I scanned that. You track the indigenous plants, creatures, and resources. Check Galactopedia for more. So, can I... Wait, it's going by itself. Ah! Okay, what's the right click do? Hold on. Inventory. So this is... Close that. And the harvester is hold left, harvest from target. Tab is open selection palette, and then search for the selected resource. You selected nothing for tracking. So I can basically open the selection palette, or I'm supposed to be able to with tab. You've not discovered any flora to track yet. Okay. So I do want to track everything along the way. Can I discover it? Seems like I have to come across it for the first time. And different planets, because keep in mind, this is just a starting area, right? That's literally the starting town that I just ran out of. So different planets are supposed to have different flora, different fauna, different everything along the way. So right now, what I'm doing, I'm supposed to be going out, and anytime you land in a new area, the map isn't known to you, and you're blind on the map until you discover it. So in different quadrants of the maps, there are these little survey nodes that you'll be able to find with your Pathfinder. It's kind of like No Man's Sky. Like No Man's Sky, but like the MMO that No Man's Sky kind of said that it wanted to be. But I'm not saying it's like all of the features put together, right? Conceptually, it's the MMO that No Man's Sky wanted to be. And keep in mind, it's still extremely early, but like, hear me out. It's a cool shot. This is basically like a few men's Sky. So right now, keep in mind, single layer, no sharding or anything like that. And it is in pre-alpha. So they have a few very ambitious systems, and a lot of it is, again, the absurd depth of a lot of the systems along the way. So the map itself, there are a bunch of different planets. We go into space. I'm not there yet. But you literally, like, you go to a planet, and you set up your civilization, your player-run civilization from the ground up on that planet as you go. So what we're going to try to do is, you know, prog through a little bit and see what we've got going our way, right? And if we can find, you know, our way out to space, we can find a few planets to, you know, to hit up along the way. Then we'll probably stumble upon some player-driven stuff, some player-made stuff. We'll probably be able to, you know, start making some mats and whatnot along the way. I don't know what it's doing! It is a little laggy here, but I also have been told, can I run interstellar crates though? Yes! There's an entire transport system because along the way, different like flora and fauna grow in different areas and like different planets and shit, right? So any exclusive resources, you're gonna have to cart point A to point B so that way you can have the resources. The thing sounds like a mentor. Bro, it does sound like it's gonna suck my soul out. Yes, just in a certain... A willow. Wait a freaking heckin' second. Can I harvest it more if I just left click it? I don't think I can harvest it yet. I'm supposed to be pathfinding right now. So basically with the Pathfinder, I stand still and then it gives me an indicator of where the node is. So I want to get close to the node and then I want to discover the node. And then once I discover the node, that on my map should unlock that portion of the map. So we'll have to do this in every segment of every planet that we go to document those planets, basically. So if we go to an uncharted planet, shit's actually, like, uncharted. We have a lot. It's exciting, I'm a little burnt out, but excited to see how this goes. Yeah, I mean, it's got, you know, it's got people at the top that have qualifications to be in this area. It's still, I think it's still early. I haven't done a ton of research on their, like, their long-term, you know, long-term development timeline or anything like that. But genuinely, it's pretty cool conceptually. Only game lately that did pre-alpha right was Palworld. A lot of games go to pre-alpha testing way too early. I don't think there's one specific solution for when a game should go to early access. And keep in mind, Palworld's early access wasn't a pre-alpha. Palworld's early access, when it hit 2.25 million concurrent players, was a true early access, where it was past alpha prog. So effectively, like, there's no one set solution of when a game should or shouldn't go into the public eye. I think that is entirely brought up by the developers themselves. Sometimes you want to go to the store wearing a, you know, wearing a drippy ass outfit. Sometimes you want to go to the store in sweatpants. And sometimes people don't really care if people see them in sweatpants and they just need to get to the store in general. And really, with a game like this, it's a smaller company, right? It is backed by and honestly made by very reputable people along the way that have brought well-loved games in, especially socially driven MMOs. And if I'm being completely honest, like, games have to start somewhere. And at a certain point, if it's a matter of like, hey, we have a playable product and it's really early and it needs some people to test it, then fuck it. I'm happy to do something like that. Like, I'm running into other players. The world itself looks cool. I'm just going around scanning a whole bunch of mats and stuff right now and cataloging them. And we're just exploring. I think it is so early, and I think it's probably far too early to look at this and just be like, oh, this is good, bad, indifferent, terrible, wonderful. Like, this isn't even an indicator of what the final product is going to be in any capacity. And I think we have to be much more understanding along the way that, again, there is no set solution for anything. And there is no one-size-fits-all, especially in the game development world right now, man. Some studios have more resources to test internally and progress. Some studios may hit a point where they're just like, oh shit, progression is kind of coming to a halt. We need more external testing. Protected areas restrict who can build, mine, use storage, or modify objects. Okay, so this is a protected area. Stars reach keep 11 perm stuff and flux up to 50 when they need larger stuff made like planets. Yeah, so like it's a small MMO, man. Like just keep that in mind. It's not like it's coming from this AAA studio. And I think again we need to understand that at a certain point in time, the, you know, few hundred concurrent players that they are getting is probably an incredibly valuable asset to them along the way. And any feedback along the way is probably great for them. So I was with Ethereal, tried it out, thought it was kind of dog shit until I played it a little more, and then someone went up with 200 hours in like 2 months. Yeah, hear me out. Like, is this gonna be perfect? God no. God no. But am I already kind of picking up on the concept of it? Yeah, like it does give me No Man's Sky vibes. Literally plays like a few men's sky to start out. I spawned in the starting area, and I'm discovering a few areas around the map. It's feeding me a few different missions along the way. I've got a wound because I have apparently cooked myself from... Whoops. I'm typing. I got a wound because I cooked myself from too much exertion. We have my gathered inventory here, which again, I think the UI definitely will need a little bit of work along the way, right? But we have the inventory that I've gathered so far. We have fruit, which gives stam regen, max focus. It has decay time on materials as well. So we always will need to have constant materials coming in. Things are works in progress, right? This checks out. But even here, stam regen +3. So let's pop one of these bad boys. How to pop one? Can I drag over here? Can I drag over here? Can I consume this? Can I drag over here? Press tab with the harvester and select stuff and go to Q to scan for the selected plant. Yeah, I tried to press tab earlier, but it said I didn't have enough. Discovered. Consume tab, bottom right. Oh shit, you're so fucking right. Oh, they give us a consume wheel. Interesting. But this is only our camp kit. So seems like we can't get food on there. Hold on. Maybe I can trick it. Nope. Nope. Maybe it's on there by default? No, so that's not on there. So harvester, you said tab. And then this also brings up, okay, so this is all of our scanning, like you said. So anything that you've discovered so far, you can equip that. And then if I press G, also Corla, I'm doing phenomenal. I'm just meowing my way through the world. Oh, if I press Q, that one. Get the process of food. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So I can basically just walk around scanning and try to discover specific stuff. And then that will lead me to it. As I discover more, that increases the catalog of what I get. Performance looks rough. I'm still in the starting area. I'm gonna try to work my way out of the starting area. A lot of people have said that that the starting area is the worst performance, which, you know, checks out. There is a single shard, and this is gonna be where there's the most action happening right now. So I mean, this do check out. I played worse. Ash has had some pretty performance-y issues as well at certain points in time. So I have a wound on myself because I overexerted. So I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get rid of that bad boy at a certain point in time. Some mushroom skewers would go a long way with feeding the citizens haven, but I want to add some extra special spice to this bash. Oh, really? Let's put some really tasty looking vegetation in a field near here. Okay. So we're just blasting now. This might be harvesting and potentially combat, which would be nice. Do I have to climb? Because this sounds like I'm gonna have to climb a little. What's my grapple do? What that Grapinski do? Tool batteries limit use, recharge over time, and can be restored with consumables. Okay, word. How can I get my grapple out? Because I put my grapple on R. Oh, that's popping off now. Okay, hold on. We put that away. And now I grapple? I cannot grapple. The R keybind is not giving me anything. Hold on. We'll try it on a different bind. We'll try it on C. All right, well, it worked on C. That's R. R. Okay, so the R bind isn't working. But we shall put it on C, and then we'll vibe for now, and then I'll probably rebind that. Heard like an SRF assassin. Oh, no, that's okay. I just started. So, I'm still in the starting area right now. We are on the intro quest. You're a monster? You're a monster, baby. That's what they used to call me. But I'm still on the starting quest right now. So, I have so far learned that we can go around, scan a bunch of resources, compile the resources in our little scanner, and then from there, we can track those specific resources and hunt them down. The map exploration isn't revealed to us until we actually, like, go through, find discovery nodes, and then, like, uncover those nodes along the way. This is sick, actually. The world is really fucking cool. I don't know if other worlds have this level of detail, or if they're all just kind of like in progress. But this is really cool detail-wise. And you can see so far. The mountains are actual mountains. You got Jesus' hand over there. I don't know why they had to put a hole in the middle of it, but I'm pretty sure that's Jesus. We had a hand in Ashes of Creation, too. Reminds me of climbing a mountain in Skyrim. They definitely give you a lot of accessibility to the world, and I have my harvester out right now. So pull that out. And then hit him with the blicky. I've already discovered the willow. I think all of this I've already discovered, but you can also gather stuff off of the trees with your harvester. So it's just like one general harvester that I think you upgrade. You know why there's a hole? Ron, we're not doing that to Jesus' hand. Ron, we're not doing that. This plant needs to mature further. Okay, first things first. No diddy. Second thing, it appears that plants also have a growth cycle where other players can potentially, like, strip the resources off of it. And then we would have to wait for it to come back. So that in itself is kind of nice. Some competition around gathering resources within the world and controlling those could lead to a lot of friction. Bro, this is a cool little part of the world. This is a cool part of the world. All the changes that you make to the planet, terraforming, mining, and so on will stay there. Those are permanent. Yeah, and then the worlds will eventually get, like, stripped, right? This is more of an MMO than No Man's Sky. Yeah, this is fundamentally, at its core, a, like, sandbox MMO. This game is a walkthrough or something. It simulates chemical reactions in plant growth. What do you mean by, like, chemical reactions? Like, am I going to accidentally be trying to clean my house and make a gas that kills my entire family? Or, like, what are we on there? Land ownership does everything pretty much, can't craft without the base. Right, so we need to find an area. And then once we find an area, we can claim that. And then we can effectively get our land claim and start scaling off of that. Makes some pay to win. What's that? Owning land? Land ownership subscription. Wait, what's the land ownership subscription? What'd that do? Because I haven't looked too much into that in the long term. But I don't think you need to pay to... Oh. Something you need to subscribe to own land from what I read. Do you have a link? That would be interesting. That would definitely be... I mean, at the very least, a way for them to get consistent money. And most players would probably want to do that in the first place. But it does sound like their goal is to have it be some actual, like, giant parts of society. That's a subscription. Okay, so there's basically the free-to-play. So their goal is effectively, and I mean effectively, to have buy to play and then subscription model. And then strike. What the hell? Are we blasting? Contra? The hell? Contra, what you doing out here? What you got going on? Hold on. Slash dance. Oh, we're going crazy with it. We're going crazy. Holy shit. We're getting jiggy on that thing. Free stuff, put things on fire, and they actually burn particle by particle. If you dig holes and there's water, the water flows. Right, and it has like physics with that, right? So we can literally, if we're trying to farm, we can redirect water to the farm to water our soil type shit, or like how deep does it go? Because we're definitely going to... Definitely gonna have to get into that. I will say, we're probably gonna have a lot of farmers that are just constantly cooking. We will need a lot of people. A lot of people. A little bit of scanning work. Stand still. Look for red flash on direction up top. And it'll show on map 2. Alright, we're up. We're up. Bring water to the farm. Okay, word. Have a look. Okay, hold on. Save that for me for after I get off of the starting area. Because I do want to be able to show off more than just, like, the laggy starting joint. And I want to get off onto a... Wait, pause. I want to access a remote planet with the gang. So we can start venturing. Discord mod saying store won't have advantages other than ability to own land. Then FAQ says you can own 4 plots with the sub. Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense, though. That makes sense. So, basically, depending on how large the plots are, a homestead plot is a standard size, and subscribers can have up to 4 homesteads. They can be adjacent or on separate planets. You can pull your homesteads with others to make larger pieces of land and develop more and larger structures. Okay. So, their goal, basically, is to have a buy-to-play structure where, like, there's the, you know, that aspect of it where you don't have to pay monthly. And then from there... If you sub, that's how you can become like a landowner and start scaling that up. Is homesteads guilds. I believe the homesteads, like the homesteads can turn into a civilization, and the civilizations can elect mayors and shit like that. So the homesteads are your housing plots, basically. And as you get more of those homesteads, you make effective housing. Like you can make a cozy little casual house for you to live in and roleplay in, or you could have actual functional housing. PvP? PvP will be a thing from what we have heard. I don't know the extent of it right now, but Nin, picture every system that Ash is presented, plus No Man's Sky, plus like Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies, because it's from Big Raph. So Big Raph was lead designer of Ultima Online and the creative director behind Star Wars Galaxies. So this is something that has, you know, experience behind it and has a plethora of knowledge about how to make socially driven games run. And their entire goal is to make an extremely socially driven game. So, see how it goes. But, who found this? A few people had pointed it out along the way, and Julia had been playing it. A couple people in chat had asked about it, and then we started looking into it a little bit, and I watched streams on it yesterday. And naturally, it looks janky, but there was a review from somebody that since yesterday had played almost 15 hours of the game, and they talked about a lot of the depth that you start to get into with the player-driven econ. Keep in mind, already, you have to level your professions. The recipes are more in-depth than Ashes of Creation because there are planet-specific recipes and materials and resources, and even if you have a refining station or a crafting station, that deteriorates over time, so you have to have somebody and you have to have the materials to keep that repaired. You have to literally have an entire functional society. Like, this is as much a civilization simulator as much as it is, you know, an MMO in the sense that we have played. And it is deep, deep. Deep, deep. Like, press K. So are these the skills? Active skills. So these are your profession skills. Botany. Learnable skills, their XP and money costs, and where you need to go to unlock them. So botany, learn to harvest flora, cultivate plants, and manage trees. Earn botany XP by harvesting flora. So, I have a little bit of botany XP, I think. Click to see details. Oh, maybe I don't. Because I think that's already learned. Visit a skills kiosk to learn. Oh, okay. So I have to visit a skills kiosk. Skills to plant, grow, and improve crops. Foraging is work in progress. Forestry, yield when you're harvesting. And then you have business. Learn the ins and outs of running businesses. Earn business XP by completing trades with other players. Advertising, logistics, management. So they're going to have business skills as well. Combat, general combat, combat tactics, combat engineer, drones, melee. Over here they have ranged. And this is a pretty thick combat structure with different specializations. So they have melee, knife stars, laser whip, mauler, staff, sword, assault rifle, bow, grenade launcher, heavy machine gun, pistol, rocket launcher, shotgun, sniper rifle. Crafting is constructing, cooking, engineering, tailoring. Humanities, skills to enhance your use of humanities plus access to the music, acting, dance, writing, and journalism skill trees. Leadership, medical, learn to create treatments and care for others. Earn medical XP by crafting medical recipes and healing or curing allies. So you have Helix specials. You have pharmacology, skills to craft medical reagents, field medicine, and clinical treatments. Genetics, learn to manipulate the genetics of creatures and animals. Mineralogy, that one. So learn to extract, prospect for, deposit, and assay planetary resources. Earn mineralogy XP by extracting resources or emptying the hopper with the terraformer. Ranger is learn to survey and navigate through the use of utility tools and gadgets. Unlocks camp kit and drone light. Earn Ranger XP by discovering survey points with the Pathfinder and creating navigation points. Vehicles. So we'll have vehicles and starships. And then we'll have xenobiology. Learn to study and interact with unfamiliar creatures. Earn xenobiology XP by discovering new creatures with a bioscanner. So those are their professions right now. It's really cool, but it doesn't fail, but it's a bit too ambitious. No, I'm not the one to determine what's... Wait. That's weird. I've seen this in a couple of games before. But hold on. Hold on. I've got a really interesting thing on, like, my monitor that doesn't show through on stream, where the profession menu is, like, on my monitor right now. And hold on, I'm gonna restart. The only other time that I've had this was when I played, I think it was Enshrouded the first time. But, like, you guys can't see it, but I can see it on my monitor. And it happened when I played Enshrouded before. And sometimes I have to restart the PC off of it, which is really weird. So I'm going to restart the PC real quick and see if it's a similar thing to that. Enshrouded overlay issue. Yeah, you remember that? You remember that? Update graphics drivers? Yeah, I'm gonna restart the PC and update the graphics drivers real quick. But that's actually like the same thing that happened to me when I was... Wait. Is it like Burnt-in? The fuck? Oh, no, never mind. Wait. Is it? When the PC turns off, we'll see. Played OSRS? I have not played OSRS. You have OLED. I have an old monitor. Oh, no, I don't think it's burnt in. I don't think it's actually cooked. I have an older monitor, so worst case scenario, it dies. But it's probably the same thing as the old Enshrouded one, which as soon as I update, wait, ball, you drop your items on your body when you die. Oh, interesting. Like all of them? Interesting. I can see a potential problem with the extensive trees. If the crafting recipes rely on several different skilled professions, what if no one in your society does a needed skill? Well, then you have to find somebody in your society to do the needed skill. What if your town in real life doesn't have a hospital? Well, then you don't have a hospital. You have to get a hospital to come into your town. You know what I mean? Or you buy the stuff. Yeah. You literally like you have to set everything up in that capacity. It's quite literally meant to be like a world sim. Okay, hold on. Did the game brick my PC? I don't think it did. I don't think it did. But it didn't like the restart. So I do hard restart. Probably a me thing. I'm gonna smoke a bowl of good luck. Hold on. I shall return. Good momentum.
Apes together, strong.
Have we made it? Jeez! Oh, thank you for the prime, big dog. I appreciate you. Oh. I don't really know what happened, but unironically, I restarted my PC after that burned into my monitor. And oh, never mind, we booted up. The boot up was a little weird though. And remind me later. I still have the burn-in on my monitor. The hard reset not work? Like, I still have the visual burn-in on my monitor. So I'm not sure if it just goes away over time. Because something similar happened with Enshrouded. What monitor is it? It's an old Alienware AW25H, I think it is. From Stars Reach. Yes. From the crafting interface, like the skills interface. So, I'm gonna be cautious with that. It only shows up, like, on the monitor and not on stream. So that's good at least. On the dark parts of, so like you can see it over here. It says,
I can.
Yeah. Where did the couple seconds you got a menu up or the whole UI? The menu. So like this, it says like skill tree, active skills, 100 gold details. So, it might just be temporary. It seems to be fading. Seems to be. But definitely not ideal there. Definitely not ideal. So we'll wait on that. Think we'll wait on this one? Okay, well, hear me out. Hear me out. If an image remains on your monitor after restart, usually image retention, temporary ghosting rather than permanent burn-in. Uptime is when a static window stays on an LCD or OLED panel too long. Put the monitor completely for a few hours or when a built-in LCD. Yeah. I mean, it's already going away and dissipating as well. So it showed up initially on dark screens, but it's already going away on dark screen. It's ghosting issue. Yeah. It's already fixed. Oh, I was like, where's my music now? I don't have music on. Already fixed. But yeah, Enshrouded, just for perspective, Enshrouded had a very similar issue, like quite literally the same issue, the first time that I played it in its early access, and they fixed it. So, Burn it doesn't have it that fast. Yeah, no. That's why I immediately went to the restart as well. Stuck from having it up for such a short amount of time. Yeah, I don't remember what Enshrouded did to fix it, or what their exact issue with it was, but I remember it specifically. Yeah, it's already gone. Literally gone. I can't see it anymore. Select character. Yep, back to normal. Not even on my end. Enshrouded did the same thing. Yup. So I'm convinced it'll probably be fixed pretty soon. I don't know the exact specificities of it or anything like that, but it's already fixed. So probably didn't even have to restart for it. Probably could have just gone into a menu. Probably could have just turned the monitor off. Well, I did. I think it actually needed a bright screen, because every time that I go into a bright screen, it gets better. So I think just like basically eye bleaching all the pixels is probably what's necessary, and I'm not gonna hit that menu for a little bit. Had Mario start screen burned into an old TV back in the day. Okay, well that was probably actual burn-in. This seems to be just my bad luck with things. Driver update, fix Enshrouded, cause the graphics driver to save image. Ooh, okay. So, new game in early access, they'll probably just have to get a driver, or like fix their end of things, or have a driver update actually push for it, is more or less what I'm seeing there. All right, so we have a field fabricator. What are these? Is this where I make my mushrooms? Industrial field fabrication station for settlement, utility, storage systems, and advanced camp infrastructure. Mushroom skewer. Fungus. So I can use any fungus here. And then using a crafting station. Crafting stations let you choose recipes, fill ingredient slots, craft items, and collect the result. So this has item stats, potential quality, resilience, and versatility, which seem like they'll matter a little bit later. The mushroom skewer is a type of food that increases your max stamina. It takes 2 minutes before it has effect, but then lasts between 5 and 40 minutes, depending on the mushroom skewer's quality and potential. So this is basically your food rarity scaling. So you get higher quality and higher potential, and then this will tell you what you're looking to scale at. So we'll go and we'll craft 5. Give Gagram 1 mushroom skewer using the trade interface, and you keep the rest for yourself. Okay. So I think the crafting was instant, which, if true, is actually kind of a fucking slapper. I won't lie. There's probably gonna be craft time on a lot of other things, but that was kind of nice. So trade offer. Oops. That was not the intent. Drag it over here. Accept 1. I overcomplicated that. Either we'll set offer, either we'll trade. Okay, so they introduced us to the trade early. Player-to-player trade does exist. That's good. Excellent work. I'll start to prepare more of these to distribute to the citizens of Haven. You can continue to use your harvester to gather more resources. All right, bet. So now we go to Clint Rockford. Oh, we're gonna do the same thing. If you switch menus fast back-to-back in its early access. Yeah, it's not the first time I've seen it, which concerns me slightly less, if I'm being completely honest. It happens, and it went away now. Like, I'm trying to look around and see it, but I literally don't see it. So I think all things considered, we're probably good. Are we supposed to get beamed up? Is like a timed beam? Oh wait. Departure to Crucible. Do we have to stand here for the beam? Oh, we got the ship. Oh, okay. So this is basically a timed ship that will bring us into the Crucible, and then this is our next step in the quest. All right, so we're off of the starting area. It's timed. Is this, Strag, is this what you were saying you ran into? Oh. Oh, I like that view. Okay, so what do we have here? Go to the Crucible and speak with Clint Rockford. Clint, it's a pleasure to see you, brother. There's this little bit, and then we venture? Do we get our own ships? Haven's supply of pyroxene became corrupted in the cornucopia invasion. I think our supply here is still good enough. I spotted some on my morning walk, but I don't know if it's been infected. If you can gather a bit of it, I can see if it's still pure. It's terraforming time. Mark a waypoint to the location of the pyroxene. Once you get into the location, use the tab to open the tool's scan selection menu. Select pyroxene as a resource to scan for it, and then use the scan ability to locate it. Extract pyroxene with the terraformer and bring it back to me to examine. Okay. So, it's buried. We go into our terraformer since it's going to be buried, and this is like our mining. Oh, this is how we mine. And then we have to find the pyroxene. So, he marked it. We go over here, and then we have to scan for it along the way. Oh my god, wait. Is this planet eventually going to be cooked? Wait, this is the equivalent of, like, New World when we all saw the, like, the tents outside of Everfall. What the hell? Okay, so we hit E to scan for it. And then, does this, oh, pyroxene's literally right here. It gives me the blocks. Okay, word. And then I just mash the blocks. And then I can scan again, and I'm assuming if the blocks are gone, then the pyroxene is gone. Because those blocks are empty. This block might be a little pyroxene. Okay, so they go away completely, question mark? Bring back 5 pyroxene. I have more pyroxene. Okay, we're slowly getting the pyroxene. And I think we're now out of pyroxene. You're in someone's hole already? Well, listen, if somebody's already started the hole, then I might as well also just follow up in the hole. There is an entire world record set around that. I feel like I don't need to be the only one to excavate. And this is setting me up for success. All right, we gotta go somewhere else. We gotta get into my own hole. Excuse me. Excuse me. Such a welcoming hole. And honestly, if all of the boys are sharing a hole as well, then that means we could probably get more benefit out of the hole, right? Just as a whole. Uh-oh. Am I burning? Chat, careful. I went into this hole and now I'm burning a little bit. Be careful. That's probably not our hole. That's probably not the best. Let's see. Does it only spawn here? Does it respawn over time? Because I'm kind of down bad on the pyroxene, dog. I only got 3.8 right now. I still need more. And I am not seeing pyroxene coming in. Uh-oh. You fell into the lava? This hole's hot. How buried is it? Is my ultimate question. Because, like, I'm getting a lot of rocks here. And I'm not getting any more pyroxene. I think I need to go across... Wait. Is this entire area supposed to be where I'm scanning? Oh, Jesus. Oh, there's a lot. Okay. So I don't need to stand immediately in this area. I can branch out a little bit. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Ow. Ow. I don't want it. Please let me grapple. Yeah, baby! The movement's crazy. The movement's actually crazy. If they get servers up, we're cooking. Show me my scans. Any scanners in the chat? Okay, I guess I'll go fuck myself, and I'm on fire again. Not the best. Ayo, men sky. A few men sky. Yes. Yes. A few men sky might actually be kind of fun. Keep in mind, it's pre-alpha. It's pre-alpha. And I'm still in the tutorial. I'm currently learning terraforming and how to share holes with my friends. So there is still, like, it is early. Need people to refill that field with dirt. So can we bring in dirt, basically, to, like, to do that? Looks hot in there, bro. I keep catching on fire. Jefferson, thank you for the hydrate, brother. Like, could we unterraform it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, everything's terrible. I'm on fire. Alright. We got some here. Need some good Samaritans to come take care of the tutorial zone. How can we get pyroxite back into the environment? Yes, and use a depositor tool. Like, does it just grow back over time? Or what are we on? All right, hold on. I think I've extracted all of this already. And then pyroxite soon. Pyroxene? Pyroxene. Not pyroxite. I'd kill everybody if it was pyroxite. Okay. So this world's not open. So we can't actually like excavate it and whatnot fully. So we can go down, but we can't go back up. I feel like that's going to make this harder and harder for players as they come through, because keep in mind, one of the strengths and possibly weaknesses of this game is that along the way, it is entirely one shard. Like it's one shard, you know, for better or worse. And that could be the greatest thing or the singular worst thing about it. All right, where are we? Are we right on top of it? Oh wait, that makes sense. That makes sense. So we're gonna do a lot of exploring together, but also if we are getting in spots where everybody else has been, well then we may find ourselves in a little bit of a competed area. And when areas get contested, who the hell knows what's gonna happen? They're pretty good for griefers. I mean, it just depends. Like, everything's a sandbox, so a lot of the premise of the game is that you're not really supposed to, you know, depend on Farlow. Thank you for following myself. A lot of the premise is that you're not supposed to rely on a lot of the main story questing and stuff like that you traditionally would, and a lot of it's going to be community-driven content, where, like, you know, if you're getting griefed, I think eventually the systems will be in place for, you know, say you're a part of a civilization, right? Because I think that's going to be everybody's core gameplay loop. You're gonna eventually log in and say the player base supports it, right? You'll have some civilizations along the way that are established and some that are powerful, some that are weaker, but new players will basically go around and they'll try to find a civilization that's relatively close to the starting area, which that's probably gonna be your prime real estate. So in terms of the starting area civilizations, you start recruiting people. If you're a new player, you join that. And then if people start griefing it, it's either a matter of that civilization has people when PvP is, you know, a thing, that can go out and grief the griefers or prevent it, or for right now, I guess, you know, through peaceful measures. You can also kind of get that level of protection that you wouldn't normally have. So, I mean, that's the glory of a sandbox, and honestly, the live or die of a sandbox, right? It's always player driven and it's always player actions, which, you know, we enjoyed a lot with Ashes, and it's something where, you know, depending on the systems, it can create so much. Wait. Bro, I already... God fucking damn it. The waypoint didn't shift after I got the pyroxene. Where did I start here? Clint Rockford. I'm pretty sure I started back up here. I just ran back to the same objective after the fact. I think I should go to a planet and kill stuff. Am I American now? Does the planet have oil? Is my immediate question. Because if the planet has oil, then probably at least a little bit American. At least a little bit American. Oopsie, are you climbing and exploring? Well, if killing them provides them with freedom. Well, like, hear me out. Well, hi. What up, brother? How it do? This game has loot boxes. Loot boxes, you say? What do you mean by that? I'm a climber? Oh, are you now? Are you now? I'll have to check. I'll have to check. I'm trying to get back to turn in the pyroxene right now, because that's proving to be slightly tragic. Come down towards the lava. I already have the pyroxene. Where's the turn in? Is it down here as well? You find loot boxes while digging. Bro, you just like randomly excavate loot boxes? Okay. Wait, I keep wounding myself, so I'm gonna have to deal with that. Wait a minute. Ah! Oh no. Not like this. I just want to deliver goods to Clint. Go to the quest NPC. Motherfucker, I'm trying to find the quest NPC! Oh, there he is. Sorry, my bad. The small note, I feel like when you get the 5 pyroxene, it should turn the quest indicator back to this guy. Primarily because I'm an idiot. Lag just killed me? No, you killed you. The lag just helped. You did it to yourself. You killed you. Excuse me. Clint. May I? May I? How do you activate the aim? I think you just press T, right? Mine was on by default, I'm pretty sure. Clint. Haven's building, Matt. Save relife pattern. Okay, word. I think that's my respawn now. Maybe down. Maybe down here. I shoot it. Okay, nothing happened. That's good. That's good. Everything's fine. Meds. They do nothing. Am I tripping or is this the wrong guy? Clint gave me the quest. Interact. Wait. Clint, please. I'd love to talk to you, Clint. Interact? It is wrong. Jeffrey, you're wrong. What? I wonder if the mayor will let me use it or not. Clint, I'm here to talk. Travel to private waypoint. You don't have 5? I literally had 7! What do you mean? I had way more than 5. Pyroxene. Crucible pyroxene. I have 7. I have 7.34. Is 7 not more than 5? Or am I crazy? I don't know how to count very well, apparently. But, like, I want to say 7 over 5. Too many. I'm a fucking overachiever. And this universe isn't looking for try-hard little overachieving bitches. We're looking for people to pull their weight and no more, soldier. Can you manage that? Are you capable of mediocrity? Let me hear you say yeah. All right, maybe I go to the waypoint. Okay, I am inside the waypoint. Travel to provide a waypoint. I terraform it. Hold on. I terraform. And then maybe. I've arrived at the waypoint, sir. Okay, hold on. Help Clint Rockford. Clint, I'm trying, buddy. Once you get near the location, open the tool scan selection menu. Oh, is it because I did the selection too early? Hold on. We'll switch off of this. And then switch back onto it. And then we'll scan. And then we'll try to grab pyroxene from right here. I did the selection right away. I didn't even need to scan. Woo! I'm a genius, baby! Yeah! Alright, game dev Dusty. We're so up, dude. We're so up. I'm literally the smartest man alive. I'm so smart. Uh-oh. Why are the walls moving? Because we're in a volcano, Nin, so it's all like smoky. So it's got like the smoke rolling off it, and that's all like lava and shit. So I think that's supposed to be like heat distortion, or maybe AI. I don't really know.
Reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
I don't think it's AI. You're the idiot. Hold on. We hit the Gripinski. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Someday, that's gonna be the smoothest, most aesthetic hardcore parkour that we've seen. Fire haze also. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not a fireman. I don't really go outside much. Last thing I lit on fire was an absolute mistake. I don't even remember the last thing I lit on fire. If I'm being honest. Contra, hello? Looks like that source hasn't been affected. I'll get some workers out there to help replenish the stock for Haven. Are the workers the other new players? Is that what we're looking at right now? Because I feel as though that's what we're talking about. Okay. I worked my way out these. Can I get out the top? I can get out the top. Hello, Ms. Lady. Hiya. So now we go to the next. All right. Understood. Understood. I've been removed from the travel group. Departure to Haven. So, do we have to wait for these? Yeah, of course it works for you. Little goddamn rat. What happens if I shoot you? Hold on. Wait. What the hell was that? Is the shooting somewhat based off of my, like, character direction? Because I might be playing some melee ASAP, if that's the case. I may not be pew-pewing. I may be grappling into somebody, teleporting on them, and then shinging and slashing. Because I was just curving the bullet type shit. Trade with me real quick. Wait, what do you have for trade? What are you offering me, my good man? Interesting. You just wait for it to pull you. I don't want to wait for it to pull me. I don't want to wait for it to pull me. New game, who this means? What up, brother? This is a pre-alpha MMO. Like, it is early, but it is a completely player-driven sandbox that just came onto Steam yesterday. Access available? $30 on Steam. So I dropped the $30 dues. If you do not want to drop the $30 dues yet, that'd be what I'm here for. That'd be what I'm here for. So, just for perspective, hold on, let me go up to this little high ground area. Oh wait, Contra, trade me real quick. You said trade? Trade me, trade me, trade me. How trade? Trade. All right, give me cool shit. Streamer loot me. What do we have? I will give you a root stock and periodontis. Take my periodontis. Okay, I can't do that. Set offer. Trade. Alright, accept my trade. Receive these items and return common loot cache. So we go into our inventory, and we have the common loot cache. Open to get the loot inside. Open. Loot received. 1 tall shelf. Nice recipe. A cement recipe. A whiteout recipe. Spice nut recipe. Trouser panels. And 69 clattices. Whiteout recipe. Is this like art? Or what is this? Because that seemed like a lot of recipes. Cement recipe seems relatively large along the way. Tall shelf. Nice recipe. We'll take that. This was not on my bingo card. Nothing ever is on the bingo card. You'd be looking for some nut recipes? Well, I also have a trouser panel recipe. So 1 layered field cloth to a trouser panel. So I'm gonna hold recipes for now until we figure out what's going on. I feel like cement was a score. Cement feels like it would be a banger, right? Cement feels like it would be the baseline of everything, right? That sounds really solid. So that's chalk blocks. So we'll need to figure out chalk blocks. A prepared cooking component used in food crafting. Spice nut paste. Nice. Max focus, focus spend, and stamina regen. So we'll need probably some spicy nuts for that in the first place. I got a paver recipe. Wait. What do you mean a paver recipe? Like, a paver machine? Why is your character thick? You know why, baby. You know why. Listen, the character creator ain't too bad over here. Keep in mind, they also give you some really cool, like, granular control over your character's starting stats. Like, they give you a lot of decision-making around that. I will not lie. It's really cool. Like flooring. Oh, like paver stone. Oh, sorry, dude. I'm not a fucking... Listen, I'm not a trade skill artisan like you guys. I'm not a fucking stonemason. Whatever it may be. Like roads. Oh, so we have cement to build the houses, and then we have paver stones for roads. Get away from my mats! Oh, you fucking rat. Get the fuck away! Get away from me. That's mine. This is all mine. This is all mine. Num, 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 num. You stay away from me. Bro, it's competitive out here. It's a dog-eat-dog world. I just want to... Need to mature more. Bruh. Bruh. Please. Group bonus. Am I in a group? If only you could kill him. Oh, we almost definitely will be able to eventually. So, a big part of this, keep in mind, is that as your civilization grows, right, and develops more, you'll be able to have an entire governance to your civilization. So it's like Ashes, except you have, you know, a primary aspect of a planet. And what we can only imagine off of that is along the way, right? They've already said your mayor dictates kind of like how your civilization actually works. Hello, Wave. Your mayor dictates a lot of shit about your civilization. Who you elect dictates a lot of stuff about your civilization. But within that, presumably, at some point in time, there's going to be PvP, where the mayor can just be like, yes, this is an on-site area outside of our town or something. I don't know the depth and the extent of it as I just started. But I mean, we can only figure that they've got some plans for it since it is truly supposed to be sandboxy. So, I mean, I'm excited to hear more on it. I'm also excited to get back off of this planet. I think I'm just going to go do my kill quest and then get the hell out of here and then farm somewhere else. Because if we can get set up with the boys and we can get off-planet exploring somewhere and even setting up like a little base. So do we need to have... Is that a tail? Yeah. Do we need to have a subscription to own land now? Or like, how does this work? What's the lowdown on that? Currently status space waiting for Rover. Okay, yeah. Let me finish this quest and get off this goddamn planet real quick. And then we'll go float around and see what's up in the great beyond. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Cause I am excited to actually explore. And with the servers being kind of a little bit laggy in the starting area, it'll be nice. Didn't see anything about how to do that or what the sub price would be. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so we'll definitely want to figure out how we can own land along the way and how we can get started there. Because having Cattopia would be quite nice. And I think a big part of it too for us, right? With all of the player-to-player everything, right? And the fact that different regionalized mats actually matter. Oh yeah, it's janky, boys. This Blicky is blapping. God damn. They're letting the dogs eat out here. Holy. My ears are shaking my ass. Wowie wee wah. Don't worry, chat, we're cooking. Oh wait, I overheated. Alright. We will wait to get off of the planet until we look at too much combat stuff. Because right now it's just going to be probably unresponsive blickying. Skills need XP in the skill plus money to level it seems. Yeah, it seems like you need to actually do that skill and then you also have to invest money in it, which is nice. Barley straw weave recipe. Clay recipe, so we got clay as well. Pumice, however you say that, and then a large curved roof. So we got a lot of that, which is kind of nice. Did you turn it down and it got louder? I think so. I'm not entirely certain, but it may have got a little bit louder when I turned it down. Yes, yes, there is indeed a solid chance. Wait, signal weak. I saw it down here. It's clearly down here, huh? Am I gonna have to go all the way down here? I don't know that I live if I drop off of this. Is there fall damage? Is there? Chat, has anyone figured out if there's fall damage yet? No, feel free to jump. For whatever reason, I trust you too much. If I die, it's Julia's fault. I trust this guy as well. Okay, so that guy also jumped, in all fairness. In all fairness, that guy also jumped. That was not just a me thing. That guy also jumped. Wait, somebody's coming through a resing? Is it Contra? Who is this? Who is this kindred spirit? Wait. Stan, save me!
Farm him, reaped. Dead.
Oh my god, wait, what a goat. What an actual goat. We give him the greatest thank you of all time. Thank you, Stan. I appreciate you, dog. Oh, goodness gracious me, oh my. Listen, I trusted. I don't know why I trusted. I've trusted one too many times, and look where it's got me now. Wait, so is this a healing thing? What's this do? I'm assuming this is safe places. Camps and homesteads preserve inventory space and out and provide real-life checkpoint support. So is this a camp? Seems campy, and I'm assuming that's gonna give us regen along the way. I think I have one of those bad boys. Is he bumping some music over there? How far is too far though? Well, so I could probably also, server dependent of course, right? I could probably just grapple myself when I'm about to hit the ground and then call that good. Hey, stay away from my shit! Oh my fucking god, you rat. Little rat piece of shit. I swear to fucking god. Stay the fuck away from me. You better not come up on Catopia. I swear to god. You don't want to pull that thing out, brother. You don't have the movement to keep up with this. You are not ready for this. I swear to god, the second they turn PvP on, chat, it is on site. It is legitimately on site. My man is cooked. Does he think we're actually PvPing? I think I might have scared him. No, I'm glad there's no PvP. Okay, so I would like, I don't know if they're like what the plans are and how deep it's supposed to go with the PvP and like the actual mayoral power, but pulling up to a planet, not knowing if you're about to walk into like a hostile or a safe environment is probably going to be one of the coolest things that this game has to offer in terms of the exploration for new players coming in. It will unironically be like the Odyssey, except maybe not everything wants to absolutely murder you. Return to Mayor Bob Howard. All right, Robert, show me something good. What's this? Someone just healing me? Somebody just touched me. PvP's plan post 1.0, they said they were thinking about PvP planets. PvP planets and mayors being able to like make a lawless area would be so fucking sick. PvP planets with more rewards when people can take over. Using stuttering and rubber banding, part of the game design. Well, that's also part of why they went into a pre-alpha early access test to get feedback along the way. Which is just quite nice. Quite nice. I think this in a new area, or sorry, in the first person area, is normal for a lot of games. And I think a lot of what this is, if you look at the Steam page, this is not their 1.0. This is not their beta. This is legitimately like a test that opened up yesterday from a very small team that has actually solid credentials along the way, just for perspective in terms of the people that are making the game. Hoopsie! Oh shit, wait, what is this? What do we have going on here? Did Raph mocap this himself? But no, man, I think if you're coming in and you're looking at this and the only thing that you can say is, oh, is the stuttering supposed to be a thing? Right now, yeah, the stuttering is supposed to be a thing, man. And why does that shit, like, why is that the only thing that we're focused on? I am legitimately in the first area. I just finished my tutorial, for God's sakes. And we're about to go off planet and start cooking a little bit. So, we're finally about to have some fun. And this is also probably gonna be the laggiest area that there is because it's the starting area, man. I'm just checking the game out. And really, like, if y'all don't want to, then that's fine. I'm not gonna make you guys. I spent the 30 bucks so y'all don't have to. But I'm gonna be real, like, people that just come in and bring weird vibes and start to, not that one. Wait, which one? Oh, space. People that come in and like bring weird vibes and stuff along the way, I'm gonna have Nin start taking y'all out back and kicking you in the kidneys. It's just, there's no room for it, man. Are you having fun? I am having fun, and that's why I'm trying to get people to understand, like, gotta give shit a shot a little bit, right? And maybe ask, like, actual human questions instead of immediately trying to shit on people. Or not shit on people, but, like, shit on people's products, shit on games, stuff like that. Maybe just ask a question, you know? It honestly looks interesting as fuck. It's really fun so far. I'm not even gonna lie, like, is there stuttering? Yeah. Is my one interaction with the combat me just shooting something and lagging? Yeah. Was I in the starting area where even in my last game that I played and the game before that, there were lag instances? It was a simple question. It was not a simple question. It was a really weird condescending question, and you trying to double down on it and like deflect it back to me and make it seem like I'm just an angry person is actually really parasocial, and I'm gonna let you appeal that with Nin. Cause like, you coming in saying that as a first thing, you trying to double down on it instead of being like, you know what, my bad, I was a dick with that question. You didn't ask it in a meaningful sense. You know the lag isn't a part of the game design. It's not a genuine question. You're just trying to be a dick. So, respectfully, don't watch the stream anymore. I don't care. And I think this reveals more about who you are and how terrible your existence is, that you have to come into a game that you have no obligation to watch and then ask a really condescending question like that to try to shit on a game that literally went public yesterday from a very small team, and then try to double down on it and try to reflect it back on me. There's just no room, dude. I'm not gonna tolerate that shit. It's just, it's lame as fuck. You sit there in a goddamn room by yourself, and you watch the stream without being able to type now, and I'm gonna have fun playing the goddamn game, and if you want to ask condescending questions, go somewhere else. Genuinely. There's just not a place for it. Person's been here often doing that exact same thing. I recognize the name. It's fine. Like, he'll still sit here. He's probably been banned before. Realistically, and it's probably mostly gifties. He has a lot of messages, and I'll be real, like, sometimes he's chill. Sometimes he brings in normal stuff. But I'll be honest, like, he can take it up with Nin and appeal it there. Like, to come in and ask a douchey question like that and then be like, oh, Dusty, don't be so angry. Bro, I just told him to ask an actual question about the game and not be douchey about it because we're trying to check out a new game. I don't fuck with that. He can appeal the ban with Nin if he wants to. Nin will look at it. Maybe Nin will approve it. Maybe he won't. But, like, there was no need to try to keep that going. So anyways, we're finally in space. We're finally in space. I'm just a little guy. I'm just trying to play some video games. I'm just trying to have some fun. All right, take missions at the mission kiosk and explore the worlds, map planets, complete collections, and earn skills and abilities. Earn Cladus and buy your own homestead to build on. Work with others to claim a planet and build trading posts, cities, and social hubs. I'm going to save a planet. Please behave appropriately. Other humans are here and they have real feelings, unlike us servitors who are watching. Okay. Congratulations on your arrival. Please exit the garden into the central hub of the starbase. Starbase, you say? There, look for the balcony to your right with the mission kiosk on it. Picking a few missions is a great way to get your feet wet. Give it a try. So they have bosses that are out here that we can chase. Wait, where are you guys? Go out the window. Is that you? Tell me that's not one of you guys. Please, for the love of God, is that you, Strike? Yes? Alright, let's see what we got here. So we got Starbase here. And this is where it gets sandboxy, yeah? So we have Ecology Kiosk. So we'll view the ecology data here. Overall planet health. Ecology Kiosk shows planet information, endangered or extinct species, and servitor edicts. Oh, so species can literally be harvested off of the world? Huh. So we can basically kill a world if we really wanted to. We could have our own home base where we import everything back to, and then we could go to different worlds and Dormammu that shit, basically. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So what do we have over here? Use bank terminal. So we have a bank here. Storage. Big storage. Deposit. Local banks store items on the current world with retrieval limited to that same local network. Oh, interesting. Wait. So the local bank is only on that local network. Space movement keeps familiar directional controls while adding vertical movement and roll. Okay, so we also have vertical movement. So we can go up. Oh, we can go down. Yo, Phineas, what up, dude? Is this any good? I'm just getting into it, so I just got out of the tutorial. And we're finally in space with the boys. We're gonna float around, and we're gonna go out to this boss spawn and see what this is about. And then we're gonna start to work our way around a little bit. It's actually been really engaging. Naturally, there are people that'll immediately come in and just be goobers and try to shit on it because it's something unfamiliar and everybody needs to be edgy nowadays. But if I'm being honest, I've actually had a lot of fun with it. It's something new. So, Phineas, thank you for following, man. new, so I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's definitely laggy in the starting area. Like, definitely laggy in the starting area. Outside of that, how do I go down? I think it's X. Okay, X to go down. It's laggy in the starting area, and when you're around other players, obviously there will be a little bit of lag here and there, but it is really, really fun. Can you play with NPCs or PP? Someone, we're going over to the boss right now. So there's gonna be a boss that spawns over here for us. And then we're gonna see what's up. You just float around? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. So this is space. So basically, how are you moving without propulsion systems? No, we've talked about this before. So like the hands in front of the Pinar and then the, anyways, we've talked about this a lot. We're a space interested channel. Some says mixed reviews on Steam, but it looks interesting. How is it? I'm about, chat, what are we, like 2 hours in or something like that? And it's definitely an alpha, right? It is cool. Like, this is where we spawned in terms of just getting out of space. We're over here waiting for a boss to spawn. There should be a boss spawn somewhere in here based on what we're seeing. And when the boss spawns, I think we use space blickies and destroy it. So we started out on the, obviously there's like a new player area, a little tutorial island. That's laggy as hell. Be prepared for that. Be prepared for a lot of desync and rubber banding. It'll be a little bit frustrating, but I promise once you get off of that, it's a little bit better. Now we're out to space. We can float around and we can mine these little asteroids, or we can go to entirely different planets and we can start working, you know, towards actually building up that planet and claiming that planet for us and having a little bit of infrastructure. Waited on that and it didn't spawn, just a warning. I have no idea how / if it ever spawns. Interesting. Interesting. What happens if you die on this game? You die in real life. Big Raph shows up at your house with the black SUVs and just fucking nukes your shit. Be very careful. Very, very, very careful. They take this game very seriously. So I should play. There is fall damage. Just be careful. Just be careful. Coombs, what up, brother? What in the fever dream? It's Ashes of Creation in space. But hear me out. How many professions are there? A solid amount, and they go very deep with a lot of subspecializations too. The last time I brought it in, I don't know if you ever played Enshrouded during its early access, but Enshrouded had this weird little overlay issue where you'd bring up certain menus and then it would like soft like ghost the image into your screen. So that happened to be the last time I brought up the menu and it scared me. So I'm not gonna do that again for a little bit until that gets confirmed fixed, because that terrifies me, or I actually have to. But they have a lot of professions that are both, you know, built around the homesteading, built around the base gathering, and then they also have things like soldier professions, melee professions, range professions. And to level your professions, you not only need the, you know, the gold, the currency within the game, but you'll also need experience within those professions. So while we wait for this boss spawn, what we can do is we can go over here and we can probably terraform and see what's over here. I don't exactly know what there is on this, but we immediately have pyroxene over here. Black holes seem to be TPs to other places. Yeah, I would assume that's how we're gonna navigate a lot of the world out here. So now we can more or less, I don't know what we're gonna have in here. I don't know what's going on up there either. There's just damage going on up there. I don't know what's gonna be in here. And I don't know all of what we're gonna use these materials for yet, of course, because we haven't even started like the base side of things. But you can go in and you can literally terraform and dig these out and mine these out, as other people have done. Your changes to the world and the playable space are completely like permanent. You can manganese. We got new shit, boys. But your changes to the world are permanent. There are a bunch of different planets. It's a solo, like a single shard, so everybody is in the same, you know, layer of the world. There are no alternate layers. So when you're with people, you are with people. If they eventually break it up into servers, then the server structure will be the people that you play with. If you visit another planet and you see builds on that other planet, that's going to be somebody's builds. That means somebody has inhabited that planet. So no PvP right now. PvP, I'm going to check out the roadmap in a little bit once we get all situated. But PvP, we've been told, is planned in the post 1.0. Where do you guys go? Wait. Where do you assholes just go? I'm alone in space. It's kind of scary, I will say. It's kind of terrifying. I went to a rock. Oh god, wait, which rock? Uh-oh. Well, this is how bad things start to happen. We need to like chain each other together or something like that. We need to be chained at the hip. We need to come up with some We need to come up with a space technology. Find a small rock. Do we want to go through one of the wormholes and see where they go? Because we could swim out to like one of these. Swim out. I guess it's floating. We could like float out to this bad boy and then see where it brings us. I think some of these are teleporters to planets directly. So the further that we float out, the more planets we'll be able to get to. And reasonably... Grab mission first. Do we have to go back to the ship to do that? Yeah, let's grab missions. And then we'll see what's up there. But just like as a longer term outlook, it seems like we would want to try to inhabit a planet closer to the starting area. Naturally, because players... Yo, what up, Warhead? How are you, brother? Naturally, because players are going to actually want to go through... You know, go through these portals that are adjacent to the new player area. You get off the ship, you're going to be like, oh, what's this shiny thing? And then you're going to go through that. So from a commerce standpoint in the long term, it would make sense for us to try to colonize one of these areas. And then from there... I don't think we can buy force it right now, but who the fuck's up there? Julia, what up? Everybody's just fucking floating around. Contra, you must die. I'm sorry. Julia, where's your health? What happened? Oh god, the ship. Oh no, everything's bad. Everything's bad. Once we get spaceships, this might actually be cooking a little bit. We got the little party boat going on out here. Boys, it's time to explore a little bit. I gotta get back in here somehow. Not quite sure what my... Oh my god, the perspective is so weird. Holy shit, my perspective is so crazy. I don't know who's blasting. Someone blast a hole in this place for me. Oh my god, there's gotta be a way in somewhere, right? Wait, what do we have here? Because we also have to go into like a training kiosk, right? Basically to train our abilities and our professions. So we get the XP for it. Oh, entrance is over here. We're up in grapple. That's so fucking true. Or can I? Can I add shuttles, full-size warships, and space combat patch by patch? Oh, so do the space bosses not spawn yet? Like, is it just public market? View market. So we can sell things on the public market as well. So let's go and list this. Drag items here to create a listing. And then we'll just slam these up 10 for 10. And then sell. And then this should show up on the market, right? Oh, there's a lot on here. Oh. We are going to need a search function. And some sorting. We have the seller name. Oh, this is ashes all over again in terms of the market manipulation. Oh, this is about to be bad. We'll definitely need some sorting going on here. Uh-oh. I didn't do that. I broke it. I can't move. Uh-oh. Chat, we're cooked. It's all falling apart. The market crashed me. The market's a trap. I understand why everybody was staying around here now. Once you interact with the market, you never leave the market, chat. Don't go to the market. Capitalism is greed. Capitalism is terrible. They made an oops with the UI. Oops, all crashes. Okay, hold on, we run it back. Yo, Scotty P, thank you for the follow. What's up? Welcome in, brother. All right, well, chat. Oh, wrong overlay. That one was rough. All right, hold on. We restart it real quick. And we smoke our bolski of good luck to bring blessings into the game. So Doodle Letter makes it look safe. It's not realizing that everybody's just been turned to stone. Everybody thinks that Medusa's just throwing a really cool party with a lot of people listening, and then out of nowhere, everybody's just standing still when you walk closer, and it's all of a sudden a little intimidating. Like, I don't find. They gave you the streamer client. Try to grapple. Bro, I couldn't do shit. I couldn't even slash dance. All right, I shall return. 1 sec. today. I'm not going to that market again. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. Goodness gracious. Yo, Gribbly, what up, dude? What are your early impressions? So, just to put you through the perspective of where we have been so far. Just started up a little bit ago. I have just under 2 hours of game time. A good amount of that so far was spent exploring the new player area, and I just got into the space area. So, the new player area, as you'd probably expect, relatively laggy, good amount of desync along the way. So, definitely could be... Wait, what is this? Hall of Heroes. What is a Hall of Heroes? The fuck is this? Read. The Hall of Heroes houses the names of those mighty few that raised stars reach up when it needed them most, contributing their own hard-earned revenue to support the game. Oh! Wait, that's cool. Is this like Kickstarter people? Should find one of them and teabag the fuck out of it. Who would I hate the most? Darby? I know a few Darbys. Can I crouch? Wait, it won't let me teabag the Hall of Heroes. What the hell? What is this? Did it reset my binds? Or can I just not crouch in space? Gosh dang it. Well, we're kind of cooked there. Kenny Rogers for sure. You can slash shit. Okay, we'll hit him with a full bag. So in terms of Kickstarter plaques, okay, that makes sense. In terms of the starting area, the quests were actually relatively solid along the way. Did a good job to introduce me to a few things. And from there, I would say the worst part was definitely the lag. But at the end of the day, the game is doing a solid job to introduce us to things. Performance is performance for a pre-alpha. That's perfectly okay. They'll work on that side of things. Which world would you like to view missions for? Okay, so are these worlds that are close to us, or are these the 4 different worlds that exist so far? What do we have? What do we have going on here? Because if we go through the wormholes, does that take us through the actual world? Like, take us to the world? Not sure. All right, let's do... They're the ones up so far. Okay, so we have 4 world options, and they're going to continue to add more worlds, which are basically the playable maps off of that, right? Okay, let's go 3 then. And then we just have a shitload of these, the 4 worlds that are up. Okay, cool. Accept. Can I only accept 1? Accept. Try to claim a mission that's already expired. Accept. 3's closed at the moment. Boo! Why is 3 closed? God damn it, man. I just wanted to go to 3. I just ran into that issue. Ah, that's a tragedy. All right. I guess we go 4. Everybody go 4. And then we'll grab them there. Try to claim mission that's already expired. Is 4 closed? Or can we only have 1 at a time? Because it seems like it's letting me claim 1 of them, right? Survey a survey node for 514. Oh, wait. So I think it activates 1 of them. And we just want to figure out which one we want to do, and then we have to come back here every time, I think. Because this says at limit. Is this supposed to be 1 of each difficulty? I just spam missions. I had 4 claimed. How are you not having any problems? Oh, wait. Moderate at limit. Challenging at limit. Claim. Okay. Yeah, no, I guess I'll just fuck myself. All right, so I have 3, 3, 3, 3. Yeah, I guess we're going to 3. I guess that worked after all. I don't know what happened. All I know is we have them now. I've been in them all because they were for World 3 since it's closed. No point in having them. Fuck, wait, so World 3 is actually closed? Oh, god damn it. I thought it was just because of the quest. Boo. All right. Abandoned. Yeah. All right, that's a shame. You will not receive the normal rewards, but may... Wait, what? If you abandon, you'll only receive nothing. Okay, that makes sense. I thought we were gonna be able to look at that. Just close, it'll be up in 4 hours. So what dictates if the world's closed? Is there like... 4 is closed, it seems, too. Do they take them down for maintenance purposes, or is it the people that have, like, colonized the areas? What's the dealio with that? One? Yeah, fuck it. I mean, does one work? I'll take that. Accept. At limit. And then... accept. We can probably look through these and find the best ones, but... how do we see this if they're closed or not? That is also a good question. Zeeks, how can we tell off that? Like, are the wormholes not there? Or what's the dealio there? We have market over here. No wormholes. Okay. Okay. Hold on, let me pop out real quick. They got the side doors, or is this a window? Fuck! I understand why birds do it now. You hate it. Wait! Is that an actual boss spawn or no? A dangerous creature. Oh, Zeeks, what up, dude? See, this is why I like one shard games, by the way. It is a very cool feeling to actually be able to play the game with people along the way. A ton of people there. Well, keep in mind, it's only one shard. One might be close too. Raph! Open the worlds, man! Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Where's Raph? Where's Raph? We need Raph. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Is one also closed? Oh no, we're good? Just bump into it. Bump into what? Where? Where's one? What, like, chronological order do they go into? Does it mark it? Other than for one, right? I'm assuming this is the direction that we need to go. Can I slingshot off of this in space? Nice. No, take your time. The indicator in front of you. Okay, I wasn't looking that way. I was distracted by your beautiful eyes. God, that's my bad. That's my bad. So, is this two? Or what is the... like, where's the labeling process on this? Do we just kind of learn those over time? Then we get a little indicator down the road at a certain point? Because cool, does someone have a camp in the middle of here? The fuck? Oh my god, that is such a fucking acid trip with, like, the perspective. Holy shit. Oh, that was terrifying. He's just got, like, Inception level... ooh, that's pretty. Got, like, Inception level shelves. Haven't seen an interface to actually know yet. Bro, this is cool, though. I will say, like, this is a really cool concept right now. And if we go into this next world... yes. Oh, bitch. Space drift. Okay, careful of space drift. There is a little space drift. So we travel. If performance is good here, and I mean good as in I'm not expecting like perfectly flawless execution here. I'm expecting some lag and some desync. It's a pre-alpha. But if performance is good here, I would actually consider that such a massive win. Okay, population 85. Wait, that's so cool. It shows us the population and then it has mineral and lithium. So we'll want to put our terraformers onto lithium so we can find that. Feels so much smoother. It instantly feels smoother. Yes. And then we'll want to start pathfinding. Good day. Wait, you have the healies. Wait, what is that heal coming from? Julie, did you just pee on me? What did I just witness? I feel like... are you? Thank you for the heals. I'm gonna... the healing tool. Everything being, like, fired from the hip is a little interesting. Okay, so homesteading lets you claim land to build on and manage. Right, we'd like to hit that. But it seems like somebody claimed this as you come in, right? Is this home options? Your license. Okay, so this is somebody's homestead. You can become a citizen. We're gonna start our own homestead with blackjack and hookers. I think we just need to get to discovering things real quick. And then we can run off somewhere and then start the catstead. That might be our ultimate play. And how does the inventory management work? Do we not have to inventory manage? Oh, fuck, we only have 500 slots. Good news is no weight structure because space. Will there be booze? There are literal fermenting, like fermenting crafting benches and shit, Leon. Part of this game's whole appeal is that every bit of it is player-driven sandbox So there are a ton of different professions and forms of crafting and progression that you can go down. And we will need people just like Ashes, but deeper. At the base all the time, just constantly refining and farming and like maintaining our crafting benches, because the crafting benches at our base will deteriorate with usage over time. So we'll need that side of it taken care of. We'll need people that are actually, you know, crafting back there, processing everything into the crafted goods. We'll need people that are manning the shops, so that way we can get the shops going. Does anyone know if we can create a group? Hold on. Oh my, wait, what the fuck, Streg? Are you donked up? Oh my God! Damn! Don't move. Holy! Jesus Christ. I don't know if it's a pants or what, but my lordy. My lordy, you learn how to throw that thing a little bit, Streg? We might not even have to sell goods at the fucking camp. We might just be able to sell that thing. Might have an occupation for you after all. Park a truck there, put a glass of wine on that shit, break the universe, Streg. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Okay, let's get on our flying mounts and then we'll head out. Anybody have the dragons? Did we smuggle the dragons in from Palworld? Did those make it through customs? Or are those still stuck in Sky? Invader! I can't wait for us to start blasting motherfuckers when PvP comes in. We are going to rob so many fucking people. Oh my God, we're gonna rob everybody when they come into our area. What's blasting up here? Hold on. Wait, can I get that butterfly? It went away. I don't think I can get that butterfly. Oh, we should also be pathfinding, by the way, while we're out and about. I think only one person needs to actually find it. But we should definitely be uncovering the map along the way. It's over here somewhere. He's here. I think we're gonna rob me. Well, no, not you. Anybody that pledges allegiance to the cats won't get robbed. That's the whole thing. It's like you won't get robbed if you're one of our citizens, because our military will do the robbing. See, thank you for the follow. Because, like, for every person... Sorry, the game's a little loud with the guns. For every person we rob via our military, that's less taxes our citizens have to pay. I don't know why, like, the government just doesn't go with that angle. It's like, we get more oil, you pay less in taxes. Everybody'd be like, fuck yeah, oil. I don't get it, man. You just gotta know how to market it to the people. All of the violence on innocents on Cattopia will specifically be targeted at making our innocent people's lives better. And at the end of the day, someone's got to pay, and it may as well be the just very excited new player that's trying to explore a world they've never seen before. My bad. My bad. Bro, if we can get that assault rifle sound drop by like 50%, I think we'll be vibing. I don't think it needs to be that loud. I will not lie. I don't think it needs to go to that degree. What we were speaking out was unironically how loud you need to be louder than shots. You know what the worst thing? My mic has a limiter. Or like a limiter and a compressor. So if I yell too much, it literally like it keeps my voice at a reasonable level, so I can like ah! And then like that was loud as fuck. That was literally as loud as I could possibly do that. I don't even know how loud that was comparatively to my voice. But like that shit was unironically as loud as I could go, far louder than how I'm talking, and it was probably the same exact voice. Butterfly. Okay, I cannot capture it. The robbery potential scared me. The robbery potential scared me. Listen, man, I'm used to a lot of games where it's on site. I'm used to a lot of games where it's immediately on site. I thought I was gonna get blasted. I thought I was caught lacking. Usually I have a few people around me providing me with the presidential escort along the way. And it appears we're split. Oh, wait. So, should we all just split up and then do like our harvesting stuff? Try to get missions knocked out? And then link up after we have 4 missions? Usually be the one robbing and ganking? Okay, well let me introduce you to our robbery division. Also known as the military. Cats with Abs is one of the most established PvX MMO communities that exists. And we come from a lot of games that are unfortunately, well, quite literally fucking dead. Our last one, Ashes of Creation, had open world PvP at all points in time where you could quite literally declare a war on another guild and it would immediately just turn PvP on for you guys. You could also corrupt on those hosts. I miss AOC. I too miss AOC. I too miss Ashes. It's a beautiful time. A beautiful time. A lot of flaws, but man, what a refreshing return to honestly this feel, if I'm being honest, just running around doing shit with the community and having an actual social feel to a game. It's such a lost art. And I was actually talking about this in Guild Wars earlier today, where going to the kill mission. Okay, hold on. Which one? The challenging one? The Artie Hog? Good day. Good day. Is this one of us? Jump check. Go. Is it this kill mission, the Artithos? Because I can head over there as well. Is this you? Nope, that is not you. Is this? Okay, that is a player. Sleeta. Oh, we have different ones. Okay, so we'll probably also want to, like, coordinate the missions that we're getting right. Is there a way that we can get... Oops. I keep stamming myself trying to sprint, I will say. Good day! If we can get mission boards, like, down on the surface of the planets, that would also fucking smack. That would be so good. This is the first time I would actually catch my interest in Ashes. And Ashes was like the only one I saw for a decade. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell people that this is fucking flawless, right? It's a pre-alpha, but it has a certain allure to it where they are taking an emphasis towards player interactions and player-driven experiences and providing us with in-depth systems to create... Yes? Wait. No, that's back to the ship. God damn it, I went to the wrong objective. Fuck! Oh, I suck at this. I got hosed. I thought that's back to the ship. That's on me. That's on me. It's a pretty alpha, but it's very promising. It's got implemented what's planned for the game. Yeah, it's actually fun. Got the speed ammo skill for the assault rifle and it shoots super fast. Wait, like it increased your fire rate? I'm scared to open my skills because sometimes it goes into the screen a little bit, but... Panda! Thank you for the 14 months, dude. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love.
Bald.
The fuck? I'm not bald. What do you mean, bald?
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Your mother. That's what I have to say about that. It's absolute disrespect. Shit's ridiculous. I'm just trying to enjoy a new game. Just trying to live my life. Not a classic copy-paste MMO like many others. Yeah, I mean, it takes... I mean, clearly, right? Wrath, I would probably find it pretty safe to assume. Takes a little bit of inspiration from Ultima Online and from Star Wars Galaxies pretty heavily. And then some other MMOs along the way that I would probably have to guess a little bit more on. But I think those two are probably the obvious ones that are pretty influential for this. And a lot of what their core is, you know, really about seems to truly be, we're going to take a bunch of players, we're going to give them a playable area where they can do whatever and be whatever. And we're going to let them just combine in one place and do everything that they would ever want to, eventually working into, you know, societal structures. Huffsay! Thank you, my goat. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for the 5, brother. The MMO vibe is back! But it's a really cool concept, and I think it's refreshing right now. Nobody's taking it too seriously. It's not at that point where it's completely optimized, where there's the solved, here are the first 5 things to do when you start Stars Reach, right? Like, that's not the phase that we're at. I mean, I guess, of course, there are those things. Number 1 is get the fuck off of the starting planet as quickly as possible. Number 2 is grab missions, and then number 3 is find a wormhole and catalog everything that you can along the way. Maybe number 5 would be use your Pathfinder and making sure that you're uncovering the map, because I am not being great about that. Not being great about that whatsoever. So, I mean, you could make a top 5, but it's definitely not going to be on the level of the completely solved MMO world where it's like, Take 6 steps to the right, gather 3 of these things along the way. Take these 3 things, craft them at this bench. Congratulations, you've skipped half of the new player experience. Now crouch at this bench twice, jump 4 times, spin around 3 times while equipping the thing that you've crafted, and you now have plus 42% damage. Whatever there was in, that's like, but the visuals, but hear me out. I don't think it looks bad. I actually think it's quite beautiful. What I'm seeing is the world itself and the assets in the world, building the characters are two different art styles, or is it just me? It seems like... The fuck? Somebody make that? Is that like water that's falling? What the fuck is this? I don't think that's water, is it? Can I gather you? What is this? Sand. Infinite sand farm? Wait, so there's falling sand physics. And we can climb up the sand. What the hell? Wait, what the fuck is this? The world itself is pretty. Oh, the world's beautiful. The world's beautiful. Now, I think any graphics things that don't exactly line up. Oh. All right, we're safe from that distance, I think. Unless it's lagging. Nope, we're good. We're good. I think any graphics things right now that don't necessarily look like they line up or make sense could probably be attributed to just like pre-alpha. Assets may not mesh in the way that they should be, may not be entirely finished in the way that they should be. I would fully expect revisions to a lot of things as it continues. I mean, I'm just kind of interpolating type shit from, you know, my other MMOs that I've been a part of. But I would definitely expect overall to see nearly everything change based on player feedback, reception, everything along the way. It is, I think, very naturally something that is always evolving and changing. Certain things do look and feel a little out of place. I mean, the character model can kind of be, you know, slidey around the world a little bit. But again, I think that's something that's just a simple byproduct of, again, it's an early access, which isn't necessarily a cope for everything. I'm not trying to have it be that route. Is it under me? Motherfucker. You're kidding. What is that purple beam? What is going on up there? All right, I'm in. I'm in. I'm sold. Do we need to become a citizen on the planet to homestead there, maybe? That, I do not know. If I'm being honest. That I'm not sure of. I don't think we got that far. What is going on here? Is he just... Is he terraforming that shit? From down here? Also, mob AI as well. Mob AI is one of those where I also, not to be overly copy, but I do somewhat give mob AI a pass too, just in the sense of playing Ashes and many other MMOs and so many other games with bad mob AI, especially off rip. That's always something that I think can get refined as well. And as more players interact with the mob AI, more players will be able to find areas where the mob AI can be improved along the way. I'm sure we can find terrain differentials and whatnot along the way. Maybe some verticality and certain things like that that can probably be used to kind of, you know, take advantage of the mob, so to say. But, you know, that's for us to all figure out. What happened with the loot there, by the way? Did it distribute it to both and split it for us? Or what are we looking at here? Find a field recorder for 424 Cloutus. A field recorder, you say? Blotto, what up, my goat? What is this? This is an early access of a new MMO that is still in pre-alpha. But this MMO belongs to no other than this genius. Big Raph the lead designer of Ultima Online and the creative director behind Star Wars Galaxies. This is his little love child. Small studio, big visions, very sandboxy, all player driven, multi-planetary, single layer, no shards. We're getting the gang over here and checking it out, maybe having some fun with it for a little bit. So we are, wait, when I became a citizen, it seems like you can deposit to the machine, kind of like Ash's city building. Yeah, I think you become a citizen and then citizens contribute materials, and then the material growth grows the settlement itself. And then the settlement gets large enough to where it can eventually elect a mayor. So we may need to just pick a world to be a citizen of instead of starting it from scratch. And then as we're citizens, we'll want to pick a part of the world where we think people will come through and start homesteading there, and then branch out with like Catville. And then as Catville becomes a larger predominant part of the world, we'll keep expanding. So unironically, this is the first like run through, so it's going to be sloppy, but we will need people getting a very precise, like if we sweat, right? In the future, if it's even a thing, we will need head counts of how many plots we'll have available. We'll need head counts of who's going to be available to put their plot down ASAP. What you're going to do with your plot is basically going to be like HOA determined. Like, y'all don't understand, we were militant with Ashes for a reason, and that level of organization, fuck off, Crocky. That level of organization was a big part of what made us, like, very, very, very solid over there, and allowed us to do so much for our players. So, I'm already seeing a lot of that potential over here. We have our people that are going out to explore and find where the materials are in our gathering areas and shit. And then our gatherers go out and just slam that the entire day, come back and provide the materials to our crafters. And one thing that really I like to keep in mind, there are so many different professions and like skills that you can level along the way. Different range weapons, different melee weapons, different tech. You can be a healer, you can be like a field, basically like surgeon. There are actual professions that go so deep. There are also, you know, crafting benches along the way that also need to be maintained and degrade over time. Where are we at in space? We grabbed missions for 1. Letimopus 1 is where we're at. An onslaught of nearly absolute zero ice chunks is crashing through our local region. This one? I'm assuming if I stay under this. Hey, asshole, what if you stop poking holes in the umbrella? Please, man. Please. Dusty, what? Is it okay? What, this? I'm actually having a lot of fun. Oh, if I say that we're back? I mean, so hear me out. This is still going to be quite a ways out. I do still think it needs quite a bit more work, and also there's not going to be PvP until post 1.0. So for right now, we're starting to learn the civilization building, and I'm assuming there are going to be wipes frequently as they go throughout development and change so much. On top of that, more planets will be added, the playable world expands, and right now, I think, keep in mind this is incredibly small, there are only a few hundred active players on Steam right now. So, if we can understand even a little bit of how to start up the societies and the civilizations, not only will that be like, yes, great for us as a, you know, a PvP for guild as we go into the long term of the game, but also our mentality towards helping new players along the way. We figure out how to get players off to a good start in a sandboxy world, and then we have shops set up with every single new player good that you could ever imagine at absolutely fucking heinous prices. And we basically just, you know, we welcome the new players in with open arms while reaching behind them to steal their wallets. And also, we get them to pledge their allegiance to Catopia. And anybody that doesn't, we blast. We blast. He's harvesting anti-gravity rock that makes the island float. Wait, is he fucking actually? Hold on. You're telling me he's grabbing anti-gravity rock that make... Wait, Zeke, is that you? Wait, there are more people doing it. Oh, shit. Boys, get to the anti-gravity fields, or the anti-gravity islands. We need to terraform these and control these for Catopia. He who controls the skies controls the world. And first thing we need to do is have air superiority. And then after the air superiority, we need sea superiority. So that way we can launch our airplanes off of our boats. Sir, I have terrible news. I have to bury you. I have terrible news. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to bury you now. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to just accept this. Hold on. And then empty hopper. No, it didn't bury him. Boo! Boo! I wanted to bury him. It won't let me bury other players. No. It safely protects them. Wait. I'm emptying out my materials from my terraformer, and the materials are sliding down and forming up as they slide down like an avalanche. So this, like, mound is basically changing because I've unsettled everything. And right now it's wearing away. Like pixel by pixel avalanche style because I drop stuff. What? Okay. That as a concept is so fucking sick, and smoothing out the animation to that is a game changer. Like, if people grasp naturally that that is what's happening, that's insane. But any time that this is moving, it's actually wearing away at what we're standing on. Either more stuff is being added, or that stuff is working its way down and washing down like an avalanche because it's all unsettled sand. So we're probably, if we're building high, going to need like foundations and fillers and like actual fucking engineering around stuff. It's not like we're just going to be... We're not just going to be making a mountain out of nothing. We can terraform, but like we're unironically going to need to understand how this stuff flows. It's freezing over on the sides too. Yeah, this is fucking sick. What do you mean? And it's shaping this as it goes. This is wild. Huh. That's actually a really cool feature. Anti-gravium. Okay, boys. We need all of the anti-gravium harvested. Something tells me we're gonna be able to make cool shit with this. And we'll... Baby sky shark, do. What is this? Oh, lordy! Hello, sir. Absolute pleasure to see you. Absolutely charmed. Chat, we need the soldiers. We need the soldiers. Baby shark is here and baby shark is mad. I think we have angered the baby shark. Oh my god, baby shark, relax. Baby shark, relax. Baby shark, it doesn't have to be like this. Why are you still aggroed onto me? Oh, I am so incredibly glad that I am cracked at games. Holy cannoli. Thank you, Athos, my soldier. Do those live up there, do you think? I'm gonna poke up there again. Oops. If I find its brother, at least we know we can deal with that. 3 brave soldiers. 1 shark? No, bro, that scared the fuck out of me. That scared the actual hell out of me. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. The fireball's very scary. Very dodgeable, thankfully. But absolutely terrifying. And I would just like to thank... Yes? I would like to thank the quickness at which I can climb on stuff. Okay, wait. So if we just keep adding onto this... I'm empty, aren't I? No, I'm not empty. Your hopper is empty. Wait, so is this all player made? Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. Does this mean... Does this mean that all of this little mountain area is just terraformed from players if it looks like this? Surely not. What's a giant thing fall on the planet imploding? Hold on. Trench warfare? Eventually, yes. Eventually. I mean, I could literally see us doing that. But the entire prospect of this, Blotto, it's an incredibly deep, it's like a civilization simulator, right? So we are going to pick a planet to become citizens of. And honestly, it'll probably be this one. And then once we become citizens of that planet, we'll farm materials and we'll contribute materials to help grow that civilization along the way. And our goal is to grow that civilization enough to where we can elect the mayor. And once that mayor is in place, that mayor can select policies for the civilization as well and for that area. So what we're trying to get to right now is figuring out A, where, and B, how we are. What up, Sauce? How are you, Michael? We're going to become citizens over here. And we are also basically doing some of these while we're out and about. Find a field recorder that may be buried or surrounded by dangerous wildlife. So I don't know much about that right now. And then I have to find a survey node somewhere on the world. So we're basically grabbing missions. And then we're coming over to this planet, doing our missions, getting loot crates, and then expanding as we go, and we're trying to start up our little baby civilization. So, how about you? Dude, I'm doing well. Found a new little game to poke around in. It's actually really fun. The concept of it is really good. Really, really, really good. Takes a lot of the, you know, the community vibe that Ashes gave us and puts it in space with so much more of the actual social sides. And it's not as scary. Now, again, it's playtesting. It's early access. It's pre-alpha, so things will be weird. Things will be janky along the way. But I'm not gonna lie, dude. This is a good ass time, and we're just sitting here mining some antimatter and some anti-gravium. So this little island floats. Same thing with this one. So we could climb the sand that's falling off of the islands, or we could sit down here and try to empty our hoppers and build along the way and get higher. Your hopper's empty. And closer to this so we can extract more. Maybe over here there's a better one. Contra, I almost mined a whole skyrock. That's nice. Where do we become citizens? I feel like we should do that real quick. So we can start looking for an area to maybe make our plots. Because we want to have an area, I think, at the spawn. Okay, let's go back to the spawn real quick. Wait, sky shark. Hold on, kill the sky shark. There's another sky shark over here. I just died and got a prompt to become a citizen. Oh, word. Okay, cool. Well, we shall work our way over. Because I think once we're citizens, we can get our housing plots, right? So we can start out getting our plots. And it said we can have up to 4 plots, I think, on different planets and shit. So I think for right now, we should probably get plots set up. I don't see a sky shark. I didn't see one over there. His head sky shark was getting a big attack going, but I just called it good. What's the benefit of buying a whole skyrock? So what I've learned so far is that these skyrocks float because of the material itself. So we went up and with our terraformer, we kind of ate away at the land from the bottom, and it introduced us to anti-gravium, which is a new material that we haven't had before. Now, I don't really know what the anti-gravium does. We haven't even got into any of the crafting stuff yet. We're looking to just get set up. But once we figure that out, I mean, presumably anti-gravium is going to make stuff that floats. I don't want to like put 2 and 2 together and end up getting 3, but this seems like reasonable deduction on my end of things. So you have a little box in the inventory, you can open those stuff. Wait, how many do I have? These are the big boys that we need the recipes from. Open. Spiced apple recipe. Pressure Forge 1. That sounds nice. That sounds good. Raw reptile meat, carbon recipe. Light, white, blinking. So we have a blinking light recipe, we got carbon, and we got a pressure forge. So the pressure forge is presumably 1 basic harness, 1 glove shell, 6 very common metal. Equals a pressure forge 1. Fuck! Dude, it's so loud. Oh my god. Bro, I hope we can craft some fucking suppressors for these guns. Got an epic container, there's a puzzle. Excuse me, a puzzle? Oh, I have another one. Wait. Hold on. How do I open this? Okay, there we go. Shin guard recipe, lumen weave cloth. So we got a little bit of cloth off of that one as well. A processed clothing material used in tailoring recipes. So we'll hold on to all the mats that we get. Shin guard is plate insert and then a scale plate strap. So I'm wondering along the way if we need all of these precursor recipes as well. Or if we have a certain amount of recipes already. Drone light recipe. If you need more room in your recipe book, you could remove it. So where are my recipes? Collection? No. Profile. Map. Skills. Skills? No, not skills. Let's see. Galactopedia? Hold on, we will find these. We'll find these. Did not just get canceled? Technically, it's in court. Technically. But I would say worse than canceled. It's suffering a fate worse than death, where now a bunch of millionaires are fighting over an IP that's losing money by the day, and as a result, they're all losing the money they're fighting over in the first place. So, that's kind of a whole terrible spiral that they've got into, if I do say so myself. You really do hate to see that shit. Okay, I'm gonna learn one of these recipes. That seems pretty, like, not impactful. Add this to your recipe book to be able to craft it. Right. Right click. Okay, wait. I think I did it. I think I had to right click and then double left click. So where are we? Excuse you. Pardon you. Where are we supposed to see recipes? Am I tripping? Oh, this is my recipe book. Oh! Oh! Oh, wait. I literally clicked on it already. Jesus Christ. I'm so stupid. So we have bandages. We have field fabricators. Very common metal and wood. Field fabricator. Machine shop 1. So they give us a few baseline recipes. And then we can remove a recipe. And then... Wait, remove it? Can we? We can. And then when we remove it, it goes into our inventory. You can add it again in 5 hours. Oops. Alright, so there's a 5-hour cooldown if you remove a recipe from your recipe book before you can add it again, chat. Write that one down. Write that one down. So you will want to plan out the recipes that you're using and make them make some form of sense. Are we saved? I can't say that we're fully saved yet. But I will say this is a single layer MMO that I'm actually interacting with other players in, doing things with other players, running into other players, and we have a lot to look forward to. Trading learn recipes is neat. Yeah, we can use it, and then if we get to the point where we no longer use it, we could then trade it to somebody else for them to get worth out of. Or if we don't need something, we could be producing it on the side, and then through producing it on the side, we may introduce ourselves to something else. It's fucking sick. PvP. PvP will be post 1.0 as of right now. So right now we're working on, like, it's just the start of it. So we're trying to get familiar with the PvE side of things, as that's all we have for right now. But they have mentioned PvP. I don't know all of the specificities of it. I'll dig for some more information. I just started a few hours ago. So I'll dig for a little bit more information as I go. I'll definitely be playing this again tomorrow, because I'm having a lot of fun with it. I think this will be the stream for the day tomorrow, is just giving this a really good shot. So we'll see what's up with that. But yeah, in terms of PvP, post 1.0, nothing for right now, but with the structure of this game and it being a land grab and expanding civilization, you can only imagine that, you know, somewhere along the line, PvP would fit in quite well here. So, okay, wait. Y'all said there was a mayor bot? F to do your civic duty. Oh, gov bot. Okay. Current mayor, TBA. Population 87. Okay, so if you want to be with our little housing plot, you'll want to come over and current edicts. I don't know what edicts are. I would assume that's something the government sets. Or like what we need. Maybe that's like our buy orders. Laws, basically. Laws for mercury and lithium? I think it's probably buy orders. Become a citizen. So we're on World 1. You'll want to come over here and then become a citizen here. And then we level our civilization off of that through getting more mats. So we'll need... Oh, cute. We got little fireworks. So we'll need gold coins. And this tells us how much more we need until the next level. We need metals, wood, gems, and we got the gases done already. So there's a leaderboard for deposits. Oh, nah. Oh, that's not good. Somebody get me fresh apples right now. Oh, God, our community is about to go crazy. There is a leaderboard for contributions to expanding the civilization. So we can deposit woods, metals, and gases, gems along the way. I don't see the same world. Hoofsy, did you go to the wrong world? Where are you, Hoofsy? Did you end up in the wrong place? Do we need to come up to space to get you? This puzzle doesn't have an instruction set. Wait, give it to me. I'm good at puzzles. Are you a cat boy? I am a busty cat girl. Good news, tomato soup almost done. Oh, no rush. We're cooking here. We're working on becoming citizens right now. Actually, we have become citizens. More. You can renounce your citizenship. And then there are advanced controls. Manage citizen applications. Manage citizen permissions. Manage government settings and manage view own citizen permissions. Mining license. Chronophasing license. Paving license. Homestead ownership. Manage zoning lots. Purchase upgrades. Vault withdrawal. Approve citizenship. And set citizen permissions. Okay, that's nice. I'm gonna send you a picture to Theorycraft about. Yeah, send me a picture of the puzzle. Hold on. Open media link. A mysterious Atalos puzzle. A thing restored by rotation can be restored by any patient hand. And patience was what we could still have. I think you're supposed to just find... Can you rotate the squares by clicking on them? Or what do we have here? What happens when you click on the squares? This puzzle looks confusing as fuck. I mean, moves left 36. So you only have a certain number of moves and you can't just mash it. Or I'm assuming we lose it. Is there do like kitty or clip-ons or something that we can add to the list for the subathon? Oh wait, are you talking the tomato soup? Cause yes, that's Biss. Bad news. Ninja bullet exploded all over me. Well, why didn't you use the big one? You should have used the big one. But also, yes, that is tragic. That is tragic. Clicking on an outer square rotates it once. Only on outer squares? And nothing else happens? To the inner squares? Okay, so I feel like we need to find a commonality with it. A passing comet disturbed nearby asteroids being mined for diamond, and they're cascading into your area now. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. We have a comet. We're supposed to go get shit. There's like an earthquake happening. What am I looking at? There's a puzzle for us to get a loot box. Where was the comet? Was it over this way? I think it's over here. Oh, fuck. It sounds like it is anyways. Sounds like shit's getting blown up over here. Please. I need you to work. I need you! That's a goddamn shame. Alright, it's gotta charge back up. Everything's terrible. I'm a failure. Alright, because this sounds like it was comets. What's over here? Do I die if I go through there? I think that's Inviswald. I think that might be the edge of this world. That's giving me Edge of World vibes. Where were these comets at? Because it sounded like they were over here. Contra, what up, brother? Feel like breaking the first puzzle is so bad just for the learning experience? Yeah. Comet was in the world border. How do we get through the world border then? Watched it land there. And we can't go through? Huh. Okay. Well, my next question is, I guess, how do we make a homestead? Whoops. Oh, God. That's my next step. If we can get everybody over to this planet and as citizens, we can break out a little bit and we can try to find an area to make homesteading. I think it's G. I do not have that one. Maybe we just don't have it yet. They're from previous civilizations, so there's no instructions for them. I mean, it at least tells us a thing restored by rotation can be restored by any patient hand. And patience was what we could still leave. 20k Cletus? Oh, okay, so we have to farm 20k Cletus. Okay, good. Law shot. Thank you, my goat. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. So any of these outside ones rotate? Like any one of these? Because you only have a certain number of moves left, so we don't want to brick this. And if the inside ones don't rotate... What the fuck? Is this... No, that's not a part of the other symbols. We need like a fucking cryptozoologist in here. Because you're supposed to rotate these on the outside somehow. No, you gotta waste a move. Hold on, Strag. Strag, do you have it? Or who has it? You've done all your missions? No. I should do those real quick. I got a little distracted. It's mine? Okay, hold on. Hop into Discord. Hop into Catscord real quick. And then we solve this. Yo.
Hello.
Screen share real quick, and then we can do this together. We'll be geniuses. I think I found somebody's homestead. We should destroy it. Can I like steal their shit? All right, hold on.
So if I like exit the puzzle, it does reset.
Oh, it resets the moves?
The moves, yeah.
Okay. I like your toes. So, if you click on the inside, it doesn't do anything?
It highlights them, but it doesn't do anything.
So maybe we need to like access the inside and complete it in terms of rows or something like that? Maybe it's like a Sudoku? Because I think that consumed a move. 34 moves left. Did that rotate anything?
Oh, it moves it up and down. So like
yeah,
a
it can
Rubik's
move
Cube.
up and down and left and right. Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean it moves up and down and left and right?
So it's like a Rubik's
So
Cube.
like if I click this top, it will move down. If I click this left one, it'll move this. It'll move to the side.
Okay. So basically, if you click left, it pulls it to the left. If you click down, it pulls it down. Right?
Yes.
Yes. And then
Whichever
this one
direction
goes
I click.
up to the top. Okay, so whichever direction you click, we're turning it down that way. Is it based on the colors, then? Do
I'm
we
not
have to
sure
get,
if
like, the color gradient?
I'm not sure if that has something to do with it, or like if it's like 4 different tones. I definitely.
It's more
see
than 4 different
tones.
tones, because you have one here. If we go darkest to lightest, get this up in the top left corner. The the bottom left one. I forgot you can't see my cursor. Bottom left dark one. Put that in the top left corner. So pull. Yeah, like that. Oh, thank you, love. And then next to it, the blue diamond that's row 2 all the way to the right. Try to put that like next to it. What's clicking a corner do? I would assume pulls it diagonally.
I could try. I don't think that. Yeah, the corner.
It doesn't
does
do
not
anything? Okay, so click.
So.
Yeah, twice there. Yep.
And
then up one. Yep. And then bottom right, the O with the line through it. I think third. And then you see what I'm saying with like just a slightly changing, slightly going down grayscale. Because I think next it's one up right there. And then the CCs, and then we'll need like the little 6 next to the CC. So pull that one to the left. Oh, this is where it gets weird though, huh? So pull that another one to the left real quick. And then pull it down. And then put the 6 there for now. And then hope we don't fuck that too hard. Okay, this is where it's gonna get interesting. So now, we need to get the eye flipped. So pull the bottom row 1 to the left. And then pull the right side down 2. And then 1 to the right. And then back up 2. Okay. And now we need... How many moves do we have left? We have 18.
Do we just need to swap these?
I think we need to go 1 to the right first. On the next row up, sorry.
Oh, shit.
That's fine, that's fine. You can leave that. Then we go next row up. I'm almost wondering if that's a snake instead of being, like, consecutive. Because if that's a snake, then we basically reverse the entirety of it. But that shouldn't be too hard. We'll try it like this first. Okay.
So 1 right here.
1 right, I think, yeah. Okay, so that's relatively good. And then pull that down. Pull the right side down 1. And then left there. And then left again. And then we need to... The bottom left one looks like a penis. Sorry, this is serious business. Sorry. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, let's see.
Oh, we're just like 1 off here. So I go up here.
I think so.
Or...
The only question is, I think in our 3rd row, the second one in is out of place there as well. So try to pull that 1 to the left, I think. And then I'm really intrigued because I'm almost wondering if it's supposed to like snake down as well. Like if it's supposed to be, you know, blue gradient into gray gradient instead of being like blue and then gray. I'm almost thinking it's supposed to snake. Go on back in real quick. I think we reset. Now that we have an idea, that'll be a lot more efficient. Because I think it might have to snake. Okay, so start with the down. And then we'll go back over there. Yep. So it starts out in the same spot, so that's cool.
And then we can pull that one 2 left, or 1 left, and then up. And then that one just goes up. Okay, top row's good. And then maybe we should solve, like, the connectors, basically. Because if we're going by darkness, it would be there. And then I think here we need to go... down over... Because if we go here... we need to get this, I think, up into this spot and switch these two. So you go down, and that'll put it here. I'd have to go right. Then I'd go up, but that would kind of cuck that. Push it over, bring that back down. And then I think we're still in the same spot. We need to, I think, try to figure out how to get the 6 up to that spot if it's snaking down. Yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down. Because if we can make that move, then that continues the gradient.
So
what if I look at it like this?
I could like brute force it, like.
Would that make more sense? What if I look at it like this? Sideways.
Oh. Wait, you're a fucking genius. Holy shit. Okay, that's sick. Okay, so the eye, I think, now needs to go where the little dustpan is. The eye in the bottom right. So
Up
that's
here.
our next step. Yes. So I think get it, yeah, down, over, and then go back up and see what that reset is. And then the next question is like the 2 arrows darker than the G? Because we'll have to switch those. So however we can get those swapped, I think those need to be beside each other. And I think the double arrow is darker than the G. So mayhaps go 2 left on that row. Try that. And then get the arrow in the right spot. And then we can switch these 2. Go down in that row, I think.
So
unless you know how to switch those 2 easier. And then I think left in the bottom left. And then...
oh no, that fucked everything.
no, that's okay. Go back down. You can just undo
Go
that
down?
one. Yep. That'll get that back. And then I think we have to go... this is going to fuck up the 6 location, so we're going to have to get the 6 back there. Oh god. Wait. I think double arrow is darker than eyeball. That's what I'm thinking as well. Yeah. That's wait, you think dark arrow is double arrow is darker than eyeball? I don't think so. But that's also the question with the gradient of the grays. It's which one of those is darker, because those are really similar. Let's see. So we need to get the G up to where the double arrow is there, and next to that. And then from there... oh, I also think it has to do with the icons, too. The background pictures are colored as well? Yeah. The pictures are colored, too. Here to look at the center icon. There's also white versus black. Hey, listen, man. It's 2026. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Yeah, the center icon's also coded. God damn. Okay, so how can we get the G up next to the double arrowies? Is the ultimate question.
This one, it's like it'd have to be multiple already set. Like, I don't think I can brute force the top ones and have these ones fall into place, kind of thing.
So go down on the left side. So like, yeah, hit down there. And then... Hold on. I might be cooking, but I might be a mad lad. Bottom left, pull it left. Yep. And then down in that row, yep. And then pull it right. That same bottom row.
Oh.
Yep.
All right.
And then pull them back up.
Okay.
Oh! We only have 6 moves left, though.
So, arrow would have to go into where the spade is.
I actually
see a
think...
spade out of that.
I think we're close. Let's see. Because if we can go... Oh, God. Because this is going to be our lightest one. So if we can go 1 here. That moves this into place, moves this here. If we pulled this down, then that would move the lightest one to the end. No, because it's going to snake back here. So we need the dimmer one here. So we go... Well, let me theory craft this real quick.
Oh, I fucking hate Rubik's Cubes. Fuck! I'm not good at Rubik's Cubes, man. The shades of gray are so subtle. Actually, 50 Shades of Gray fucking my mind right now, yes. God damn. This is what we need, I think, up here. I think it needs to be the G and then the arrow, and then this needs to slide over here. And then it's the double L's. It's arrow, double L's, penis. And then the next question is, how do we get this all over here? So, part of me... Use your intuition. My intuition is telling me to smoke a bowl and then look at it again like I do when I get frustrated with the Wordle. Okay. So we've got this. Is anybody writing down our successful moves? Because that's not good. Let's see. We need to go...
I don't know if, like, we know it's successful. Like, before we went over these colors, I was like, maybe we, like, multiply the symbols, like, and go with, like, an abstract symbol kind of thing, but I don't know how that works. This makes a little more sense.
That's gonna fuck it up. Oh god, dude, I think we need to, like... How do you do a fucking Rubik's Cube? What do you do, like... Solve the
Down
corners
left.
first? Do you see anything? Because, like, I don't know, like, how do you do a Rubik's Cube? It's gotta be, like, the corners or something, right? It's gonna show the growth of what if you have something to. That is fair. One side first. Okay, fair. Well, at least we only have one side to solve here. And we can't even fucking do that. Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. If this stays as hard, it's gonna be its own job. Oh, dude, you're gonna have pirate software out here cracking puzzles like crazy. Let's see. We've got to get that up just slightly without cooking everything else. So if we go up 1, this moves up here. Does this cook it up? This goes here. Move it to the right. It goes here. Pull that down. Yeah, it does cook it because then this is going to be down here. And then we'd have to move that off again. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know if we have... I don't know if we have 6 ways to get the move. Maybe we should solve it like bottom to top? What is this? Bro, we've got to be able to get that there somehow, right? At this point. Okay, let's try the other way. Pull down, this comes to here, this goes up here. And then if we... move it across, but that's not gonna fucking do anything for us. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Move this left, pull this down, and then that sets us up there. Strike, bottom left, and then pull it to the left, and then third one, pull it down. One, no, down one. Yep. And then pull bottom row to the right. And then back up.
Back up.
Okay. Now. Oh god, we only have 2 moves left. We can't do it in 2 moves. Fuck!
Oh man.
Snaking pattern, darkest to lightest, but why symbols if it's just colors? Probably to give us, like,
A glimpse on which are first and second. Because it seems like it's grouped here, right? Where it's basically darkest to lightest. And this may be to differentiate between the grays. So, this terraforming is my entire game. Cockrock 2.0 Huss. You must. Alright. Run it back. Reset it. We're getting this. We're getting this. I think we know what we need to do now.
Like, the color gradient makes sense. What throws me off about the symbols is, like, they are abstractly alike, but I don't know how they would line up.
I think it's just to set 2 different groups. So, let's try to actually hit the color gradient this time, because we were so close last time. So, we'll go bottom left down again, and just start that whole thing. Up 1. There's got to be a sequence where we could see more moves out and set ourselves up better too. Because we could start organizing the gradient here instead of just working on it one at a time. Because now we need to be able to get all of our connectors in, basically. The CC is darker than the 6, right?
I was thinking so.
Yeah, so pull that one to the right.
And
then down, and then back to the left. Yep, down 1. Nope.
Oh, shit.
Strike! No, that's okay. That's okay. R.I.P. Okay, we're good. You're doing this in Sinister Dextral. I'm not doing anything to this puzzle. The fuck do you mean? I'm not doing anything. This puzzle gave me consent to do this. I think here we get that in position, and then yeah, right down. Left, up, good. And then our last white one. So we can...
Flag?
No, it's bottom right.
There's the eye.
Yeah, the eye, so... we need to get that one there, so we can go... down, down... yeah, that one. And then right. Yep, you're a genius. Back up with it. Now we work on the second half with 19 moves left. And a large stream. Did we say the G was darker than the double arrow?
We should have taken a picture.
That's okay. That's okay. We ball. Okay, so how do we do this last time to get the dark arrow over 1? It was like... down right? How do we end up doing this? Oh god, this is what we just stared at for like... a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we figured it out. Down, and then left in the bottom row. Third row down. Or, sorry, third column down. Third column down. Third column down. That's the second one. There you go. That one, down one. Yep. And then bottom left, left. Pull that left. And then back up. In the... yeah. Wait, did we fuck that up? Okay, we're so close now.
Did we just...
I think we do that again.
Okay.
I think we do... wait, left on the bottom left. Pull that left. Down 1. The second column, down 1. And then right. And then up 1. Which one of those is darker, dude? Chat.
They're so close. I think they
actually,
have to
I think the
reverse.
arrows is darker.
I think I'm looking at it on the other monitor. I think the arrows is darker.
Okay, so
Fuck!
Same thing.
Yeah, we gotta pull. Hold on, we can do this like men. Wait, we actually might be able to cook this. Okay, first column down. First column down one.
This.
Yep. And then bottom row to the right one. First column. Yeah. Yeah, up that one. Left. This is creating another problem, but we'll solve for that later. Up one and then left. The third row left, I think.
Okay.
Because the arrows is darker. Third row.
So, third row.
That one, yeah. Left there.
Okay.
And then... Look at the gradient on my other one. We have the whitest white possible.
So if we go... One to the corner, one to the right. Which one? Oh, this one? Yeah. So we need to basically get this. Which one of these bottom rights are white or whites? I think is a question. I think that's the ultimate question right now. Which one of those is a white or white? Because it almost feels like this one is. So we would need this. Far bottom right is. Okay. So we need this. The inverse G is this one? Okay.
We need to get this bastard pulled up somehow. This guy right here needs to be up here.
Yeah, the flag has to just go up the one.
And if we pull this up, then that's going to pull this up, and then that's going to fuck everything there. If we pull it down, then that's not going to be the play either. We could pull this down, and then that would put these beside each other. And then...
Okay, I'm just going to free ball this. Bottom left, first column, pull it down. Yep. The column down, yep.
Like that. And then... pull... I think we've got to do that, like... two to the right. Yeah, try to pull that two to the right. And then... I don't think we have the moves left for this. Because I think we'd have to go up, up, and then... left on it, and then down, down, and then we'd still have another switch, but we can see how that looks. This in-game? Yeah, this is literally in-game. So, like, I'm here. We're on the planet right now, just chilling. I was gonna finish my missions. Streg got this puzzle box that gives a bunch of loot. We don't even know what the loot is, but gives a bunch of loot if we solve the puzzle box, and we're trying to get the gradients down. And... it's a journey. It's a journey, to say the very least. Okay, so... the question is now... these have to go back up. And then these have to go up, over. So I'd almost say, like, column 3 and 4 up one, and then bring those to the left through row 3 and see how that seems... yeah, I'd do each of those up one and then bring them to the left and then see how that shapes up. But we don't have enough moves for it anyways to even reset it at that point. Because that's a little rough. So I think we reset it. I think we should maybe try to solve from the bottom up or something like that. Text the bottom, give any hints besides orders just when you move it. Nah, literally just like you can rotate.
There's no like sounds or anything like.
Huh. Yeah, I mean maybe try from the bottom up.
So spade.
Survey Corps looking for some titans. Oh, so are you underground right now entirely? Are you digging the city of Capper? I almost feel like we should try to solve each row before we lock it into place. I think that's how you do a Rubik's Cube, right?
I thought Rubik's Cube was more just like repeating the same pattern.
And they don't have an add-on to solve this shit? No one's gonna do it. Oh, shut up with that bad take. That's a terrible take. You're looking at an entire community of people can chat help? Yeah, please. You're looking at an entire community of people that are currently engaged with this system the first time that we found it. There's not gonna need to be an add-on because if you can't solve it, you're literally gonna pay somebody to solve it and give you the loot for it. That's the point of a social-driven MMO is if you can't do something yourself, you get somebody else to do it. And I pray there's never an add-on for this because this is one of the most unique things that we've done in an MMO in a second. This is sick. This is actually sick. Rubik's Cube don't go by side, it's patterns. Well, motherfucker, I don't know how to do a Rubik's Cube. I don't know how to solve this shit. But people will do it, and the people that are very good at it will be the ones that are, like, paid by other players to do it and compensated by other players to do it.
Going from the top left to the bottom right, like, feels more natural.
It kind of does. It kind of does. I just feel like we get ourselves in a bad spot with it at a certain point. I feel like it can be...
Might die.
Rough. Tomato soup, okay? The tomato soup's phenomenal. Yeah, this shit's really good. Just locked in on this puzzle.
Oh, it's people coming in. Okay, my bad. Thought I got hit by a diamond meteor.
It's about to give the goop? Dude, it's gotta give the goop. Like, it's gotta give the goop, right?
Yeah, like the dev video just said that it's supposed to be really hard and there's no instructions.
Okay, hold on. Column 1 to the left to start.
Column 1 to the left.
And then pull that up.
Oh, did you mean like the other way? Or...
No, I'm trying to get that to the bottom as well. But I think I might have fucked that. I might have done it wrong.
Well, that's what I was saying. It felt like more natural because if you try to start going from the bottom, the top ones...
It was the arrows versus the inverted G for the... Was arrows or inverted G the brightest, chat?
Lighter.
Lightest G. Okay, reset it real quick. I burned that move for us, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Because I do want to try to get the G and the double arrows beside each other and down to the bottom early and then fill off the middle of that. Because we can get the spacing right on that. Then that can be huge. But we need those to be opposites. So how can we get... Because if we pull it down, then that's just going to put that down here. So we can't have it here. We need this to be, what, here? Basically? So I think pull this up too. Pull the first column up twice. I think we'll start with this. It'll be a little weird. And then pull the arrows over. Actually, leave the arrows there. Leave the arrows there. The little T's there.
And then the third row where the G thing is, that's gonna be the brightest, so we're gonna want that bottom right. So do the row like the one that goes around. Yeah, pull that one to the right. And then oh fuck. Okay, no, restart it. I know now. I know the intro now. We got this shit. Okay, pull the third row one to the right to start. And then pull bottom left down. Down.
Oh, down.
Boom. Okay. 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 That looks good. That looks good. So next, we're going to want to get the T's to the bottom, but we want the diamonds on top of the T's in the same manner. So we're going to pull the diamonds 2 to the right. So go second row down, 2 to the right, or 2 to the left, either way. Yeah, that one. And then pull that up one, that second row. Okay. Okay. We're getting there now. So the circle needs to get over there as well. And the circle is the only one that we don't have over there at this point. So if we pull the circle 1 to the left. Wait, hold on. Not yet. I'm just theory crafting. Because I might cook us on that. Because we pull that 1 to the left. We need I think 2 moves ahead. So this will be here, here, here. Right? So this goes here. So we need this to be right beside this one. If we go here and pull down, that's going to create 3 over here, so then we'd have to shift and get that in. But that could also just be a down and shift. Okay. Okay. Barry, you a puzzle enthusiast? Because what I'm thinking right now is we might have to go, for the time being, left, down to get this up here. At that point, we're going to have this here. The 6 would have dropped down, and we'll need blue here. The 6 is in the right spot right now. So what if we go down? What if we go down here? And then 6, because we need to get the CC over here. So those need to be beside each other. So we can go 6, and then play off that and the CC for now. Then we'd have to get this over later. So if we go 6 down. Wait. I might have a devious idea. Because the 6 needs to be underneath the circle. So if we go 6 to the top. Wait, no, not 6 to the top, because it needs to be under. God damn, this is hard. Chris Bow, the red sky is spinning out. It's not a matter of us getting the puzzle and then our solution not working. It's a matter of our us not getting our solution. We haven't even got to try the color gradient yet, because what we're trying to do right now is get this over here with the 6 underneath it. So if we go up here, down, over here, and then up. That might cook it. but we'll try it. All right. So we're gonna try this. Column 4, go 2 up. Yeah, go 2 up there. And then column 3, go down 1. And then go row 2 left. And then column 3 up. Okay. So now we need to get one of those over to the right. The eye has to be over to the right. And the CC has to be under. Go on. Third column, down 1, where the penis is. Yeah, down 1. And then left with the bottom row. And then hold on. Because this needs to be here. So we need to get that off of that under the CC. Pull column 4, top right, up 1. Push it right, bottom 1.
Bottom 1, right?
Yep. And then go down with that one.
Going down.
And then go up with the penis. Oh my god, I hate this. Almost there? Because if we go...
Then we want our up and down here, right?
Right, so I think we'd go...
Oh wait,
I think we'd go...
the eye.
It'd be the eye next. It'd be the eye next. Because that's got the white icon. That's the last one with the white icon. So, I think...
Oh yeah, you're right.
There, we'd want to go... Bottom left, down 1. Yeah, that one.
Down here.
Yep. And then third row right for the eye. Yep. Third row. Oh, wait. Yeah, then pull that back up. Sorry, I'm stupid. I didn't even see it change. You're so fast. Okay. So now we need the G to move. And this is where it gets complicated. This is where it gets complicated. Because if we go... We want the double arrows. And then we want the G. And then we want the penis. So it's about the ordering here. So what we're going to do is... pull bottom left, down 1. Bottom left.
Right?
Yep.
Right.
And then bottom right, 4th row. Pull it to the right. And then... Hold on, let me think on this for a sec. Because we have that set up, but we can't pull the eye to the left because then that's going to cook it. If we pull the eye to the left, drop it down, that's gonna fuck that. Oh my god, this is so hard. What is this puzzle? Dude, this shit's tough. This shit is unironically hard. What's the objective? They don't give us the objective. So we basically theory crafted that the objective would basically be to get the gradient of colors going down in a snake pattern from darkest to lightest. So basically, hey, hi Raph. It's an old Atalos puzzle left behind by an ancient civilization exterminated by the old ones. My brain has been exterminated by the old ones here. I won't even lie, we're getting there though. It feels like progress is being made. So we're thinking right now that it's just a matter of getting these arrows over with the G. So if we pull this over twice, I feel like this is dangerous. I feel like we're getting into very bad waters. Strike, just trust me on this. No, the puzzles come with instructions. Oh, we love that part. We love that part. In Ashes of Creation, our last MMO, there was a giant statue in the middle of the desert that had very little lore associated with it other than the fact that it was a human erected monument, and it was this giant statue that was looking right at this major POI completely across the map. And there was an event that spawned at the statue that actually alluded to basically interconnectivity elsewhere. And you had this NPC that spawned during the event that effectively told you the door that they're guarding right here, which was in this excavated area, was, you know, the resting place of some very important people. And this wasn't the way that, you know, you were going to get down there, and we had to seek an alternative way around. So we pulled our entire server out, and we had multiple guilds working on this. Just sitting in the desert on our mounts, trying to glitch in through the door, trying to find the actual door and do it ethically. I will say, we bugged in. We made a bunch of rogues, and we may or may not have shadow stepped through the door, and we got in at the end of the day. It was a success. And then Intrepid Studios patched the door, and then we never got in again. So we're gonna try to break through this. We'll try to brute force it. Leon, thank you, my good man. I appreciate you. What the hellington is this? So, this is the minigame of Doom, basically. We're playing Stars Reach. Checking it out today. Best of luck. Thank you, my friend. Happy to see you. So, basically, we're playing Stars Reach. Stars Reach is a single layer, no shard MMO. Interplanetary, completely player driven. So, Rav had a hand in a couple of MMOs that you guys may be familiar with, Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies. So if you're familiar with those, phenomenal. You have him partially to thank for them. Actually, quite heavily to thank for them. So basically, you start out in this tutorial island, pre-built structures and whatnot, and a little bit of a walkthrough on some of the systems. You kind of like, I call it a few men's sky, because to me, it's very much like if No Man's Sky had actually hit the mark on being that socially driven MMO, where you have the exploration. So one layer, no sharding, anything like that. Still think that's the worst term for any form of gaming technology, by the way. No shard, so everybody's on a singular layer. You have multiple planets and more constantly being added. Everything can be terraformed by players. There are a bunch of different discoverables, gatherables, and as you go throughout the map, something as simple as, you'll notice I don't have a lot of the map uncovered. Every map of every world is covered by these nodes. So I have to take out my Pathfinder. I stand here for a sec, and the signal will flash for me, and it'll kind of give me an indicator of where I may have to go. So I'll walk over, and every few minutes, or every few steps, I may have to take a little bit of time to scan and see where the signal comes from. Signal starts to lock in, and as I get closer, the audio will actually change. And then I see this little red guy over here. And out of nowhere, after scanning, we've got a sector of the map uncovered. So we go around, we basically chart uncharted areas. You can actually go up into space and extract materials from comets and shit that are just floating around. There are missions that'll bring you down to different planets. So the entire premise of it, not only does it have like that MMO structure at its core, it's also extremely socially driven. So we just became citizens of this planet. And what we're trying to do right now is, first things first, solve this hellacious puzzle. And then from there, we're gonna complete some missions so we can get our money up. Once we get 20,000, we can all buy, my bowl of tomato soup is sitting on my control key. I just wanted to enjoy some fine soup. But once we get our money up, we'll be able to actually purchase a plot of land. And then once we purchase the plot of land, we'll be able to have everybody put their plots in a similar area, and we'll start Catopia. So we'll be starting out as a small civilization. And as I can run back over towards base. I'm supposed to be doing my missions right now so we can actually do stuff. But as we contribute more materials to our civilization, it expands, it levels, it becomes more you know, more put together. You can only build in certain places. Your world. You set up your entire civilization as you want to. Players can stumble upon where you're at. We haven't got too into it yet, but what we've gathered... Oh my goodness, Hoofsy. Oh my goodness, Hoofsy. Goodness gracious me, my Hoofsy. Thank you for the 10, dude. Thank you for the 10. We're just trying to solve a puzzle. Shards is good in Ultima Online. The evil wizard mundane trapped the lands of Britannia, a crystal, the gem of immortality. When the avatar defeated him, the gem was shattered and a copy of the world was left in each shard. This is a fiction Richard Garriott and I came up with when we did UO. The term shards for different servers stuck in an infected database technology lingo. Wait, that's such a cool tidbit of information. Huh, we're getting like history lessons here. See, I'm just childish, and the first time that I heard about it, we made sharding jokes. The gaming community is truly a marvel of modern time. Wait, that's so cool. I never knew that it was actually lore-driven. That's so cool. Hoofsy never taught me that either. Hoofsy claims to be a UO fanatic. We made those jokes in 1996. I don't wanna say this in a bad way, but 1996 was my birth year, and I'm proud of that. I started playing, I missed the UO phase because I always followed my older brothers. I have brothers that are 8 and 10 years older than me. So I always started to play what they played. And we started out with Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old, and I immediately hopped into that. And then after that, I was a WoW baby, and I really didn't get to spend as much time in the social sandbox scene as I would have liked to. And I actually spent a lot of time outside of MMOs until I was brought back in by New World. And some friends really got me back into New World, and got me into New World, I should say, on launch, and it stuck for me so heavily. And the element of dynamic world building and player actions and reputation of players within the world, and the, you know, the interactions that we had, I like you, I don't like you, stuff like that was just phenomenal for me. It really, you know, I played sports my entire life, and it was the closest thing that I'd ever had to my sports rivalries within a video game. It's phenomenal. And I really see a lot of that structure setting up within your civilizations, even without PvP. You're already gonna have the good actors, the bad actors, the Kristen Applebee's. I don't want to hear about no Applebee's. I spent too much time there. But so much of the structure just sounds like it is up our alley of everybody has a role in the world, everybody has a place in the world, and you don't necessarily need to be, you know, a citizen of the entire world, because you can effectively be a citizen of part of the world and still have an entire gameplay loop there. We went to Ashes of Creation and experienced that very heavily. May it rest in peace. Gone but not forgotten. And just having a place for every one of our players, having something that every player can look forward to when they hop on, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I really like conceptually what you guys are putting together over here, and we already have quite a few people in the community that have been enjoying it. Once you get past the starting area jitters, gameplay feel is actually a lot better than I would think too. And I think we're trying to solve this puzzle. Got a little sidetracked. But I think once we get the puzzle solved, or just break our brains trying for now, we'll group up and then we'll start working our way a little bit into a more remote area, get some missions done actually, and then try to get our 20k and work our way off into the potential abyss. UO's most technical PvP game I've ever played to this day. I'm very interested about PvP potential on this. I heard in the rumor mill, and again, all of this is kind of like unconfirmed on my end. I need to do a lot more digging and a lot more research on my end for like future potential systems and whatnot. But something like a PvP world, where as you expand your civilization, you can have that as a safe haven where the PvP's turned off, but you almost have these outlaw areas that could spring up from this, where, you know, your biggest and your baddest are controlling this PvP wasteland, where if you go out there and you can make it through the rough and tumble world, then you get, you know, some very rare rewards, or you may have a very dense world that comes with increased risk, something along the way that promotes more friction. And that's something that I don't even think they need to do in this game, because it's so engaging just as a base structure. The element of a player-driven trade, it's so nice. Yo, are we puzzling? Okay. Dude, I swear to God, if anybody knows pirate software, man, we need my interest. I've never said this before, but I think we need pirate software. I think we might need pirate software. Oh, golly. Okay. So, like, seemingly...
I did make a few moves
Yeah, I trust. Seemingly where we're at, just to update everybody. We're trying to solve this puzzle. And we have a theory that it is a gradient snake from dark to light. And there are two groupings of symbols along the way. We're thinking just light and dark to separate it very simply. What we don't know is if any of that's actually correct. And also, we can't fucking figure this shit out. We're getting our asses kicked, man.
Right.
Oh my god, dude. Now I understand what Survivor contestants feel like. When I'm sitting on my couch, stuffing my fucking jaws with Ben and Jerry's, and I was like, stupid idiot can't put the puzzle together. What a fucking dumbass. I'm the stupid idiot. I hate it here. Okay. Everything's good. We lock in. How do we get that G next to the arrows? Okay, surely we just, like, go left with the penis or something, right? Because we need... Okay, hold on. Don't actually do that. Don't actually do that. I might fuck it up. I have to compare on my other monitors. Because right now, what we've established... Should I, like... Hold on. I have technology. Wait. Screen marker. Okay. Through my technology, I will draw the symbols. And then we will catalog them. So that way we know if they ever go bad. Diamond with a dot in it. Okay, this is great. I'm writing down what they're supposed to be. Don't worry about it. This is the most technology we've used so far, Strag. This is locking in at its finest. Here. This one's kind of like open like that. I'm gonna leave that good enough.
Oh my god.
6. What are you oh my godding? Better not be my art. This is beautiful art. Could be Caitlin Clark's logo. Okay, so now we need over here. Bottom left, we need the G. And then we need the arrows. And then I'm looking at like my other monitor to see what we potentially be looking at. Because it's G, arrows, and then it's here, and then it's here. So it would be this way, and then it would be this one. So we've got the two L's here. And then it's U. I'm gonna have so much to erase later. Be terrible. I'd say dustpan and then penis. Okay. Dustpan. And then penis. Okay, Strag, I have the correct order on screen for your viewing pleasure. I have worked very hard on this. So now you just have to put it together. I've done all the hard work for you. Now you just literally finish the puzzle. Thank you. I'm glad I could contribute.
Okay.
Oh my god! Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I think that made it worse. I'm not even gonna lie.
I watched you draw half of these, and I'm like losing them. But that's besides the point.
I think that might have made this worse. I'm not even gonna lie. I think that might have complicated things even further. What if we're just not smart? Have we ever considered that we should recruit the puzzle people and then we should go like hit some stuff?
Yeah,
like,
you could.
I'm sure we have enough to make a melee weapon at this point. I've considered that you're not smart. I rarely consider it, but I feel like...
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
I don't want to hear it out of you, Peanut Gallery. Listen, I don't see any of you solving it. Take it to MS Paint software style. Bro, I'm about to take it to fucking Grok. Jesus. I'm calling my homie to break this thing. Okay. Let us see. I'm locked in for this. I'm actually like, my fight or flight is kicking in over this puzzle right now. I'm getting worked up, dude. I'm gonna have to go for a fucking walk after stream to de-stress. Gonna ask Grok about shades of color. I don't know what Grok does. I know Grok ERPs. I don't know what's going on over there. Okay. Ball hogs have combined together to create a horde master. Your HUD has been updated with those locations so you can aid us in ridding the world of this menace. That might be our out. Do we want to go look at the public event and then look at this with fresh eyes in a second?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that might be the play. I think.
Yeah. Let's
just give ourselves a fresh little look, cause I will not lie. Ooh, this takes us over to my mission too. Can I get in on this? Everybody except you, actually, Blotto. It's a socially driven MMO, but specifically, Raph said you can't come. You and Zine, actually. Two of you guys cannot come. Why does this guy kind of look like Hulk Hogan from the back? Am I tripping, or does this guy look like Hulk Hogan with, like, some luscious gold locks? So you said the fucking out of him. No. Where is he? Catching a stray? Zine always catches a stray. I feel like it's always necessary. But yes, it is available on Steam if you guys haven't yet, and you do want to check it out with us, right? Be in mind, it is labeled as a pre-alpha. It is a small dev team. It's not like you're looking at a $100 million project from, 250 of the most credentialed, established developers that money can buy. You're looking at a passion project from some people who are probably very passionate about this project. And if I'm being honest, I'm probably very happy to see even the, the size of the player base that's taking it on so far. Never get a grapple? I do indeed. I know. I need to get a little more familiar with the grapple usage, because sometimes the desync will get to me a little. But most of the time, grapple usage is great. I also, like, PvP games have conditioned me to not use my movement. My ears? Oh yeah, we gotta craft some suppressors for the assault rifles. Those are a little bit disproportionately loud, but it's okay, we just embrace it. You really know when combat's going. There is always a notifier somewhere along the way that there's combat. Let's say we had 200 credential people, we got higher people acting like that matters. Dude, I just think AAA devs have lost touch. I think I've actually been talking about this a lot, funny enough, before I even came over to Stars Reach and started checking it out, right? But we talk so frequently about the next generation of MMOs, Guild Wars this, WoW that, Riot this, right? And one thing I mentioned is I just feel like the more money... Oh shit, I'm still yapping here, sorry. I think the more money that... What up? Oh, the Horde Master? Yeah, that's what I'm on my way over to right now. Are we going to the same one?
Massive.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind.
You'll see it in a second.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
It just went back up.
Floating island dripping sand?
Oh my.
I tried to climb it earlier. We were excavating and terraforming a little bit to get the anti-gravium. And then we had some dragons come down. And we also discovered the terraformer. When you empty your hopper, if you're building up a hill, right? If you're emptying the hopper and you're depositing, there's basically this avalanche of physics in sand that disperses the sand as it goes. It's, I think, one of the coolest little mechanics that I've seen so far. The animation's kind of subtle at first, but you can literally see the sand cascading down and then settling in a more natural way. The physics is remarkable. I usually don't even nerd out about stuff like that, but I was sitting there terraforming like a madman. And then I look and I see, I don't know where this cascading avalanche of sand around me. It was so cool. The erosion animations are neat. Yeah, if those get a little bit more like smoothed out and fleshed out so people can easily identify what's going on. Like, I had the oh shit moment with it, which was phenomenal. But man, that was a cool thing. Uh-oh. I'm coming.
A shield up.
Not like this! I need to learn the grapple angles. Surely we have the range.
After this iframe goes down.
Hold on.
Like, it's gonna die.
There's an opportunity for me to make it. Oh my god, the range. My participation! Yo, we're so up. Chat, we made it just in time. Everything's beautiful. I'm never late. I'm always... Oh, it's splitting. Oh, this is less than ideal. Of course, make that 20k. Yeah, that's what we're about to do next. We just saw this pop up and figured that we were gonna take a break from the puzzle to start. Job, I'm coming, buddy. Stay strong, brother. Stay... Oh, shit, Job. I don't think I should come up here. I think we gotta wait a little bit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, the brute hogs. They're punishing. They're pillaging. Are we good? I think we have enough people here. I don't know if I'm, like, informally tanking or what. Jump, did somebody res you? Oh, we have super jumps? Wait. Jump, hold on, buddy. I'm trying to get over there.
Whoa.
I'm trying. Hold on, buddy. Contra, don't bring it over to me. This is going to be chaotic. This is going to be so chaotic. As we get into, like, raid content, if we get into PvP, world bosses. Oh my God, is there an audio setting for FX? Oh yeah, there is. I like the immersion. Brother, you imagine if the soldiers that were storming the beaches on D-Day wore ear protection and couldn't hear what was going on around them? I need to hear the call-outs of my brethren in the middle of battle, no matter how intense that battle may be. I'm gonna be hearing gunshots in my sleep tonight. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm going to have, like, flashback dreams, like Vietnam-style dreams. Somebody next door will probably call the cops on me because they will think that somebody is shooting up the place. But it's the immersion that we need. It's all the immersion. Did someone say crafting weapons was bugged right now? Granted, I guess we don't have to worry about crafting in the first place until I get my 20k. How's the game? Ron, it's fun. Like, obviously, there's still a lot more to come with it, right? But conceptually...
So bright. What is that?
It's the illumination of the gods. Wait, that's loot. Wait. The bright is loot, Strag. That's actually the illumination of the gods. I think. Oh yeah, that's your loot. Yeah, somebody has to grab loot whenever that happens.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, but conceptually, right? The game itself, really fucking fun. You would look at it and not necessarily understand all of what we're able to do in terms of just exploring the world. And right now, we're just kind of getting distracted on some side quests and whatnot. There was just a public event that popped up, so we figured might as well run over and check that out. Now I've got to finish my missions while I'm in the immediate area so I can get my 20k schmeckles, and then once I get my 20k, I can get my housing plot. I'm pretty sure everybody else already has their housing plot. Or at least their 20k. So we have to get our housing plot set up. Are there goats on the mountains? There's a scan thing there? Oh wait, good looks. The Pathfinder? Hold on. Show me the notes. My good sir, I hear you. Where it be? Signal weak. Wait, you set up here?
Oh, shit.
Apologies for the junk of the bugs. We did the first topics yesterday. And have a couple more coming in the next few days. Got a public roadmap. And everything we're working on there. Hey, we understand the jank and the bugs. We definitely understand. And I think anybody in their right mind also... Oh, this is a nice roadmap. Wait. This is active as hell. Wait, this isn't even a roadmap. This is a living document. Oh my goodness gracious. Wait, what? This is an actual, like, job board. Holy. Wait, that's great. That's really cool. I like the structure of this a lot. Usually update it every day. I love this. This is such great communication. Just along the way. This is awesome. And major updates in the pipeline, we'll also be able to see those coming along here so we can keep tabs on that. What's that? This is their entire roadmap. So this is a lot of their updates that are planned, from performance updates to hot fixes, UI stuff. And keep in mind, the game just came out yesterday. Julia, when she started playing, had a run-in. She actually tweeted about it. It was a funny character bug where, like, the character folded in on itself and was just this, like, wacky inflatable arm man. And they fixed that character bug, like the model bug, within the same day. And I think under the update history, we can also see fixed stick bug. Yeah, this one. The stick bug and the missing head characters. That was a bug fix that got pushed. So as they keep going, I mean, a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing, right, it's not like it's this completely unplayable product even in the starting areas. The performance is the worst in the starting areas, which is to be expected, right? Especially as more people load in on a single layer. That's hard to deal with. Read what happened. Wait. We have a bug whereby European-style region settings are resulting in distorted avatars. We have a fix already. It'll be doing a client bug fix, plus also repairing affected characters. Wait. Did it happen to Europeans? Wait. Was this a Europe bug?
There's a scan right here.
Sliders, 1.00. Oh, with a... Oh, no. Oh, no. So only people from Europe could make stick bugs. Oh, my God. Okay. Okay, that is chaos. That is chaos. I can only imagine the amount of forehead slap that was realized upon this discovery. Oh my God, that's fucking awesome. That is so great. Okay, I love that. I can't wait to find more wacky bugs as well. This is one of my favorite things with games that are in development and in testing, is finding these little wacky things that some people freak out about, right? But I played New World for 7,000 plus hours, rest its soul. From launch onwards, all the problems with it. I played Ashes of Creation before its death. We've seen game breaking. We've seen not functional. We've seen new systems that are added that just completely don't work as a whole. And this, and I'm being completely real with this. The problems that we have interacted with so far in our first couple hours of gameplay are far less than many established MMOs that have a ton of resources at their disposal. And what has kind of like stood out to us so far is from second one, you feel like you are interacting with other human beings and other players, and the world feels alive and driven by our actions as players, not just the actions of the creative minds and the world builders that are putting this all together, right? And one of my big quarrels with a lot of AAA dev right now is that I think a lot of MMOs try to effectively be ARPGs with extra steps, and they've forgotten what really makes an MMO an MMO. And in my opinion, you can slap any number of systems, any amount of bloat into an MMO, but if you neglect player interactions, there's just so much that's lost along the way. And I think the most long-lasting MMOs, they may have devolved now. They may have changed very heavily, but a lot of people look back on their favorite, their favorite moments, their favorite times within those MMOs very fondly because of the player interactions that they had, the lasting relationships that they made, and the random run-ins where you may have run a dungeon with somebody that became your best friend for years. You may have hopped into a... Hey, yo, chow! Snipers on the roof! Listen. I'm just a peaceful gathering man. I'm just a peaceful gatherer. Trying to live my life. Hi, DEFCON. What up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Bro, it's so loud! You just started blasting everywhere. But the issues with the game right now, performance driven in terms of the starting experience. There were a couple things along the way that chat mentioned and that we kind of noticed along the way, like a short introductory to even handling a character before the actual Triangle of Doom, which, funny enough, I love the Triangle character creator. This was something I drew like last year in Ashes of Creation to explain how attribute scaling worked in Ashes of Creation and where you pulled different forms of attribute scaling from. So as soon as I saw triangles, I started freaking out. I love power triangles so much. So I saw this exact design within the character creator and I just started nerding out so much. So that was great. But chat pointed out, like, unless you have played a lot of MMOs before and a lot of games before, new players may not exactly understand all of the, the implications of changing those stats around. So even a short baseline character handling, WASD to move, left shift to sprint, the little V to crouch tutorial, and then something as a pre-stat slider, first time user experience, just to get those players who aren't quite sure, oh, will I sprint and lose all my stamina? Will I have to walk? Stuff like that. That could be super fluid for introducing players to that. But I loved the stat slider. We're gonna literally another window right now. Formal parties coming soon. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, they have the soft grouping already as well, right? So with the soft grouping, I think you also get XP for being around people. I think it's like 10% per person or something like that even too. Okay, wait, so what do we have here? Oh, we have a collect that doesn't want to collect. This is fine. We've just got to stand arm's length away. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alternate structures, guilds. Also, yes, guilds are not in yet, but player governments are. You can be a citizen, set certain laws, etc. Dude, I love the structure of this. And this is somebody's random house, by the way. So this is somebody's plot. From what I've gathered, the relife station, and then they should have the fabricator here. I think I can use their field fabricator. This is not mine. Oh no, this is a camp, not a plot. Never mind. This is a camp, because you drop the camp. Go into G, you could assign your camp under consumables. If I had a camp on me, I do. So consumables, you can assign that to your G wheel. And then I believe, kind of like New World type beat with the camp, we can drop the camp kit out and about, and that creates a respawn for us if we're going on a large adventure. That's a ranger camp? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. League POV doing Awakening? Few Man Sky. Like some dude's sky. Picture No Man's Sky, but actual MMO. So single layer, multiple planets, which are like your playable maps in your regions and stuff. In testing still, in dev. This is pre-alpha, but from what I've gathered, 6+ months on the timeline. Definitely still, needing love in the future as well. But conceptually, like, I'm not having a ton of quarrels and complaints along the way. Granted, I'm someone that's typically, really receptive to games that are in development because of my history of playing certain games. May they all rest in peace. But at the same time, like, we're figuring it out as a group. We're having a lot of fun along the way. We've just been completing some missions. We tried to take a crack at one of the puzzles that dropped, and we did not do that well. We did not do that well. So we'll reapproach the puzzle very soon. But right now it's just, it's a normal progression loop that actually has you playing with people, discovering new areas. I would be lying to you if I said I knew what a single material that I'm gathering does right now. But when I figure it out, I'll have some materials, so that'll be awesome. And the depth to all of these materials, the planet of origination, the quality of the materials, that's all stuff that within the crafting system, I leave to our resident nerds in the community, which is why we structure... Herbs? Which is why we structure our community in the way that we do, where we're such a, a true PvX community. So, as we figure out more, you bet your sweet bippy when all of our crafters from Ashes look at stream and they see me begging people to make stuff and funneling recipes that we just unlocked to other people. They're going to catch the bug. And it's only a matter of time. At the end of the day, I think a lot of things gameplay-wise, I love the little, like, text, I don't know why, but, like, the comic book style text pop-ups have grown on me so much since I've started playing. I have no clue why, but they're just, like, they're cute. How long have you been scoping this game out for? 48 to 72 hours? Right around there? Wait. Okay, so we can get boosts from killing stuff as well. Wait, that's fucking sick. Oh my god. I got the Moonshoes chat. This is so sick. So if I hit this, and then nope, you cannot B-hop. That'll actually slow your momentum. You really do hate to see that. That did not like any of the B-hop momentum carry type plays. What's down here? Disappointment. Disappointment is down here. Wait. Happiness is down here. I got something new. I thought that was gonna be a cool tunnel or something, man. Literally no cool tunnel was had. Only sadness. Only sadness. And we must break all of our... I've noticed fall damage doesn't really hit from certain distances. And then once you get above a certain distance, I died of fall damage once. So we're learning the avenues of ouchies versus survivable right now. When a crocodile's learned to breathe fire? How do you know he didn't have something spicy? He's living on a mountain, brother. There's not a lot of water here. I think you can negate it with grapple. Yeah, I think you can offset it because the grapple will be a momentum stop. Now, that also brings in the element of gotta hit something with my grapple in the first place. But yeah, it seems like the grapple will kind of reset where you're falling from and then give you that new fall point and not have you take a shitload of fall damage, which is kind of nice. I may or may not have jumped off of something that didn't have a grapple spot. That was slightly tragic, but also the fall damage is pretty forgiving. You can jump off of pretty high-ish areas from what I've seen so far, and that'll be fine. But eventually get big deal, butcher corpses into limbs to cook again. Hoofsy, what are you trying to have Ron cooking up? What are you trying to have Ron doing right now? Screen sharing seems pretty rough. Might be a stream thing, if I'm being honest. Like, there are some stutters and whatnot along the way, a little bit, but really nothing too bad. I also have an out-of-date graphics driver, which I won't lie, that's my fault. That's entirely my fault. So that might not help. As with any new game as well, we sometimes have, you know, GPU like driver issues along the way that can be a little conflicting. So I'd say the most notable thing right now would probably be just some slight stutters and stuff, but those have got so much better since we've actually been out on a planet and out of the new player area. So other than that, like a lot of this stuff that you see, if you're ever looking at like the weird little ground moving animation, that's literally the ground moving. So as the ground moves and as that animation comes in, that is the materials shifting and basically like physicsing is the only way that I can describe it, and avalanching down. It's crazy. It's a little unsettling. Yeah, the movement's a little strange when you first see it. But when you start realizing that it's quite literally changing the world around you as you go, it's so strange. It's so strange, constantly in a terraform state. Yeah, everything is always moving, and since it is, you know, a singular layer, if I decide to just make a goddamn mountain, then we can make Mount Dusty, right? If we want to have our entire civilization be underground, and we're the dominant force within that civilization, then we dictate, you know, we dictate what's going on with that. We would be the people that could decide to move it underground. Say the civilization grows, and we become mayor. And we're just like, hey, all of our infrastructure, it's all underground now. Over 200 materials, and they all have different hardness, friction, melt points, freeze points, and flow rates. They even do chemical reactions with one another. Oh, that's so crazy. What the hell? What the heck? Have you guys broken these systems down just from like a nerding out about them as dev standpoint in videos? One thing that I and the community really appreciated with Ashes of Creation, they had some very in-depth systems that they were planning out, including like their weather system that even had like ground saturation percentages that were meant to have impacts based on, you know, density of rain and all of that, different accumulation ratios on different materials along the way. And it was really cool to hear the developers talk about the systems that they were making with such complexity, also with the amount of like passion that has to go into them. There are talks on YouTube. Deep dive time, boys. Oh, that's beautiful. Did see a lot of dev blog post videos available. I love that so much. I love listening to smart people talk about things that I don't understand, because then I can pretend I know, and I can be like sipping the fake champagne with my pinky out. I can be like, yes, cellular automata. Yes. I can't even read it, but I can act like I know it. It's so cool. Stan Gaming 3D. Yeah, dude, this is cool. Very simply put, like, keep in mind, I'm sitting here playing this with a smile on my face. I am a PvP enthusiast. I am a combat and game feel enthusiast. And I've blasted like 3 things with a basic assault rifle that I hear shaking in my toes. Trigger channel, double blog post. I did it with our ancient graphics. There's also a video from Unity where he showed off on stage there. Ooh. Hold on. Oh wait, I already have the YouTube pulled up. I have the gameplay demo pulled up from earlier today. This is gorgeous.
There's so much information. How to homestead. One step closer. It's on the Stars Reach YouTube, right? Behind the devs. Ooh! Wait, I like these. I like these. The New World. Wait, chat. Chat. This one has New World in the title. Chat, we're getting New World back. Chat, New World. Oh, no, don't worry about it. I get on so many little ADHD tangents. I will basically pull something up, and then this will sit on my monitor for 3 days until there's something that disrupts availability of servers, and then we'll pull it out, and we will watch. There is so much that we take direct interest in as a community, and like our community in general loves being very involved. Part of what we did with Ashes of Creation was really bring in a lot of involvement from like community to developers, and not just myself, but also my community as a whole, working directly with developers to squash bugs, go on little bounties, and it was just so fun. And one thing that I was really happy to do before Ashes of Creation actually went kaput, because of the amount of involvement that we had with, oh wait, Streg's working on the puzzle again. Because of the level of involvement that our community had, I was able to actually take a lot of the, unfortunately, a lot of the information that we had, you know, we had shot for and gathered and learned over the course of a long time in Ashes. And I was able to put together some cool questions and have a conversation with Steven directly. So a lot of that came from deep diving, like absolute mad. So we had a one-on-one with Ash's creative director and got to talk a lot about like the game development industry as a whole, MMOs in specific, a lot of Western MMO dev and how volatile it is. So we always go down these little tangents and rabbit holes, and honestly, it's a part of what makes stream so cool. If I'm being honest, we like games. It's a bunch of passion from a lot of people like myself that just really want video games to be fun and enjoyable again. If anybody hasn't seen that interview and does want to check it out, by the way. Oh my goodness. Huffington, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. Also, if anybody does want to check it out that hasn't seen it, Pop Rot, thank you for the follow, my friend. Much love. Stars Reach Living World. Hold on. Stars Reach Living World. And then the Living World simulation of Stars Reach. Beautiful. We've got that one. And then we also have... we got Living World, and then we got Stars Reach breaking new ground to Living World in 2024. I appreciate that. Thank you. Genuinely, thank you very much. How to use my terraformer to uncover an item for a mission. Oh yeah, I just went on that one as well. The little recording device. Yeah, you dig down and you check that out. I'm making a massive tunnel. Job, is your goal just to literally like dig down and make a tunnel right now? Because I respect that. Stars Reach breaking new ground in a living world. I have both of them. Oh, and one of them's an hour. Oh, that is so beautiful. That is so beautiful. This is awesome, actually. I love being able to deep dive so much information. And a lot of the systems you're actually seeing put together with a lot of intricacy and love, which to me is great. We have so many, so many players that just come from a lot of different walks of gaming. And combining all of those different approaches, all of those different minds, to come together under one roof with games has always been sick with thinking development. Much love. It's always been a huge interest to the community as a whole. And honestly, since Ashes died, there hasn't really been this cumulative feel of, you know, we're all working towards something, even something as simple as, let's solve this puzzle, let's get our homestead set up. It's a really cool feeling, if I'm being honest. It's something that we, like I said, we haven't had in a minute. Also, chat, welcome to space. I can still grapple in space. Don't ask about the propulsion. There is technically a hole in the back of my suit. So, please don't worry about the propulsion. It's fine. It takes care of itself. Also, this is some Inception type shit. I still haven't adjusted to this. I feel like I should like tilt my head when I land on something. I gotta get better at the rotations and whatnot. It's still weird to me. Space is the space is a strange thing. I don't think I'd do well as an astronaut, chat. I don't even like roller coasters that much. I feel like I'm gonna break my neck flying in space. And just pull your mouse down on your mouse pad. Wait, does that reset me? Oh shit, we're so good. Hold on, that was actual tech. Anytime that you're lost in space, chat, just do a full barrel roll and then you'll find yourself again. The faster you flick, the better. Materials have density, even as a boom floats on water, heavy rock will sink through mud. What the fuck? Is water displacement a thing? Like if we put material in a pool of water, will there be displacement of that water? Water displacement is a thing. Oh my fucking god, we're gonna have irrigation systems that people just put a rock in. Tell me we can start a siphon. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, this is about to go so deep. We're about to have like handmade irrigation systems and whatnot, chat. This is crazy. Also, this is a cool little feature as well, the Hall of Heroes. I believe this is our certain tier of Kickstarter backers. But this is a nice little feature over here. I do like this. 20k is grind. You must embrace the grind. You must love the grind. What up, Jub? How are you, brother? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The desync demons are coming. Everything's fine. Cool, we're not gonna planet over water. Not yet. But I will push to become the cruelest of warlords possible. Also, probably not that cruel. I think we should probably, by the way, just go through and accept the most expensive that we can until it locks us out. Because all the missions seem relatively achievable right now, and I think anything that's even kill-based, we can probably just brute force. If I had to guess. Seems pretty achievable so far. I'm not touching the market. The market did not like me last time. I might even have something to pick up, but I'm not touching that. And then later on, we'll also be able to get ships, and we'll be able to have a lot more navigatability as well. Posted in Discord the correct order based on value from Photoshop. Wait! Yo! Stark, are you serious? Ain't no way, hold on. Hold the phone. In Cat's Court or which Discord? Holy. Okay. I see Hoofsy buried a person. And then Hoofsy's out there photographing and taking pictures. Hoofsy's already going cinematic with it. Oh god, we have too many Discords. My Discord? General? Yes. Thank you. Open media link. Okay, so we actually have the backgrounds now. We have the order. Man, 7 and 8 are... it's not that close when you separate it like that. I would say 9 and 10 are probably the two closest, right? Wait, the 2 arrows is darker than the G? Wait, I think we fucked up. Were we doing it in the wrong order? In the first place? Because I feel like we were doing it in the wrong order in the first place. I feel like we done goofed, chat. That's what I was saying. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, I swear to God. This is why bad things happen. Double arrow is definitely darker. I knew I couldn't trust you guys. All right, hold on. I gotta potty real quick. And then we go terraform more. Someone help Streg with that puzzle. I'll be right back, chat.
Good day. Getting to think of it, Go Later looks a lot like old school Star Wars Galaxy. I ate like half my sandwich. I was chowing. It's hard to eat and chow. DJ, what up, my go? Gonna give it a go later. Be prepared. Starting area can be a little laggy and whatnot, but honestly, like, is good. It's good. I will say there's a lot to do on a social side. Anybody back at the station that's trying to go to Planet 1 real quick, by the way? One thing I've noticed, by the way. One thing that I would go absolutely wild for. When formal grouping is added, being able to party sync missions as we accept them so people don't have to sort through and make sure they're getting all the same missions. Oh, I would love that as a quality of life. That would be so great. Never checking another game. Thank you for making the game. Thank you to you and the team. I will definitely be checking it out again tomorrow. I have streamed over 1,100 days in a row. I think today's like 1147 without missing a singular day. So that's you know, something in and of itself. Usually when I enjoy something, it'll be a little bit obsessive. So we'll definitely be back tomorrow as well, and we'll probably be bringing a few people with us. I will say it seems like we're gonna start to build a little bit of a civilization here. So I hope you enjoy the dinner. We have a fix coming for the lag in the starter areas caused by all those alien spores invading. Ironically, I love that. Honestly, if the first time user experience, if that Fatui can really bring it together and have new players feeling engaged from step one, oh, there's some potential here. There's some potential. Some of the scenery, and I think the first time user experience bringing new players to some of the areas that it did, oh, beautiful. Without too many spoilers. Getting up to the first high ground and looking out, oh my goodness. Absolute peak. Absolute peak. How many days? 1,147, I think. And no, 1,149. That one. Also, you want to know something even more impressive? Craziest part about it all. I got these balloons to celebrate day 1,000 in a row. Still 149 days later. Still the undisputed champion. The fucking day 1,000 balloons. It doesn't make sense, chat. They're 149 days old. I don't get it. I don't understand. They're so crazy. What a significant portion of the world's helium reserve. The black SUVs are gonna pull up if I start showing it too much. Those are the greatest balloons I've ever seen. Brother, Maine has a literal hot air balloon festival that we're gonna be going to and checking out next weekend. I'm pretty sure I might just show up with those and be like, hey, I brought my own, thank you. Genuinely, what the fuck? I don't even know how that happens, brother. I could take pretty much anything and seal it in seemingly anything except those balloons, and it would evaporate before 149 days had surpassed. But for whatever reason, those balloons are actual Fort Knox. It's Mylar. You're Mylar. Bitch. Yeah, no, that shit's crazy. I don't even know, isn't that the stuff they make, blankets out of and stuff? Like the little, not fire blankets, but the warmy blankets? Uh-oh. Space drift. Gonna be going longer than your streak. Yeah, what dies first, me or those balloons? Go sleep on the Dollar Tree balloons. They were $5.50 each. Ah! Oh my god. I mean, hear me out though.
So
oh
the
god,
snake theory must be wrong.
Oh no, wait, what happened? Did you get it?
Is this not in...
Hold on.
I think this is in order.
Wait.
For the snake pattern, at least.
Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Ralph, have a great night, my friend. I appreciate you popping in. We'll talk to you tomorrow, I'm sure. Wait, okay, so what the fuck? Chat, double check. This is the snake pattern? And that's correct. Oh, let me pause my music so I can focus. Can't hear myself think. Hold on, okay. Okay. Chat, this is the right snake pattern, right? Wait, they're European. What if it starts top right?
Europeans right, left, left to right as well.
Okay, no, we're good. Okay, no, we're good. They just drive on the other side of the road. Never mind. Okay.
England that drives on the other side. Everywhere else is on the same side as the US.
Wait, most of you guys drive on the normal side of the road?
Yeah, England's the only one who doesn't.
Huh, because I went to Iceland and everything was chill there. I always wondered what the fuck was going on. I thought I was going to have to go to Iceland to drive on the wrong side of the road. It turns out most of the roads in Iceland are fucking one-way dirt roads going through fjords that someone wants to kill you on anyways. But, I think we Japanese right to left. No. Maybe, though. Maybe. Raph said some cryptic shit about how once we start to solve it, the puzzles will make a little, the symbols will make a little more sense. And really, I think the only one that makes sense to me right now is in the bottom right, because this puzzle's a little bit of a dick. And I don't understand much more of that. Like, we have the symbols on the side, and like maybe they're hybridized characteristics of each. Cause like, you have the Pac-Man with the open mouth. You have the diamond. You have the half moon. And then you have the carrot. So like, basically, if it's not the color gradient, then it could be something pulling in characteristics of each of these. So, for example, this in the top left could be pulling in the characteristics of the half moon as well as the Pac-Man. So maybe that is actually part of it, right? You pull in a line from the Pac-Man, you pull in a line from the half moon, you have that symbol. So then you may be looking for something that pulls in a line from, well, I guess that would be also the half moon and the Pac-Man. Fuck, because like things that would pull in a half moon line, you'd have a half moon here and a line from this here as a singular line. So that could always be like here, I guess. It's got to be something related to this though, because as we look at it, we have a few of those that kind of line up. The CC could be the left line of the paintbrush little carrot looking thing, and then the left C here. But then what's the 6? That's the question to me. Ralph said the symbols make sense when you understand this type of puzzle more. He said it was an Adalos puzzle. Is that a real thing, or is that from the lore? Adalos puzzle. It's lore. Wait. In gaming, Adalos puzzles are secret, uninstructed, interactive puzzle boxes left behind by an ancient Evelyn. Oh, wait. This is literally from the Stars Reach YouTube. Okay, yeah, this is just it. That's... I can't even Google information about Adalos puzzles. It's literally just lore. That's not even a type of puzzle. That's just lore. Oh, gosh. Wait, I think Strag died. I think Strag literally just died. He's gone. Half moon equals space, Pac-Man equals mountain, carrot equals underground. What the fuck is that? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Oh my god. He solved it and it sucked him into the game. Any coincidence, Strag is on the fringe of solving the puzzle, Raph disappears, and then Strag disappears. Is that a coincidence? I think not. It's a small independent dev team. They've got to take people out themselves. Raph had to put on some gloves. The black SUVs pulled up, and then Streg was no longer there. I think he's cooked. Wait, oh, that's another player. Yo, my fault, gang. My fault, my fault, my fault, my fault. Sorry. Sorry, that's on me. Are you people real? Wait, who was asking if we're real? Hoofsy. Wait, Hoofsy, do you have quests to do over here? My ears? Listen, everything's fine! It's just for the immersion. It's just the immersion. Listen, if they fix the lag in the starting area and also turn the volume of the guns down by about 50%, I think we're so up. Not so much further. Hold on, do we have any of the same ones? I have find a drone wreck, kill a dangerous arty hog, survey a survey node, and then, oh, they mark, it may be the one you've interacted with before. Okay, so they just mark specific stuff. Ah! Don't try to bury me, I'm not a zombie. Fucking bury you. You get in there. You get in that goddamn hole. See who wants to bury who. What do you have for content so far? So basically, Nin, what we have done so far, there are active world events that'll pop up throughout the world that are kind of like these get here, kill stuff, and get rewards for it. There are little crates that you can get. So I have common loot caches. We open the common loot caches, and you get, you can get basically recipes, and you can get some materials. We will need every recipe that we can get, and to pull those recipes, because within the recipes, you can only have 15 active at any point in time. And if you unequip a recipe, then you have to wait 5 hours before you can equip it again. So we're gonna want to establish, you know, where some of the recipes are going early on and get those into the hands of the people that are gonna be using them. And from there, right, once we do that, that's gonna be a later on thing. But right now, we're going through, killing stuff, gathering stuff, and effectively doing missions. You can go back to the spaceship, like the big base up in space, and then you can collect missions. We go out, select a mission, it points you somewhere on the map, and then we go do the missions, go turn them in, and you can also sell stuff on the market if you want to, and we get our money. So basically with the money, these are Clados or something like that. Gold coins. So we need to get 20k of these. What is it, Clados or something? Anyways, we have to get 20,000 of those. And once we get 20,000 of those per person, we can get our housing plot. So we've become citizens of this planet. So right now, even without a housing plot, if we wanted to, we could, you know, take materials that we're gathering and we could donate those materials to the civilization itself. And then those materials for the civilization will help expand our civilization to the point where we can eventually nominate a mayor and whatnot. So right now, we're just going through, and I'm hitting some quests, more or less. They don't have a static main story or anything. It's a mission board where you can go, and you can select missions for the planet that you want to go to. So, I've only done Planet 1 so far, because that's where we're citizens. So, from there, we should donate some materials so that we get a quest board on planet. Oh, is that what we get if we donate materials? Because that would save so much time. So much time, yeah. But right now, our big thing is that we're just trying to get situated first things first with our money, and we want to complete quests along the way, get some clams, and I'm trying to save as many mats as I can, but we're trying to get our clay twos over here. And from there, once we get 20k, we buy our housing plot, we start our actual, like, cat's housing area, we figure out what we have for crafting, what we're gonna need for crafting, and we start progressing through that side of things. So, it's gonna be really, really interesting. I'm actually quite excited for it, and I might not get my 20k tonight, so the housing side may actually have to wait until tomorrow, but it's really fun. Yes, sir, about PvP. A couple of people shout out PvP questions, but I think that's later on. Honestly, we're more so just spitballing about it in general, but I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Poor guy had to go get dinner. He's probably been working hard. While I'm trying to get a xylo slicer so I can chop trees for wood. So we have to get the stuff to craft the Xylo Slicer, I would assume. And then from there, craft Xylo Slicer, use that on trees, get the actual tree wood. Recipe's 10k. And then what do we need to craft it is the question. Can you do a little digging? Like, in terms of PvP or like digging down into the earth? Because yes, hold on. Whoops. That's supposed to be the blicky. Someone asked how the combat was, by the way. The combat is, you know, early combat. Right now, I've only played with one weapon, which is the assault rifle. Honestly, when the servers aren't bad, it's actually pretty good. And the servers really aren't that bad once you get out into the, you know, into the normal planets outside of the starting area. And Rav said they have a fix coming, hopeful fix coming for the starting area, lag tomorrow. So, I think it was tomorrow. But regardless, the combat, actually solid. I will say the mob AI, like, not the greatest. But it's not as bad as I thought when people were like, oh, the combat's terrible. I haven't got melee weapons yet, and I think melee weapon crafting is something that we have to wait on a little bit. But even from this standpoint, right, mob AI is kind of dookie, but you can absolutely, I wouldn't say it's dookie. Ashes was worse when we first got into Ashes. That shit was unresponsive. The mob AI can be outsmarted pretty easily, right? So in terms of that, like, we can hit mobs, we can get into a little hidey hole, a little corner peek. Sometimes the mobs aren't the brightest and they'll just throw their abilities regardless of range and just sauce those bad boys out and not hit anything. And it's kind of just, Ashes Alpha 2 Phase 1 was bad. Oh man, I still remember how many people were just standing on a high ground farming mobs that didn't respond at all. Yeah, it was rough. Mob AI is also something that anytime you include verticality, which this game does quite heavily, you're going to have so much, you know, so many question marks that coming around it. But honestly, I've played games that have worse combat, and it's not even like you're playing off of recoil or bloom or anything like that. It's just very simple action combat, physics-based projectile, which, hear me out, very simply, social-based game, physics-based projectile, dodge roll off of stamina, sprinting, grappling, movement systems, climbing, melee weapons, base building into civilizations. Can you manipulate the dodge roll? Yeah, and the movement's actually kind of silky around it. Is there a rapier? So, basically, welcome to your professions. At the risk of burning this into my monitor again. So, as you do stuff throughout the world, you earn experience for many professions. So, first things first, botany. Harvesting flora, cultivating plants, and managing trees. So, level 1 botany just allows you to kind of like pick stuff. Skills to plant, grow, and improve crops. Unlock this from the botany skill tree. This is foraging. Forestry is skills to maximize the effects of the Xylo Slicer. Yield when harvesting. Business, learn the ins and outs of business by running businesses. I gotta make sure that doesn't burn in. It ghosts a little bit if you leave it too long. At least on my monitor it does, so I've gotta give it like... I've gotta give it little tidbits here and there. It ghosted on my monitor last time I did it for too long. So I've gotta like... I've gotta not do it too bad. I think we can cheese business. It's done via trading. Oh yeah, we can cheese the fuck out of that then. Earn business XP by completing trades with other players. Yeah, so we can cheese that and probably level business XP like crazy just from trading back and forth. That'll be huge. They're also gonna change so many systems because of us, I can already tell. I'm literally waiting for a patch note that comes in tomorrow that's just like added an internal cooldown to earning business XP through trading with the same player multiple times. And then we make alts. Then we make alts! Yeah, it's gonna be a battle, I will say, but we will break this game. So off of that, we'll go back in and read them quickly. Business. Then you have combat stuff, right? Just general combat. This is your combat side of things. You have assault rifle, grenade launcher, pistol, sniper rifle side of things, right? And that's just under your range specializations. But within that, on the combat side, keep in mind, You have combat tactics, engineer, drones, melee, range with all of the different ranged options, snipers, shotguns, rocket launchers, pistols, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, bows, assault rifles, swords, staves, maulers, whips, knives. It's getting kind of fucking kinky out here. Crafting. Welcome to the crafting tree as it stands right now. A lot of work in progress as well. You have artisan core, you have constructing, you have cooking, engineering, tailoring, humanities, leadership. You have medical, mineralogy, ranger, which ranger is learn to survey and navigate through the use of utility tools and gadgets, unlocks camp kit and drone light, earn ranger XP by discovering survey points. Vehicles, so there will be vehicles, including spaceships, and then xenobiology is studying and interacting with unfamiliar creatures. Brother, there might just be potential here. Like the look of it, but I'm a little cook. Oh yeah. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's probably how most people should be if you're on the fence with any game. I spent the $30 so you guys don't have to if you're, you know, if you're kind of in between and you're not sure of where you want to be. Why are we getting bombed? Wait, what just happened? Wait, what was this? Why'd we just get bombed? Chat, do you see that shit? Wait. Read the public event. The chemical reactions in the atmosphere are causing blobs of acidic moisture to gather and fall. Oh, there's actual, like, that's the chemical reactions he was talking about. How do you dodge? Mine, I rebound a V. I don't know what it is by default, but it should be in your keybind somewhere along the lines. But something as simple as this, right? This animation, when I'm standing on top of a mountain and I disturb the ground too much, when that animation starts up and it looks like the ground's kind of shifting a little, say I take out my terraformer, right? And I terraform just a little bit. You'll see a lot of the ground starts to move. That's literally the materials sliding down and the entirety of the ground changing and shifting because of the actions here, weighing down on the materials in the ground and redistributing them, basically. It's fucking wild. It's genuinely insane. You got moved by the movement you caused. Wait. I wonder if I can do that with my body? Or no? I don't know if I can do that with my body. Maybe if I grapple? What if I grapple far? We hit that shit? What if I shoot it? American approach, I know. That's what happened when you first got up there. I don't know, it's kind of what I thought as well. Hold on. See if I can make it happen again. Maybe it was look like when he rolled. It could also be like aftershock from those big ass meteors that hit. That could have also been it. Okay, so for missions, find a drone wreck. So we need to go over here. Wait, not that one. If I were my drone wreck mission, where would I be? Did I not set that as my active? Oh, shit. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Not the brightest. Found a homesteader shop with homesteader for 20k. Wait. Oh, yeah. I think that's what we need to save up the 20k for. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Oh, someone says something about storage crates. Oh, Bear, it was you. Want to see the storage crates? Can't find any. I'm sure there's got to be a crafting for storage crates, right? I know they've got the localized banks, and they have those on the those on the spaceship. So if you go back to the main spaceship, they have like 100 slot banks there, and then I can only imagine there are recipes for just about everything at this point in time. So I would fully assume wood into refinement into storage crates. Wait, pink wood. Chat, what do we have here? What have we here? Sir, you stay away from my pink wood, okay? I don't know what you're doing over there. I don't know what you got going on. Chat, would it kind of go hard if we, like, hollowed out one of these mountain valleys? And then just posted up there? Because I feel like that would go kind of... What just rumbled? Something just rumbled. I do not know what that was. But something just rumbled. Is it random terrain gen? No, it's all one world. Like, or sorry, one like persistent layer. So basically, like, this is the terrain, but the terrain's going to get terraformed by players as we play on the map more. So it's a persistent world, and it's a finite map as well. So we discover the map through these little quadrants, right? So the map itself is covered, but we take out our Pathfinder, which is my 4, and then we scan. So when we're scanning, we'll get the little red blip when we're standing still, and then we'll get an audio indicator as well. So during the scan, you'll see where it has you go. And then you wait for another blip. And if you see a blip in a direction, then that's kind of where you'll want to go off it. So when the signal's weak, obviously we're far away from it. So right now, it feels like a game where Breath of the Wild glider would go so hard. That's what I was thinking earlier, actually. A glider would go crazy, but also, I'm assuming that's a recipe. Like, they want everything in this game to be player-dictated, player-driven, player-done. And I think anything regarding navigatability and movement would be down to players finding the recipes, players getting the crafting mats for them, and players making those. Like, surely, right? Founder Pack has a hover pack. Oh, does it now? Hoofsy! Hoofsy, we need the hover packs. Hoofsy, Hoofsy, we don't have hover packs and other people have hover packs. Gosh, heckin' dang it. God dang it. Well, it wasn't a dev creator recipe, but a player made one that could then get sold or traded. I just don't know how that would work. I mean, it would be cool in concept, but like, you would need like assets and stuff like that along the way for any recipe. I feel like that'd be a lot more complicated than just like, oh shit, wait. Than just like let the players make the recipes type shit, but. ABK, what up brother, what am I watching? You are watching in early access, pre-alpha of a game that despite having janky combat and some janky visuals, once you actually play it, shit's actually really fun. So, Stars Reach is what we're on right now. It is basically the love child of the person that was very heavily involved in bringing Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies to us. So it takes naturally a lot of inspiration and leans into a lot of player-driven systems. Everything is sandboxy, from, you know, the missions that you're getting to the fact that there are multiple worlds, and on the worlds you have different, you know, different animals, different plants, shit like that. But you're gathering, sourcing, crafting mats along the way, killing things, getting mats from the killing things. But also, outside of that typical, you know, MMO brog, there are a ton of different professions, both combat and crafting based. And then you also have, on top of that, citizenship within different worlds. And once the citizenship is established... Oh, shit! Wait. Chat. Chat, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Hold on. Where was I on the map just now? Oh god, hold on. I need an extract. I need a medic. Oh god, wait. Where was my last station? Oh no. How do I get my location out to you? I can't do anything even if I'm waiting. You guys would have to know where I was. Oh no. I gotta go conquer this. Give me food. No, that's okay. I'll just res. I'll res and then we run it back. It's not that far. And I'll do my quest on the way out. It's for the best. It's for the best. Being able to bring up your map while you're killed would be nice if you were waiting. Or having a way to, like, send your location out to somebody else. Especially since we don't have formal groups. If there's a group wipe and we try to have somebody come to us, that'll be really hard. But definitely good to make note of where we are on the map all the time. If we're ever going into combat. Just double check that. Also camps when we're far away from a respawn, because those will give us a respawn. Realistically, going that far from base, I probably should have had a respawn out. But we'll also have like our house area soon. You can do camps. Yeah. That's immediately what I went to. Yep. When we go out that far, I should definitely have camps situated. But yeah, so APK, it is like an entirely sandboxy, player-driven MMO. Back where I respawn, that's our, our spawn point for this world. But once you save up 20,000 of these little coins that you get from doing missions and whatnot, you can get your homestead. So, player homesteads. This is the start of a homestead, I do believe. Yeah, this is somebody's homestead here. So this is their home. Humble beginnings. But as player homesteads continue to develop, not only because players play the game more and get more resources in general, but players work collaboratively, right? Players pool their materials. Players have some form of infrastructure to build around, right? But also, players discover more and more recipes that allow them to build things. You'll see the homesteads improve in quality and functionality a lot. So everything has durability, including things in your homestead. So that means that if you have a crafting machine, a crafting bench, that'll have to be repaired by somebody that has the proper tools, the proper materials, and the proper skills to be able to repair that. On top of that, if you are looking to craft something, you have to find the actual, you have to find the recipe for it out in the world, wherever that may be. And then you have to get that recipe again to somebody who has the proper skills for it. You have to have the proper machinery for it, which you may also need the recipe for the proper machinery. And then you have to complete the crafting of that thing. Now, shops, player-driven. Auction houses and banks. Local. America, thank you for following. Much love. It's a really interesting concept that I really do think leans very heavily into player-driven action. Again, it's a singular layer too. So it's not like one of those, everything's so layered off and sequestered off along the way that you can't interact with anybody. Is this a Steam code? Thank you, UFC. Where do I redeem it? Is it Steam redeem? Hold on, chat. We're about to be pumping. We're about to be pumping. UFC, you are a legend. Oh my god, boys, we're about to be flying. Wait, what do we have over here? Did he drop something? Invulnerable, no damage, and energy costs are 0. So as you kill stuff, that's a friend code. Oh, wait, are we not already friends on Steam? The hell? Do exclamation Steam. And then send me one there. Find a drone wreck. Do I dig? Yo, look at all of the sand going. Wait, that's so fucking cool. So then we have to come over here. And we have to find the drone wreck. It would be nice if eventually there were a way to scan for the drone maybe, and then it gave us an area indicator instead of just here's right where it is, dig a little bit. But it is still such a cool concept for a quest. I'm almost wondering how it could be something that brings you to the area and introduces you to the potential of finding the drone in multiple spots, and you kind of have to treasure hunt a little bit. I feel like that could be quite nice. Let us see. Wait, are the drones just randomly put in the map? How does that work? How do the drones get there? Oh, that was great. But all this just been the host. Looking for a meaning to play the game. I own it, but stopped after 5 minutes. I mean, the meaning is up to you, I think. That's the largest thing. Everybody has their own meaning to play the game. So, for me, it's not about building a house, it's about building a community. It's about myself and all of the other people that are playing right now that are hoping to start a literal settlement on this world where we're all saving up for our homesteads, and we're gonna put those homesteads right beside each other, and we're gonna start gridding out not just our house, but we're gonna have some people whose houses and homesteads are used for crafting. and some people whose homesteads are used for selling, and some people whose homesteads are used for just cute little RP. And we're gonna have some people who aren't even interested in building up the house because they just want to go out and they want to gather and they want to supply. And those people will still be a part of our community settlement, and they'll have their homesteads as a part of it regardless, even though they may be just using that homestead for a bunch of storage or refining or whatever we need to help our crafters get situated. So for me, I kind of have a cheat code, right? And that cheat code is you guys. That's a lot of my why in these games, right? Whenever I'm looking at something, it's the immediate, you know, I'm not just worried about how can I build my house quickly. I'm worried about, like, how can I get everybody on the right track so not only is my house built, but everybody else's house is built. And for me, it's seeing, you know, us go from 1 to 5 homesteads to having, you know, 20 homesteads to then scaling it up to 50 and so on and so forth. It's about running into different players out in the world and having interactions that may result in them coming to play with us and joining the community. And for me, it's, you know, the homesteads, yeah, those are a part of it. Absolutely. Those are a thing. But I think that's just a small part of it, right? For some, it's the homesteads. For some, it's the crafting. For some, it's the eventual premise of defending our homeland from invaders, right? And the prospect of PvP, right? And I think a lot of it at its core is embracing the sandboxy element and kind of bringing in the community side to get a lot of the, you know, a lot of the content. So that's gonna suck. There's no way it's actually enjoyable. I'm enjoying it. I'm not paid to play it or anything. And I'll be back tomorrow. I actually, well, technically Hoofsy paid $30 for it. But the, you know, again, I'm somebody that when I'm playing games, just for perspective, right? What the fuck? What is that? Why is there a crosshair on the ground? Wait. What the fuck was that? Someone just trying to nuke me? Oh my god, I'm so scared now. What the fuck? There's not even PvP and I'm terrified. I'm like running through a minefield. God damn. God damn. Looks very unpolished. Well, that's because it's a pre-alpha in all fairness. Polish, like, it's pitch black right now because it's night and I don't have any light sources around me. So I could build a drone light for when it gets dark, but I need to get my, you know, my housing plot there first so I can start actually building. I'll eventually have a little drone light around me that'll give a little bit more illumination than my, you know, than my little hand lantern. But that's all within the discovering, you know, discovering recipes and getting the building situated and getting the homesteading going and stuff like that. In terms of polish, like, this isn't really the stage where it's supposed to be polished. This is like the nitty-gritty baseline playable project. And they do have actually a really solid roadmap that's set up right here if you end up wanting to check it out a little bit. And right now I was actually really impressed when I saw this. They have basically update history, internal testing currently being worked on, next priorities, and then the long-term roadmap of what they're going to be bringing in. So they have a lot of really cool shit that they are working on, which I think is great. Now, in terms of that, I think it's also important to remember that, like, polish is typically, you know, done towards betas. Polish, it's worked on along the way, and if you're not polishing a diamond for many years, it will never become a diamond. But within that, you know, there needs to be a little bit of nitty-gritty and feedback on the nitty-gritty before the polish, which, you know, right now I'm in the middle of the mountains in East Bumfuck nowhere. But Hoofsy dropped a couple of pictures earlier when we were out exploring the new player area where they had, you know, clearly put in the most world building time. And it's not like it's an ugly area, man. It's actually a game that I think is kind of pretty in some areas, despite it being still earlier, still jankier. Like, this is something this is one that Hoofsy took in the starting area, which is pretty fucking sick. Just from, I personally think this, like, world building here is actually really cool. I can take you guys back there, I think. But genuinely, some of the, you know, some of the sites that you see in this game are really cool. I'm out in the middle of the mountains, in the middle of the fog and stuff right now. But this also seems to be a place with, like, relatively volatile materials. I don't know if there's, like, sulfur and shit here, but this does kind of look like a volcano, and we literally just had, like, acid globs fall out of the sky because the game has on its worlds different chemical reactions and weather systems and shit like that. It's well, that's never explained even what the game is. No, I feel that. I think explaining what this game is can be a little rough because to 3 different players, the game can be 3 different things. But if I could put it one simple way, like, I'm not a dev or anything like that, right? I'm just some dude that really enjoys video games along the way. Den. Something gonna come out of it? What happened there? Wait. Common loot caches. I got 2 out of that. Oh, I'll take that. I will take that. I wonder if that's like a spawner. I'm curious on that. Curious on that. Never showed another 40-year-old does playing game. I mean, it's a small game. It's a small game, and honestly, I'm not much in control of that, dog. I just started playing the game today. I'm just a streamer. But genuinely, I think you kind of have to work with what you have sometimes. This game is not a AAA title. It's not made by developers that have hundreds of millions of dollars to pour into it. This is, you know, the gunplay is probably not going to be the final gunplay that they have, where you're just sitting here pew-pewing a little physics-based projectile, right? The movement's not going to be the final movement system. The grapples aren't going to be the final grapple and stuff like that. No, just around. No, I feel that. I feel that. I think a lot of the times too. One thing I always say, like, I never expect game developers to be good at playing the games. I always hope they're good at making the games. And if they even attempt to play the game, I consider that a substantial bonus. And sometimes it can be hard, I think, for, you know, for people who are incredibly sweaty on the systems end of actually playing and handling games to make the games look the best. But that's also kind of, you know, why I like to come along. Not necessarily that I'm God's gift to gamers or anything, but I have a community that has a lot of players. And within that community, we've experienced a whole lot of different games, and I am typically a PvP fiend, right? You're gonna, if you hang out, see a lot of people over the next few days of me playing this come into chat and be like, Dusty, does that PP? Dusty, you got PP? You got PP on your phone? And I'll have to answer a lot of the time that it's, you know, planned for later on, but we don't have it yet. So right now we're building in the pre-PvP phase type shit. So there's a lot within the game that, you know, we're looking forward to outside of just what we have right now, getting the houses set up, getting into the crafting, going around and just shooting some random shit. There are different guns that we can get, different melee weapons that we can get, different utilities that we can get. There is hopefully different sound adjustment that we can get for the guns eventually, but we can go around and we can just farm up a shitload of everything along the way, and then we can legitimately exist in any way, shape, or form that we want to. Even right now, other than absolutely violently blasting people. So, in terms of future systems, right? Be hard saying. A lot of things may still be added, you know, pre 1.0. Some things maybe post 1.0. But a lot of it is also going to be theoretical at this point in time. A lot of it's going to be contingent on, you know, what do the devs feel would be a good fit for system mesh within the game? What do devs feel would actually contribute to the game? What do devs feel would be kind of like bloaty and wasted? And at the end of the day, I don't, like, PvP hasn't been discussed as a main thing. So even if it does come in, I'm convinced that it would be something that the community would have to opt for very heavily. And the only thing that I've even heard about it so far, we didn't get a chance to ask Raph about it today when he was in chat. But we'll ask him a little bit. You know, I'm sure we'll yap to him again relatively soon, and we'll ask some more stuff. But the only thing that I've even heard about it is that allegedly somewhere the developers in some video somewhere again had mentioned that, you know, potential maybe PvP planets would be a thing or something. But even that's not verified. So that's, I think, a big thing right now. It's still so early. It's still pre-alpha. So there's still multiple phases of the game where, like, you know, the combat's gonna change, the gameplay's gonna change. Being able to crouch shoot will probably be a thing later on. The movement will probably be different later on. The mob density will be different. Like, everything will be different later on. And right now, why do crocodiles blow fireballs out? Well, maybe they're different crocodiles, but also maybe the crocodiles are a placeholder for a different mob along the way that's supposed to be more fire-based. Maybe it's a fire crocodile. Never really know. But I will say, even though you look at it on a surface level, it's so loud, dude, it's so loud. It's so loud. The Yaka Yakas consume everybody's life, I've been saying at a certain point, my neighbors are gonna call the fucking cops on me because they're gonna think that I'm shooting up my own house. Bro, it's bassy. I don't know what y'all got for a headset, but I got Sennheiser 599s. Bro, my ears shake. Like, I have hair that I feel moving with, like, the puffs of air off of this thing. The chopper is fucking chopping, and we got a drum magazine on this, and I'm not talking one of the circular ones. I'm talking about an actual fucking bass drum. Every time it fires, this shit is ridiculous. This shit is crazy. Like some dude harvesting a tree. Yeah, I think Choppa is indeed singing like a goddamn choir, brother. But I think one cool thing with this game to see is going to be the evolution of the worlds over time. So all of these little holes in the mountain, right? Some of these may have been here from default, but this is a persistent world. So right now there are 4 different worlds and they're going to be adding more, but these maps are these maps. So if I take out my terraformer and I do like a tiny McPenar in the world, and I decide to just roll with this, and we make a giant dick-based civilization, right? Where every single shape, every single piece of architecture, every single everything is dick-shaped. Other players will, you know, come to the planet, and they'll just see a bunch of cocks. What do you make a hole in the planet? Then the planet's there, then the hole is there. Like, this hole might have been excavated and dug and terraformed by another player that was trying to get the materials. Like, it's insane to think about because it's a persistent, ever-changing world. And on top of that, we can build mountains. So when we're terraforming, right? I terraform, and as I'm terraforming, stuff goes into my hopper. And within the hopper, I believe that's a little orange bar around it. Maybe not. Oh yeah, it is. So that's the little orange bar around it. So as I'm gathering, right, in terraforming, I can discover new materials based on the planet we're on, the area that we're in, what's going on, and all that stuff. But as I'm gathering these materials, I also accumulate materials in my hopper. So it seems like some things like sand can fill the hopper a little bit faster. But with the hopper being full, the bar on the right, if I want to go up here, right, and I want to try to make this a higher area, I can empty the hopper, and it'll shoot some sand over. And then that sand has physics to it. All of the materials have different physics to them. So you'll notice that it's kind of like cascading down. Well, that's going to make a natural looking mountain, quote unquote natural, as a result. Instead of just blob up, blob up, blob up, this all actually has physics to it that's dragging it down and is terraforming the rest of the mountain as a result. So this is going to create kind of an avalanche. So even if there's a civilization, we could, if we really wanted to like conduct warfare on the civilization right now, we could probably have 100 people fill up their hoppers in their terraformers and then go right next to somebody's base and then just start burying them. I'm like 99% convinced. So I don't know all of what we can do for other people's bases, but there's no PvP yet. I'm still pretty sure we can push our legislation. Now, on top of that, just being able to terraform land and shit like this, you'll notice we added some substantial height to this, right? Down here, a lot of shit was still adjusting on this end too. But as civilizations, you know, advance, right, and develop more, I'm working my way back over towards town right now. What's going on over here? I'm working my way over towards, like, the little spawn point, which now represents town. I will, over at that side of things, have, you know, the option to buy my homestead. I will blip back over to the actual spaceship. I'll turn my missions in, and that itself is just, you know, our little player hub. That should be the selling point. Another tree harvesting. Yeah, no, I feel that. I totally understand. I think sometimes with games like this, it can also be hard to, you know, get a lot of people in to show it off in a proper way. But like, these are players, right? This is Hoofsy. Hoofsy's literally right here doing his own thing on the planet, just digging holes. This is my goat. This is Hoofsy. Hoofsy's right over there. Hoofsy's in chat. Hoofsy's one of our community members. Oh, wants to be my friend and then he tries to bury me, you rat. You get buried. But like, we have our community running around in this game and we're all working on missions right now so we can make some money to get started with our civilization. And when I go back to this town, we can basically donate materials to like the planet civilization as a whole. We're citizens of Planet 1 and there are, like I said, 4 planets. We can donate materials to Planet 1 and we can help level up our civilization on this planet to the point where we could eventually elect a mayor. which when we elect the mayor, if we have a lot of people over here and we're doing a lot to build the civilization, hi, it'll probably be us. If you're somebody that really likes gathering and contributing to shit and helping, there's even a leaderboard for how many things you've contributed to the overall growth of your, you know, of your player, or of your civilization. It's kind of wild. So I think a lot of this game is going to be shown off best as players start to get it and actually have an impact. I think the player-built civilizations, we haven't even got into the building side, let alone seriously yet. But you have to find materials for everything, recipes for everything, and I think those player-built civilizations are going to be the true highlight of it once that starts getting shown off. Can you do me a huge favor and show me where you keep out dodge? Yeah, controls, and then it was toggle crouch instead of dodge. So it's toggle crouch if you're standing still, and then if you're moving in a direction, it's a dodge roll, which is kind of interesting. Like, real interesting. Over here dealing with lag, doing 100% mapping the starter planet. Yo, the starter planet's so fucking cool, though. Could we potentially make a home on the starter planet, theoretically? Or is the starter planet entirely protected? Because, like, that's an interesting debacle there. Probably be a small group of pioneers to establish the universe a bit, then it might be more interesting to a more mainstream audience to see what can be done. I think it's one of those where, like you said, once people see what can be done, people will definitely be a little more interested and a little bit less skeptical that it's just this big empty sandbox. And I think that's a very large element of it. And if they plan to do, I don't know what the long-term plan is, right? But, you know, in terms of testing even. Through testing, as the game evolves, if there is ever a fresh start opportunity for players where they're just like, oh, I can take everything I've learned and then we can start fresh on the universe, we can go to a new planet and we can be the people with an opportunity, that can really help spread it. Now, I think MMOs as a whole and mainstream audience is always a lofty, ambitious goal. And part of what I really like about this not being a AAA title that's having, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars dumped into it is the expectation isn't going to be to have millions and millions of players. And I really don't think that an MMO needs millions of players to succeed, especially if it's a single layer MMO that will feel alive as long as there are players in any capacity, right? So we just scooted back over, and all of these little asteroids, these little celestial bodies, these rocks, we can mine them. All of the holes blown in them are player blown holes. Like, people go and they terraform them and they take the mats from them. The little wormholes that you see are how we get to other planets along the way. So we're back at the space station in the starting area, and until we upgrade our actual civilization on planet 1 a little bit more, we have to come here for our mission board. So I come over here, I turn in my completed missions, and that gives me a little bit of money. And then we go back for missions on planet 1, and we try to find the most expensive missions. So that's a 511, that's a 310, a 242, and a 182. So we're trying to basically, at this point in time, like I mentioned a couple times before, run these missions over and over again until we get 20k. Contra, what up, I go? I see you over here. Is this actually working now? There's also a player market. The last time I launched this, it crashed my game. But there's also a player market. Now, the player market is very rudimentary right now. It doesn't look like there's any search or anything like that. Uh-oh. It doesn't look like there's any search or anything like that, so it is pretty rudimentary on that side of things. Searching, item categorization, stuff like that that's later on would probably be a little bit, you know, a little bit later on, but would be huge quality of life. So for right now, what we're trying to do is get established, get some money. So far, I have a little under 5k. And now that we're on an actual, like, you know, an actual journey and an actual path to progression, it's going to be a bit easier for us to, you know, keep the ball rolling. Then, once we get our little, you know, our little hive going, we have a few people that are checking it out. Are you a squirrel? My goal was to be a hot cat girl, but I forgot my ears. So now I'm a thick-ass squirrel. Yeah, that's kind of what we're going with. There are multiple different, like, species that you can play. Humans are a choice, but also cat girl. So, like, just being reasonable, but also kind of turned into methed out sandy cheeks. Yep. So, I won't lie, we're looking a little bodacious, looking a little thick, but I still probably would. Still probably would. May or may not be a squirrel now, though, yes. with a giant non-bushy tail. Wraith, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm gonna go pee real quick before we run this set of missions. I shall return. Did have a lot of millions in funding during the development. I think the critical thing is never to push updates with the roadmap content and polish at a good speed. Oh, yeah. But I mean, having millions in early development, even if it's multiple millions, when we look at the cost of games, I mean, just for perspective, Ashes of Creation is in court for allegedly $173 million worth of debt, which is absurd. It's like Skyrim where you get different traits. Yeah, so your character is your character to start, and then as you do different stuff and earn experience, you can upgrade your different professions down here. So there are combat professions, there are crafting professions, there are humanities and leadership and medical and mineralogy and ranger professions and vehicle crafting and shit like that. There are a ton of professions along the way, and there's also just so much for you to be able to map out. Wait, do we get the Pathfinder up here? But there's so much that's planned along the way, and the professions are also kind of like deep. Oh, species traits? Oh, no species traits, just base character there. Oh, no. So in terms of the character creator, they give you kind of like character creation triangles, I'll call it, because that's also how I split it up. So when you're in your character creator, you can basically assign your character's base stats. So when I go to my inventory and profile, basically they give you the options to allocate within a certain range anyways, whether you want to be, you know, higher health, tougher so you take less damage, higher constitution along the way, more stamina as a baseline, more fitness so you recover your stamina, strength so you have less stamina cost for stuff. Like, you get some customization along the way within that, and apparently you can do like character customization and whatnot too. And you have titles. Headshot to do, we'll work on that. But you get a little bit of stat customization along the way, but it is very like kind of like equalized character proc at the baseline. It is fun. All right, I'm gonna piss real quick. One sec. Good day. I have returned. What is that? Wait, did you say what is that to my... Are you shit-talking my character? Girlfriend's... Why is she fucking hating on my character, bro? I swear to God. I swear to God, I literally did nothing to deserve this hatred, by the way. I did absolutely nothing to deserve that shit. I just exist. I try to vibe. And I get this hate. Bro, I'm just trying to make a thick anthropomorphic cat squirrel lady for your viewing pleasure. If that makes me a bad person, then so be it. I thought I was doing a favor. I really want to try to get the, like, the edging of my grapple so I can Tarzan off of it and swing. The squirrel thing is kind of hard on the eyes from the front, but okay from behind. I don't know why. What is the problem, bro? She's fine, man. Oh shit, I drifted all the way over here. Like, I don't know why you guys are so mean, man. I don't understand. She's not bothering you. She's just living her life. How's the game going? Not good. Everybody's bullying me. Everybody's fucking mean, man. Rude as shit. Noob, tell everybody to stop being rude to my fucking hot squirrel girl, dude. I just want to make a thick, hot squirrel mommy. I'm gonna call the Butterface. But, like, it's not even that bad, bro. It's not even... My face isn't even that bad. The fuck do you mean? Like, my face legitimately isn't that bad. So anyways, the game's really good, noob. It's got problems, right? It's honestly though, I will say, the largest problem I think that I encountered early on was performance in the starting area. And once you get out of the starting area and off that first planet and you get on the actual like planets like we are, it's fun. Hi, Contra. So here we have our civic duty at the GovBot. Here you can see our level and how much of each material we need to proceed to the next level. It's a lot. So what we have to do is deposit, and then through our deposits we find different categories of things, right? So we have types of ore, refines to copper, and we can needed currency, deposit resources. Wait, not those, not the Claytus. I don't have those bad boys. I don't know if I have anything else that I can deposit right now, actually. I don't know if I can deposit those. That's a seed. Oh, harvest seeds not needed. So there are seeds here. Use me to grow a bush. Use me to grow a lady fern. Oh, so we're getting root stocks and stuff. I wonder if I can just plant that out. This is why I want the silo slicer, so I can go crazy and get all the wood needed. Right, because otherwise... Use me to grow an alien bush. Wait, what? We're getting so many things to actually grow. I did it? Wait. Did you get it?
Oh, they...
You got it?
Yeah.
What was it?
It was left to right, dark to lightest.
Left to right, column by column, darkest to lightest?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Wait. So, like all of the blues, and then all of the grays, and then all of the lighter grays, and all the lightest grays, in terms of, like, columns? Okay, did you open it? Every ring settles into ordered alignment. I'm here. Did you get anything out of it? Or is that it?
This is as far as we got.
Okay.
I'll hit X now.
1x bound waistguard material recipe, 1x wall panel set, 1x rockstar pants recipe. So bound waistguard material and rockstar pants. You kind of got hosed on the coins. But check the rockstar pants recipe real quick. See what those are. Should be down at the bottom, right? Rockstar pants recipe. Trouser panel. I have the trouser panel recipe, I think. I'm like 99% sure. Yeah, I have the trouser panel recipe. Tan soft leather and then decorative trim set. So we need the tan soft leather recipe, and then we need the decorative trim set recipe, and then we have Rockstar pants. And then we could get that over to somebody, so that's kind of cool. All right. Well, that's dope. Not too shabby at all. All right.
What a grind.
Yeah, we love to see that. Congrats on that shit. Holy, we actually got it. Is everyone a cat person? Not everybody. So there are the cat people. There are the demon people. There are human people. What else? Monkey people? Wait, that sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. Delete the VOD. Delete the actual VOD. That sounds horrendous. There are these fine lads. Sasquatch people. Sam Squanches. Yes, we'll call them Sasquatches. That's far safer for me. I regret everything I've said. It's been a beautiful 9-hour stream before that point in time, but there's this guy. I'm glad he was here, because that would have even been worse without context. That would have been terrible. Dodge makes all the difference. Oh, dude, dodging and grappling. I actually think that I want to put one of my... Oh. Wait. Wait. I might be teching. I might be teching. Wait, does this one just not work? Utility forward. I feel like that utility slot just doesn't work. I won't even lie. So I just need to switch these in controls. And then we go... back. Forward. Oh. Oh, that's nice. I just put my grapple on a mouse bind instead of on C. And that is glorious, let me tell you what. Found a Prospector Pants recipe. Does it say what the Prospector Pants actually give? Or like what those do? Because I'm assuming at a certain point, Prospector Pants probably give prospecting, no? I don't know if I can eat these. I don't know how to eat stuff yet. Consumables. I don't think I have... Oh, I have a mushroom skewer. I have food that increases your stamina. So if I go G, and then I eat a mushroom skewer. Increases your maximum stamina by eating a mushroom skewer. Okay, massive. Can't find what it does. Just says need armor bench 2. Alright, well, we need the armor bench 2 recipe. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. We are going to need a whole lot of people that are organized as hell. What do we have here? Find a containment unit. Maybe buried or surrounded by dangerous wildlife. Into the terraforming? I think it's just down here, right? How much do I have to bury for this? Or how much do I have to dig for this? Did someone bury this shit deep as hell? Containment unit, collect. All right, we got the chest. Absolutely beautiful. I won't lie. I do like the startup of what they've got, even just for the basic mission setup. I do think difficulty on missions will naturally be adjusted as it goes. Some of the PvE kill missions, some of the depth to actually like gathering missions, quite literally depth. And a lot of that stuff likely will be adjusted along the way. Elite missions would be fucking sick, like giant world bosses that spawn with particular missions throughout the day that are more rare, that need a certain amount of people to actually, you know, accept the mission to activate, which would be kind of cool. Stuff like that I think could be great, but even right now, I'm just exploring different parts of the world, and what I should be doing is anytime I'm in a spot like... Where am I? Anytime I'm in a spot similar to where I am right now, where I don't really know where the fuck I am, and I am not like, you know, I'm not in a discovered part of the world, I want to be scanning constantly. And I want to... Oh, I'm over here. I think. I'm 347 meters south. Oh, I'm right here. Never mind. I'm down here. So, I basically, whenever I'm in an uncharted part of the world, I want to be scanning to see if I can find the little... There are nodes that you interact with, and that uncovers another tile. So, every zone is covered by the tiles themselves. I stam out pretty quickly, I will say. Maximum stam seems highly invaluable. But part of me also wonders if a strength build, so you just don't burn through stam at all, would be this. But yeah, with that in mind, like, when I go up here, I'm instantly in a tile right down here. Energizing rune glass. We need the energizing rune glass. We need all of that shit for once in our lives. It might actually be tech. So off of this scanning, right? We get some of the directional sound. And then when we stand still to scan, it'll blip our little, our direction tracker, our compass up at the top, right? And then from there, we work in that direction. It beeps faster when we get in the area. So we'll stand still to scan, we'll give it a look-see. And then we see up here. So we're honing in on it. As of right now, we're getting closer. I don't know where, and I might have overran it. We see it up here, signal locking. And from here, only rune glass I ever ran, well, you had to get away from my hammer. What's the red part of your bars from injury? Yeah, red part of my bars are from injury on my health. Blue is gonna be like mana and like mental stuff for casting spells, I believe. But red on my health is from injuries that I can have players heal off, I believe. And then on my yellow bar, that's my stamina. So I want to say every time that I exhaust, I stack up exhaustion. And sometimes that'll pop up when I'm like sprinting or when I'm rolling and shit a lot and just burning stamina. I think I stack up the exhaustion debuff. And then I'm supposed to work that, not work that off, but like rest that off somehow. Or potentially have a buff. If you exhaust the stacks, you gotta go to a recovery center or house for it to go down. Right. Like a housing plot? One of those bad boys?
Together.
Chipinski, thank you for 4 months, dog. Got you, what up, dude? Plays this game. It is a social sandbox MMO that is in development that leans towards player-driven action for everything. There is no PvP. And there won't be for a while if there is. But basically, single layer. Think like Ash's World structure type beat, but seemingly pretty large playable area. I've only discovered a small amount of the map so far. You can terraform the world, you can set up civilization. So basically, we're a citizen of this planet. This planet is extremely low level without a lot of housing plots on it. So what we're doing right now is trying to farm up through doing missions 20,000 of the currency, the coins themselves, to get a housing plot set up. And then we combine multiple housing plots, level the world up, and then through that we can elect a mayor. Mayor determines basically policies and whatnot, and it's pre-alpha right now. So part of the reason why some of the systems won't be here, some of the things will be buggy, it's pre-alpha. So, what if I made a horny dude and not a cat? Would you accept me? Yeah, horny dudes are welcome here all the time. Chat, how many of you are horny right now? Cause like, yeah, man, we let horny dudes in here. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Exclamation guild, brother, hop right in, Scotty. Thick sandy cheeks. Bro, sandy cheeks the fuck up, you know what I'm saying? Look at this shit, oh my god. It's one of those where it looks like she's wearing ski pants, but those are really single ply sweatpants. They are incredibly thin. Then we're gonna collect all your challenges manually in the mission log. Oh, wait, claim reward, combat XP. Oh, good comms. So we go in here to our mission log, and then we want to go through the challenges themselves. Claim those bad boys, and that'll give us bonus XP for our training. And then to train new skills, we need a combination of this XP on top of actual gold. So we've got to balance that side of it out. Got it. Good looks, Kaiser. I appreciate you, Doc. I appreciate you. Let's add it after 1.0. Hoping they do it much sooner. I mean, with enough validity and enough community demand, or I should say community hype around it, I think anything's possible. But it's also not one of those where I would come in right now for the PvP. If playing something entirely community driven is what appeals to you, then that could be a really good option. But other than that, I would recommend that most people probably wait on it, you know, a little bit, unless you're truly looking to, like, I shit you not, come into the game and try to, like, colonize a world with the gang and do it together and improve the level of the world and grow a larger civilization, set up trade routes and trade infrastructure along the way, go out on missions and literally just discover shit. And while we're here, we can provide a lot of feedback to the developers about a lot of different shit, right? Potential. Oh shit! Wait, I got stuck on a plant. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So things actually hit hard, by the way. Just throwing that one out there. I haven't trained anything yet, so I'm not the tankiest lad. But things legitimately hit hard, and you will get fucked up if you are not paying attention. Things will destroy you. I got stuck on a plant there. And then I died. But yeah, overall, it's pre-alpha. It is early. It is actually kind of fun though, I will say. The concept of it and getting into the world building, right? A big part of it is that there are a shitload of different... Auto run, by the way. There are a shitload of different professions along the way, from combat professions, player-based professions like humanities and trade skills, like quite literally running businesses. That's a profession. You can have crafting stuff along the way. Like, this is a little player. This is a camp. And it looks like this guy, he's set up a little camp here to get some crafting done. He's got a respawn there. And it looks like he's mining the side of this mountain, possibly to get some of the materials out of that. Streg. There's Streg. That's literally Stregma. So I just ran by Stregma. What comes after you finish a region, unless it's planned for later to move it to other areas and visit others? See, that's the thing. Like, finish a region in what sense? Because you're a citizen of this region, so you're going to be constantly developing your region. You're going to be trying to get your supply and demand trade and get people to your region because it's not a global auction house or anything. It's all player-driven shops. So the materials that are in this planet are on this planet. The material composition here is this planet's material composition, to the point where you can see where you actually, like, gathered shit. Things will have different traits, but, like, this is a Leadum Opus 1 raw alien meat, which is our actual, like, our planet. So this is from our planet, and then every single material that we gather has different, like, statistics and qualities. Maximize what you have and offer it as a product. Exactly. And then you also have interplanetary trade. So say we have a really advanced civilization that offers something that a lot of people don't have. We can offer that in trade to other people to have them, you know, have them participate with us and stock up and try to offer even more of a product. We could branch out, like you said, to other planets. If our planet is getting incredibly, like, harvested and shit, which naturally will happen, but like Julia said, you can literally excavate into the ground and dig down and have your towns and your civilizations be inside of mountains as they grow. And there's just a ton that can actually be done here to get a lot of worth out of your, you know, your little home area. And on top of that, it's like, it's bringing people in, it's expanding, it's recruiting more and more new players. If they bring in any element of, like, PvP along the way, and there's any form of, say, civilizations that can also get nuked along the way, that's something in and of itself. Give me else like PvP and I'm hooked. So, one thing that's kind of been, like, yapped about a little bit is what if there were PvP planets, basically. So, you have certain planets where you land on them, and you know that they are going to be incredibly violent. You know that there is a chance that you will die landing on them, but you will also receive wealth. Oh my god, wait. These hurt a lot. And I'm kind of uncomfortable with this. I will not lie. I'm gonna drop a camp here. I'm gonna call this good. Yep. Alright, we gotta respawn, baby. Whew! That was a little scary. A little scary. Hello. Hello. Now, I can, along the line, can make a field fabricator somehow. More? Nope. Not more. So how do we craft? Because I have this camp for 10 minutes, it says. And I don't know how to craft. Controls. Utility, next equipment tool. Consumable menu. Maybe I have to craft it elsewhere. Toggle build mode. Tap, tap. My tab isn't working for anything. Controls. Toggle build mode. Tab. Okay. Nope, that's definitely not doing it. Let's try maybe B. B is for building. Toggle build mode. B. All right, we'll figure that one out later. We'll figure that one out later. Is it a hold instead of a tab? Toggle build mode. Ranger skills have the camp and the longer lasting camps. Oh, wait. So if I haven't leveled my skills yet, I might not be able to build here. So under Ranger. Local waypoint. Create a waypoint at your current location. Camp includes a relife station and a field fabricator. Oh, that makes so much sense. Yup. Yup. That makes a lot of sense. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Hey, Scotty! Scotty, come here. Scotty, come over here. Hey, come over here. We got something to do. Scotty, we gotta kill this thing. Scotty, this way. You're going the wrong way, big dog. To your right. Come here, help me with this. This thing's kicking my ass. Just be careful. It does poison attacks, but I gotta kill it for my achievement. Just be careful. Dude, it hits so hard. It hits so fucking hard. I'll tank it. I'll tank it in the trees and try to not die. Bro, he chunks. Oh my god, dude, it hits so incredibly hard. I have a camp here in case we die. Trying to get the respawn there. I'm coming back in, Scotty. Scotty, play your life. Oh god, I'll res you. Everything's fine. Hold on, Scotty, I'm coming to res. You stay right there, big dog. I got you. Yo, listen, unironically, I don't get that done without you, brother. You died a fucking hero. I appreciate you, my goat. Hold on, I got you. Res? Oh, yeah, we're so up. Much love, brother. Thank you. I had this mission, and surprisingly, I think this is my easy mission. Apparently, that was my easy difficulty mission. So maybe I gotta train some stuff up. If you need a respawn, I gotta camp up there for 10 minutes at the top of the hill that you can go hit. You can tap the little respawn thing. Hoofsy! Good day, sir. Good day. Oh, wait. Hoofsy, what you be doing? You floating around and shit? Oh, Hoofsy's got the heels. Call him Heelsy. Thank you, my good sir. I appreciate you. An absolute legend. Dude, this is so fun. Dance in camp to heal your wounds. Oh shit, wait, actually? Hold on, I should probably do that before I venture out again. I should also probably hit a singular grapple. I'm on my way. Chat, camp dance party real quick. Camp dance party. Everybody come, we must dance. Wait, is this actually the healing the wound tech? If they come up in it, this heals the wounds. Yes? Hold on. Alright, everybody go crazy. Hoofsy, go crazy. No shot. This is actually how we heal our wounds. What the fuck? That is awesome. So we all have to dance together. And dancing uses our mental. It'll be tied to the entertainer profession. Wait. Wait. Are you telling me that people are going to be able to throw ass to heal? Can I have strippers in my civilization just like throwing ass back and getting tipped to heal people? Because if that is the case, yeah, oh fuck, I'm so here for it. I'm so here. Okay, chat, the Femboy Bard Corps is back online. I need one man with a guitar, and I need 6 femboys with bubble butts immediately. The plans have changed. The band is back together. I've always said, in the entrepreneurial world, pimping is literally the easiest thing that you could ever do because you don't need a storefront, you don't need overhead, all you need are hoes in some form. You can be a pimp of doctors, and you can do a ton of scheduling for doctors' offices, and you can make sure that they always have clients for their hoes, you know, for your hoes. As long as your hoes have clients and you're getting a cut, you're a pimp. You're a pimp for someone that does trade skills. You take calls for people, and you dispatch a plumber to their location. This is a survey. Yep. No, that checks out. I'm proud of myself. Men only want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting. Oh, it's literally right here. Blessings. All right, we're up. So sometimes you can get the survey ones, and it's a survey node that you'll already have surveyed. Fine with me. Legalize pimp. See, that's what I'm saying. You can literally pimp anything. Like, just because pimping can sometimes be bad, I feel like doesn't mean that pimping should be banned. Like, what happens if I have people that do landscaping, and I have a bunch of clients that need landscaping work done along the way? Well, then I could pimp my landscapers, and I could make sure that they all have their clients filled out so their businesses can operate, and I can take a little bit of a cut. Makes sense. Talent agencies, pimp streamers. Advertisers come in, and they're like, you got a super sexy one for me? And the talent agencies are like, I think I have one you'd like. And then they pair a streamer with the advertiser for sponsored segments. We get pimped out too. Pimping ain't easy, but the whole world lives it. Stay away from me, you demon croc! The whole world lives the pimpin' grind. Ground speed doubled with super jump. Yo, these arcadey elements are fucking sick. I can only imagine how clowny this will get when a bunch of these are dropping with a ton of us around. But like, that was cool. I stand on that. That was cool as hell. If I had a glider right now, all is well. Can you terraform? You can terraform. Yes. Now, keep in mind, every material also has unique properties, and you'll notice right now this little material, like, effect. This is because materials are sliding off of this rock face as I agitate the sand, and effectively, you can, if there was water nearby, right? And there was a water body, I could dig a trench and terraform a trench to divert that water body, and we could drain that body of water and redirect it somewhere else. Water displacement is a thing. Terraforming is a thing. Chemical reactions are things. There is a ton of environmental depth to this. Now, keep in mind, this is our playable world. This is our planet. There are floating islands that are made of literal floating materials that you can harvest and terraform. You can also, that little bar on the right side, the orange bar, as I terraform, I add more into that. That's my hopper. So when I go to empty my hopper, boop, you'll notice it piles up at first, and then it distributes after the fact. And the physics kicks in. So, you can terraform, you can make mountains, you can make low grounds, you can go into the mountainside if you want to, if the stone calls to you. It's a sandbox in the quite literal sense, and there are multiple planets as well that you can be. Hi, Contra. There are multiple planets as well that you can be a citizen of. Like, unironically, I was playing a lot of Palworld as a side thing, and people were asking about a Palworld community server. And honestly, this is everything we'd get from a Palworld community server, except we don't have to mod the fuck out of it and have a bunch of people making mods for it because the developers of this game are doing that for us. Now, on top of that, this game has a couple of, you know, very, very, very talented people. Well, a couple. This game, I think, is like 11 devs from what I've heard, and that they outsource more as they need to, from what I've gathered. But basically, the person at the top of it all is an incredibly credentialed lad that I have been letting their Wikipedia do a lot of the talking because I can't even build the credentials properly for Big Raph. But to put it simply, widely recognized as the lead designer of Ultima Online and the creative director behind Star Wars Galaxies. So for a couple of the heaviest inspirations to the game, like that's Raph. Raph is social sandbox MMOs. So at its core, it's got, in my opinion, one of the most credentialed and qualified sandbox MMO minds to exist in the world at any point, you know, behind its wheel. And that is a huge thing that not many games will ever be able to say they have. And I think it's a cool thing to be a part of. Now, again, this may be mid-size, maybe smaller, may sometimes get some pretty, pretty niche attention. But it's a sandbox MMO that at the end of the day, like, has so much life yet to come. It's pre-alpha right now. So anything that looks janky, anything that looks a little bit cooked, well, it's a reason for that. Also, you'll notice something that's already happening. Shout out Lance. Going from planet 1 to the space station, we had to go around this asteroid. So Lance took his terraformer out and literally mined a tunnel in this giant asteroid for us to get through. And that is going to stay there. That's not like going away or anything. That shit's awesome. So somebody saw a problem and took their time to solve the problem for every single person that would encounter it in the future. So right now, we go into the world, right? And there's not a lot there. You notice that it's pretty barren. As soon as we all have our homesteads tomorrow's stream I'll have my homestead. We gotta save up 20,000 of the coins, and I have 5,000, and then after this turn-in I'll have a little bit more. So we have to save up, we've got to get our homesteads taken care of, and then you'll start to notice that we're getting some infrastructure established tomorrow. We'll have our little colony started. We'll start contributing materials to the cause. We'll start working towards crafting some more intricate things. And all along that line, you'll start to see the world itself get a little bit more developed, a little bit more put together, a little bit more cohesive. And that, to me, is what's going to bring a lot of life into it. Now you have to subscribe to have your own base. Right now, I mean, all we have to have right now is the 20,000 gold, and then we just buy it. I don't know if that's like the subscription thing is going to be in the future with the subscription bundle. That's kind of what we've gathered. We haven't run into that at this point, though. Obviously, I don't have my own base right now. That is something that people have brought up with the, like, the monthly subscription with the landholder stuff. And that's something that, honestly, I just started playing today, a few hours ago. So I haven't had the most time to look into that and wouldn't want to bullshit you on it. But from what I've gathered, I don't think so. We see a lot of people that are running around just dropping bases. If we do, then I'll still definitely pop a sub. If I'm being honest, I played WoW that I gave $15 a month to that gave me way less community drive than this. And the money padded the pockets of people that, and honestly developers that didn't really need that shit whatsoever. So I would have no problem supporting the game with a subscription model, but I'll do a little bit of looking into the monetization before stream tomorrow, and we'll do a little bit of looking along the way. Portals to two other portals just opened, or to two other planets just opened up as well, chat. So I don't know what happened. Diamond chunks from the sky. A passing comet disturbed nearby asteroids being mined for diamond, and they're cascading into our area now. Hold on. What would we need diamonds for? What are we about to do there?
Apes together.
Kieran.
Strong.
I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Where are the diamonds from space? Because I would like to see these diamonds if I can get my hands on them. They are probably worthwhile for something along the way. This will be the 3D version of Reddit's pixel board, massive chaos troll, or massive coordination. And every single planet could be completely different along the way. Yes. Yeah. It's really, really, really interesting, man. Like, every planet could be completely different. And somebody could go in, right? And they could just empty their hopper over and over again to fill that spot back up. And you'll notice here, since we're in space, the same materials that I emptied out of my hopper on the planet that cascaded down now make an erect pinar. So if anybody goes through this, you'll know that that's my pinar. You'll say, wow, that looks out of place. Well, that's Dusty's dick. So, something as simple as that, man. You can leave your mark on a world, which I think feels really engaging. Like, there could be a labyrinth in front of the space station. There could be a labyrinth as soon as we go into planet 1 that's stopping everybody from getting out. We don't really know what's going to happen with it. All we know is we're going to keep pumping missions tomorrow. We're going to get 20k on a lot of people, and then we're going to try to figure out what we have to do to actually get set up with, with some housing structures. we also, even without having the housing structures, you can still help the civilization develop too, as soon as you're a citizen. And I don't know if you can do this before becoming a citizen or not, but as soon as you're a citizen, you can pop over to this area and our GovBot, you can deposit materials at. So if you've been out gathering, then you'll be able to slam some materials in here and help along the way. So we're getting crazy out here. We're getting absolutely wild. I don't know if I have any trees right now or anything that's actually a metal, because this is just ore. I have azurite, but that seems good. I won't lie, this stuff seems pretty good. So what do we have here? Deposit resources. I feel like I'm gonna get DMCA'd. I won't lie. Can I guess the question is, how can I? Oh, drag items here to submit. That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. So if I go and I have, we'll say metals. We'll find something that's metally. Can you search metal? Name, amount, potential. No, I mean, that's also just an aspect of knowing it. But it should say like types of ore. So I have 3 of these. So we'll go here, and this should go towards metal. And we'll go from 28,864. Okay, he doesn't need that. I'll go fuck myself. A common metal. We'll do this one. So the ore is not the metal yet. So we do that, and then it's 28,862. So that's how you contribute the metals and whatnot. And then it's wood, metals, and gems. And along the way, it should just say a scarce metal, a common metal, stuff like that. Oh, okay. So that also checks out. So basically, scarce metals, common metals, shit like that. When you look at some of the recipes, right? You will see uncommon metals, chalk blocks, layered field cloth. But you'll see recipes that have like common metal, uncommon metal. So this is a common metal. So this manganese is a common metal from us. And then we have uncommon metals, scarce metals, the anti-gravium. So anything that's scarce, we're gonna want to stock up on. So like antimatter and anti-gravium, before those start to get hit, we're gonna want to stock up on those like absolute fucking mad. Otherwise, we might miss out. We got a tall shelf recipe, a bioprocessor recipe, and a thunderclap recipe. I don't know what a thunderclap is, but we just got a bioprocessor. Which seems insane. Seems insane. Wait, Mud, what am I go? What to do? What to do? Let's open these real quick. And then we can also do like planting and growing of shit, which is also cool. So let's open this. Chilled coffee tonic, cilantro, ghost gill branches, chopped berry fruit. Cold fruit medley, chronophaser recipe. Oh, that seems good. Coffee infusions, whorehounds. Materials are kind of color-coded by quality also. Oh, is that what the purple and whatnot does? And can we sort stuff? Oh, I have a lot of common loot caches. Oh god. Bettany burner 6 recipe. So I'm assuming we just got a solid burner there. Trophy of a deer, lab bench, fermenter. We got the fermenter going. So a burner recipe, a fermenter recipe. Tin recipe, trophy of a ball hog, lights. So that's not too crazy. We're looking for the infrastructure stuff right now. Basic spacesuit. Okay. Wall arch B, iced tea, paver. The pavers we already had. But we just got a basic spacesuit. Oh my god, I have so many of these. Field Fabricator 2. That's huge. Small curved corner, agave syrup, blue floors. Mailbox recipe, basic cuff set. I don't know if the mailbox will be functional or not, but that's cool. Pressure Forge 3. Is that the tier, or is that just an alternate recipe, I wonder? Pickled garnish, tart shell, asparagus, monk's hood, so no recipes there. No recipes there. Tier. Oh, so the higher one we get, the better. So that burner that I got is insane. Like, that burner that I got is probably nuts, because that's like a tier 6. Sedative extract, flash bark leaf, black rug. To communicate your character? What? What about her? What, are you gonna talk shit? Tunic recipe, braided reed cord, coffee infusion, biofiber rig 4. Good tiers. Fabrication lathe 1, machine shop 5. Okay, we just went crazy with recipes here, I'm not even gonna lie. We have so fucking many. I don't even know how I got this many, like, crates to open. But we just got so much. We just got so much, boys. Holy. This is like the cousin or some relative of Roxanne for the Goofy movie. It's like methed out sandy cheeks that you would absolutely clap. If I could just describe it in any way, shape, or form. That would be what I would equate it to. If I do say so myself. The background says, you stop that, it's not even that bad. It's not even that bad, it's got like the skinny neck type shit. Throat game is likely immaculate. A lot of room. Not that I need it. But a lot of room. Boyos. I gotta get myself a little bit of food and a little bit of sleep. As much as I would like to keep going. At 9.5 hours, I must call it. I will be back tomorrow. If you guys are new to the channel, do me a quick favor before we send off for the night. Make sure you drop the follow. My name is Dusty. If you have not been here before, before, I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed now 1,149 days in a row. Mud. Thank you for the follow, dude. Much love. Tomorrow, I will be playing more Stars Reach. Mud, thank you for the prime, dude. Much love. Much love, much love. I appreciate that. Tomorrow, I will be playing more Stars Reach. We will be playing a lot more of this. We will be getting our homestead started. We will be getting our civilization started. We will be grinding. I will be on. Honestly, probably early because Carla has a job interview. So, I'll probably be on when she... when she goes to that. But, we'll be blasting. We're gonna go say what up to Kazlo. I'm gonna grab some munch for the night. And then I'm gonna get some sleep. I will be back shortly. In just a few tiny hours. Thank y'all for hanging out, checking out the game with me for the first night. It's been a pleasure. I will be back tomorrow. Like I said, Stars Reach all day tomorrow. We'll give it a fair shake and see what we can get up to. I appreciate y'all being here. I love y'all. Thank y'all. Peace.